The sky over the dump opens, and the heavy things come down first. I am falling with them. A great sword turns past my ear, slow as a lazy thought. After it comes something that used to be a helmet and is now closer to an anvil. Then the light stuff, sheeting and shafts, the way paper always follows brick off the back of a truck. 2,000 years of holy craftsmanship up there, and every single piece of it wants to land on me, personally, with witnesses. I get a hand out and catch one. I catch it by the blade because the grip is already past my ear, and the edge opens my palm to the bone. It takes maybe a third off my speed. A third is the whole difference between a man and a wet mark. So I take the deal and keep my opinions to myself. The heap comes up fast, and it is not ground. It is 100 years of other people's broken swords. It swallows me the way water swallows a dropped stone, and then it closes over my head, and the noise stops all at once, the way noise stops underwater. On the rim, 400 feet above, Captain Aldrich Wren wipes the summoning oil off the relic blade with his sleeve until the steel squeaks. He tells the crane crew to write the man down as disposed, along with the load. One of them asks whether he had a name. Aldrich holds up 6 copper coins so the whole crew can see them, and says he had a price. The crew laughs, and the crane swings back out for the next load. I dig up through rust with my mouth full of iron dust, and my ears full of a sound I do not have a word for yet, which is the sound of 1,000 blades settling against each other. My boots are gone. I was under for about the length of a breath and a half, and somebody has already taken them off me, which tells me more about this place than any sign at the gate would have. There is a woman on a sled looking down at me. Both her legs are strapped, one of them wrong. She has a hook on the end of a rope, and she does not offer it until I stop thrashing, because a man who is still thrashing pulls you in. "Grab it with the hand that works," she says. I grab it with the hand that works. She hauls, the rust gives, and I come out onto a slope of blades with no boots on, bleeding into a field of swords, which is the kind of joke you can only appreciate from a distance. At the bottom of the slope, a big man with an iron bar knocks his knuckles twice against a rail before he speaks, like a man checking whether the world is hollow. Then he tells his crew that first pick applies to everything that lands, and that this includes what lands wearing boots. Nobody argues. Nobody even looks up. 60-odd people are running uphill into falling metal with sacks, and the big man stands at the bottom where all of it has to come past him eventually. And that is the whole economy of this place in one glance. Then I feel it in my back teeth. That low pressure you get before a container touches down, the one that comes up through your heels before it ever reaches your ears. Nobody is looking up. They are all looking at the swords. "Heavy first," I say, "then sheeting. It goes long, not short, so move to the helmet." Nobody moves because I am a barefoot stranger with a cut hand, and no standing here at all. So I take the nearest 3 by whatever I can reach. An old man with a tally stick, a woman about my age with drag rope burns up both forearms, a wide, slow man who has begun explaining to me that the sky sometimes does this. I get all 3 of them into the ear canal of a god's helmet the size of a house, and I put my shoulder into the old man's back to fold him down under the rim of it. And the second wave comes in. It goes long. It lands where I said it would, in a bar across the slope about 30 feet ahead of where the 4 of us are standing, and the noise goes through the helmet and into my sternum and stays there. When it stops, the old man is looking at me with his tally stick still in his fist. Outside, the woman on the sled is already shouting names down the slope, one after another, checking who answers. 6 do not. She keeps shouting anyway, and that is how I learn her name, because a big man 3 heaps over bellows at her to shut up and count later, and calls her Nella. The old man climbs out and stands up on a shield with the stick held out at me like he means to measure me with it. "This man reads the tide," he says, loud, to everyone inside 50 feet. He says it twice, because the first time nobody hears him over the settling. They hear the second one. About 20 people stop working on a slope, where nobody stops, and look at the barefoot stranger, and something changes in the temperature of the morning that I could not name if you paid me for it. His name is Tem. He is old enough that his hands shake at rest and go steady the moment he picks anything up, and he prices everything he sees in days of water. He tells me the wave I just called would have cost the circle 4 haulers, and that 4 haulers is 9 days of water, and he says it in the flat tone of a man reading out a bill. The one with the rope burns is Rin. She climbs out of the helmet, spits rust, looks at the bar of steel lying exactly where I said it would lie, and starts laughing before anybody else has decided what to feel. You told the sky where to go, she says, and it went. The wide, slow man is Ott. He comes out last, and he says that the sky sometimes does this, which he already said before I dragged him in here, and everyone hears him say it, and nobody tells him. Then they go back to work, because there are 5 people to dig out, and the count has to happen before the light goes. A woman named Mara walks the line and counts the dead twice out loud, once going up and once coming down, gets the same number both times, and says it both times. The big man with the bar comes up the slope, while I am helping Rin work a drag rope under a shield. He does not hurry. People move out of his way with the particular efficiency of people who have already learned to. He knocks twice on the shield with his knuckles. 1/3, he says. That is the law here. Everything that comes past me pays 1/3, and you came past me. I ask him what he thinks I have. He looks at my bare feet for a while, and then at my open hand, and I can watch him doing the arithmetic and coming up short, and I can watch that annoy him, because the arithmetic is the bit of this he enjoys. You had boots, he says. Somebody took those before I was out of the pile, I say. If you are collecting 1/3 of my boots, you are about 8 hours late, and you should take it up with your own crew. His crew finds that funnier than he does. He lets it sit. Then he says that a man who owes and cannot pay works it off, and that men who work it off for gruel do not keep their own hours, and that is the first time I hear his name, out of his own mouth, in the 3rd person, like a title. So I offer him something else instead, and I make it specific. Because a vague promise is only noise, and this man deals in thirds. 3 days, I say. On the 3rd day, I put one whole thing in your hand. It will not be a piece of something, and it will not be a bundle. It will be one finished object, good for use, made out of what is already lying here, and you can pick which kind you want. There is a silence on that slope of the sort you could sell. Grohl knocks twice, slower. Nothing on this heap is whole, he says. That is why it is here. That is why you are here. Then it will be the first one, I say. He laughs, and the laugh is real, and he turns around and gives it to the whole slope so that they can laugh with him. He tells them the new one has promised him a finished object out of 100 years of other people's failures by the 3rd day. He says he intends to take it, and that when it does not come, he will take the man instead. Then he makes it binding because he has an audience and he is enjoying himself. He says out loud in front of the circle that he accepts because it is the funniest thing he has heard in a year. 6 hours before the sky opens, I am standing on a stone floor in a hall in Kettering with 200 other men, waiting my turn at the appraisal stone, and the man ahead of me is crying with happiness because the stone has given him iron rank and a house allowance. A clerk reads my name off the list. Kai Brandt. I put my hand on it. It is warmer than I expect. The stone does not give me a rank. It gives me a price. It puts the word up first. In flat gray letters everybody in that hall can read from where they stand, and the word is scrap. Under the word there is a number, and the number is 6 coppers. 200 men make a noise I have heard before at yards when a load lets go and nobody gets hurt. Relief with a laugh inside it. It is not the worst sound a crowd makes. It is only the one I get. Captain Aldrich Wren comes down the line and takes the summoning blade out of my hand. He does it the way you take a knife off a child without looking at my face, and I understand that this is not cruelty. It is filing. 6 coppers, he says to the hall, holding the coins up where the light gets them. We do not arm scrap. We dispose of it. Somebody near the doors asks whether the disposal is done at the yard gate. The chute, says Aldrich. It is going down anyway. Then he puts his hand flat between my shoulder blades and pushes, and it is not even a hard push, and that is what I keep. On the slope, In the actual world, a man named Doff is standing 30 feet off wearing my boots and chewing the inside of his lip. They are good boots. 8 years of night shift at a scrapyard buys you exactly one thing worth owning, and I was wearing it. He sees me looking, and he does not run. He points down the hill at Gruel with his chin and shrugs, and I understand the shrug completely. First pick. He got there first. There is a law about it, and the law is standing at the bottom of the slope with a bar. Keep them, I say. They will not fit you for long. He asks what that is supposed to mean, and I tell him I have no idea, which is true, and he laughs. That is the second joke I make on this dump, and the first one that lands anywhere. Nella comes down the line on the sled with the count finished. 6 dead out of the drop, 2 of them people she was still shouting names at. She writes nothing down. She says the names to Tem, and Tem says them back, and that is the entire records office of this place. Then she gives me the rule, since I am new. 3 days. Anybody who comes down the chute alive gets 3 days in the sorting circle, food and a place on the slope and somebody watching where he stands, and after that he works, or he goes, and is somebody else's problem. She says there are 60 of them in the circle this morning. She says the number as a man says the level in a tank, having actually gone and looked at it. Why 3? I ask her. Because that is how long it takes to learn where not to stand, she says. Past 3 days, it stops being bad luck and starts being you. Rin gives me the shorter version, which is that the slope kills the slow. Ott, who has been listening, says that a man has to learn where not to stand, and takes his time arriving at the end of it, and Rin looks at the sky for a moment, and then goes back to her rope. I spend the rest of the light walking the heaps, because I have 3 days to make something whole, and I have never once in my life had a problem that was purely about material. The material is unbelievable. It is the best I have ever stood in. There are blades here whose grain I can read from 5 feet away, edge crystal so fine it looks like frost inside the steel, and half of them are cracked rather than spent. At the yard, a man would have sold a kidney for 1 truck bed of this. And every piece of it is dead, because there is nothing in this place that can make any of it live again. That is the thing nobody up top would ever have to think about, because up top, you send metal to a forge the way you send a letter to a post office. I walk 2 miles of slope before the light goes, and I do not find one fire that could soften a spoon. There is a cooking pit at the sorting circle, and it burns broken hafts, and it goes out gray and sulky about a foot above the coals. And so the finest steel in the world sits here in the dark, with the brigade standing on it and nothing at all to be done about it. You cannot bend a god's steel with encouragement. You need heat, and there is none here, and I sit down with my back against a shield and think about that until it is fully dark. Around me, everybody in the circle who have been thrown away eat 1 shared crate very slowly to make it last, and Tem prices it out loud while he chews, and somebody laughs at something down the line, and up on the rim 400 feet over our heads, the lamps come on for the night shift, which is when I remember the helmet. I climb back up to the ear canal where I put the 3 of them during the wave, and it is a bad climb with no boots on. The helmet is bigger than a house and half sunk. The metal of it takes the heat out of your palm and gives nothing back, all the way along, cold as a river stone, exactly as 100 tons of dead iron is supposed to behave, except along the seam under the eye socket. I put my hand flat on it there and take it off again fast, and then I put it back, because I need to be sure of what my own hand has just told me. It is warm. It is not the warmth of a rock at the end of a hot day, which is gone by midnight. It is the patient warmth of a wall with something burning on the other side of it, and I have leaned on enough furnace walls to know the difference in about a second and a half. Behind me, Tim comes up the slope with his tally stick, breathing hard, and says the thing he has been carrying since the wave and cannot hold any longer. "You called the tide," he says. "Nobody calls the tide. Who are you?" I do not answer him. I am looking at the eye socket of a dead god, which is a hole in the iron about the size of a doorway, and at what is coming out of it, which is not light exactly, and not smoke, but which is doing to the cold air above it exactly what heat does. The cold on this dump comes up at you out of the metal after dark. It arrives through the soles of your feet, out of 10,000 tons of steel, giving back everything it took off the sun since noon, and I am standing on all of it barefoot. There is a barrel at the bottom of the slope with a tin cup chained to it, and a man called Beck sitting beside it, and Beck wets his thumb before he counts anything, including cups. 2 chits, he says. That is a day of water. A day is 1 cup morning, 1 cup dark. You want it now, or you want it later? I tell him I want to know what a chit is. He looks at Tem, and Tem comes over with the tally stick because being asked about prices is the best thing that will happen to him all week. Chits come down with the drop, Tem says. Week puts them in the crate, so many to the crate, and the crate is the whole money supply of Rustfall. You cannot make one. You cannot eat one. You can only be given one, and the man who gives them out lives 400 feet over your head. 2 chits water, he says, holding up fingers I do not need. 6 chits a crate of dropped grain, and a crate feeds 8 if the 8 are honest, and 6 if they are not. 12 chits for all of what came down last time. He is at 9 days of water before I have got him to stop. So, the man on the rim decides how much money exists, and the man where the slope ends decides who gets to keep it, and between the two of them there is not one job in this place that a person could do to earn a cup of water. I have no chits. I have no boots and half a hand, and I have made a promise about the 3rd day to a man with an iron bar, and it is now the middle of the 1st night. Beck asks me, not unkindly, what I did before. I tell him I cut metal at night at a yard, and he asks whether that pays, and I tell him it pays 2 chits and a cup, more or less, in the money of this place. He says that sounds about right for anywhere. The circle keeps a pit going at the level ground where the slope stops. Nella's sled sits at the edge of it, and about 30 of them sit around it in the manner of people sitting around a fire that is not really working, which is closer in than is comfortable and still not warm. It burns broken halves. Old wood off polearms, dry as a biscuit, and it goes up bright and cheerful, and is finished in a minute and a half, and the whole thing dies gray and sulky, about a foot above the coal. Ott explains the fire to me. He says that it burns down fast because the wood is old, and then he says that the wood is old, which is the same fact walking past twice, and he takes his time getting there both times, and nobody says anything to him. I sit and watch it, and I do not listen to him. He is slow and I am cold, and I have decided in advance that there is nothing in it, because there is something wrong with that fire, and it is not the wood. Down at the base of the pit, where a load of black polearm shafts have been shoved in whole, there is a place the color of a summer apricot, and it has been that color for a while. I pull one of the black shafts out with a bar. It is not wood, it looks like wood, and it takes a splinter like wood, and it weighs about 1/3 of what wood weighs, and the burnt end of it is white, and it is still burning after I have laid it on the metal. Rin comes over and looks and asks what I have got. I tell her I have got a stick, and she says she can see that, and I say yes, but this one is a stick that hates me personally, and she takes it off me and drops it, because it has gone through my rag and into her palm. So we start pulling the black ones. There are hundreds of them lying about because you cannot sell a shaft and you cannot eat it, and they have been walked over for a century by people looking for edges. Then I go and get 4 shield backings, which are curved and about the size of a door, and I stand them on edge in a ring with the open side to the wind that comes down the chute all night. Ott tells me the wind comes down the chute all night. I say that I know. That is the whole trick. It is not clever. Anybody who has ever built a fire in a yard in winter knows it, and nobody here has ever built a fire in a yard because nobody here was ever hired to. The black shafts go in low, the shield backings hold the heat in and throw it forward, and about the time the 3rd one catches, the fire stops being an idea and becomes a fact. It goes from a foot to 4 feet in the time it takes Beck to walk over and stand there with his mouth open. 30 people move in on it at once. Somebody actually says out loud that it is hot, like a man reporting a crime. Hess, who whistles through a gap in his teeth when he thinks, whistles for about a minute solid without noticing he is doing it. And I sit there getting warm for the first hour since I fell out of the sky, with my hand open on my knee, and the cut in it starting to hurt now that it has thawed, and I do the only sum I care about. Heat is the thing you cannot get here. I have just made some. Up on the rim, in an office with a window that looks down into all of it, a clerk asks Quartermaster Sorrel Dane why the armory does not simply burn Rustfall out. She is writing on the edge of a plate with a chalk, and she does her numbers backwards, from the last figure to the first, which is a thing you do when you already know the answer and are checking somebody else's arithmetic. She does not stop writing. Because it does not burn, she says. Because none of it burns, or dissolves, or rots, or wears. 2,000 years of that, and this is the one hole in the world we have found that will hold it. The clerk says something about the people, and he says it carefully, as a man asks a question he has already been told once not to ask. They go down the same chute, she says, and she writes the last two figures and underlines them both. We do not put things down there in order to destroy them. We put them there because we have never once managed to. The drop comes an hour after first light on the second day, and I learn what a drop is by nearly being underneath it. The crane arm comes out over the rim with a pallet swinging on two straps under it, and the whole dump turns and runs at it. 60 people at a flat sprint across broken steel, uphill, through the long, cold shadow the rim throws at that hour. It is the least sensible thing I have ever watched human beings do, and I am running by the fourth stride myself, because everybody around me is running, and my legs have gone ahead and settled the matter without asking me. A woman ahead of me goes down on a shield edge and comes up bleeding from the shin and keeps going, and does not even look down at it. The pallet lands on the wire, bounces once, and the crate is out from under the straps before it has stopped rocking. Grull is already standing on the crate. He knocks twice on the lid with his knuckles. First pick, he says, and two of his crew take the corners, and that is the end of the conversation and of the food. Nobody argues, and I understand why nobody argues. It is not fear, or not only. It is that everybody has already run their sprint and used up the calories, and arguing costs more. Nella comes off her sled onto her hands to get herself level with the crate, which costs her something to do in front of the lot of them, and asks him for the grain and tells him he can have all the rest of it. Grohl looks at the grain sacks and then at her. First pick is first pick, he says. It does not have a soft edge to it. There are 60 of us in this circle, she says. 12 of them came down this month, and none of the 12 can carry yet. Take the oil and the salt and the tin and leave me the grain, and I will not say one word about it to anybody, ever. A number is not a claim, he says, and then he knocks twice on the crate lid and his crew take the corners with the grain still inside it, and Nella stays where she is, down on her hands, level with the place the crate used to be. So the circle does not eat on the second day, and I have no boots, no chits, and a promise due tomorrow. I do not go and stand in front of Gruhl about the crate. I have nothing to hit him with and no standing to argue from, and a man who takes a crate off you today can take it off you again tomorrow. What I do instead is I go back to my fire and stand on the shield backing and say, loud enough for the flat place to hear it, that anybody who has anything to cook can cook it here. Then I say the terms, because a thing with no price is a thing nobody trusts. Bring what you have. Cook it in my heat. Leave 1 part in 8 of it in the pot for me. If you have nothing to cook, you can still sit down, because the heat is going to be there anyway, and I am not paid by the shiver. Tem does the arithmetic out loud before anybody has moved, which is his function in the world. 1 part in 8, he says, off 40 cookings, is 5 whole meals a day out of a fire that costs you sticks nobody wanted. Then he asks the question that matters, which is what Gruhl is going to say about a third of all that. I tell him that Gruhl can have a third of anything I carry past him, and then I ask him to point out to me the road along which my fire gets carried. Rin gets it before the others do. She puts her forehead down on her knee and laughs until she has to hold her own ribs with both arms, and Hess starts whistling, and half the flat place is watching the other half to find out whether they are allowed to enjoy this. Tim works it through and arrives, and says it out loud to everybody in the voice of a man announcing a change in the law, which in a small way is what it is. This one has no chits, no boots, and no food, Tem says, and he has just sold fire to people who own nothing. They come all day. They bring the things you eat when the crate does not come, which are grain scrapings, rimweed, a rat that Hess has been keeping, and one wet bag of something Doff will not name and eats anyway. An old woman I have not been introduced to comes and holds both hands out flat over the shield backing where the heat rolls off it, and stands there like that with her eyes shut for a long while, not talking to anybody, and after a while she puts them against her own face. By dark there is a pot with 8 portions in it that are mine, and I sit down and eat first in a day and a half, and I make a point of eating it where everybody can watch me do it, because a man who hides what he earns is telling the crowd he is ashamed of the terms. Nella comes and sits on the shield backing next to me with her legs out straight in front of her, and looks into the fire for a while, and then asks me a question that has nothing at all to do with fire, which is whether I can see the rim from here. I tell her that I can see it from here, and so can everybody else, since it is 400 feet straight up and lit all night with other people's lamps. That is the problem, she says. Everybody can see it. Nobody has ever been up it. And she goes off to do the count before I have worked out what she is actually asking me, and I let her go, because there is a fire to bank, and I am tired, and the question does not sound like a question. Gruel comes down to the fire about an hour after full dark, and then he does not come to the fire at all. He stops where the heat stops, which is about 8 feet out, with the bar across his shoulders and his crew somewhere behind him in the dark. He watches 30 people eat sitting down. Nobody invites him in. That is not a decision anybody makes. It simply does not occur to one person there, including me, and it does not occur to us because he is the man who took the crate. He stands there long enough that Ott starts to say something about how the fire has really caught, and gets 4 words into it before Rin puts her hand flat on his arm. Then Gruel walks in and knocks twice on a shield backing with his knuckles and kicks the fire apart. He does it properly, the way you break a fire, so it does not come back. He goes in with the side of his boot and drives the burning shafts out of the ring in 4 directions, and then he puts the shield backings over on their faces, and he does not say one word while he does it, and he is not in a hurry. Nobody moves. 30 people sit exactly where they are with their bowls in their hands, and nobody says anything at all, and I sit there too with a piece of rimweed halfway to my mouth like an idiot in a painting. He walks back out through the dark. Somewhere behind me, one of the scattered shafts is still burning on its own out on the open steel, throwing a long shadow of nobody across the flat place. Then Tim, who has not moved either, says quietly and to nobody that it is a pity because that was 5 meals. I get up, and I do not chase him, and I do not make a speech, because there is nothing to say that would not cost more than the fire did. I pick the shield backings up off their faces. It takes an hour to get it going again, and it goes up faster the second time. And then, when everybody is asleep and the flat place is quiet, I take one of the black shafts out of the fire and carry it up the slope, because there is something I have been thinking about all day, and I have not told anybody, not even Nella. The eye socket of the helmet is a hole in iron about the size of a doorway, set at an angle, going down into the skull. The seam under it is still warm. I go in. Inside, there is a shaft of dark that smells of hot metal and old ash and something Swedish underneath it, and it goes down further than the light of one burning stick can honestly reach. I get down maybe 30 feet, feeling ahead with my feet, and the air gets warmer with every yard of it, and the walls stop being walls and start being the inside of a face. There is a ridge under my hand that runs on for 30 feet and then turns, and it takes me a while to work out that I have been walking along the inside of a cheekbone. At the bottom, there is a floor. It is gray and soft-looking and dead even, as a field looks under snow, and there is no reason on this earth for a floor to be flat inside a thing that fell 400 feet. I put the stick down close to it, and the gray is ash, and under the ash the whole floor of that skull is orange, from wall to wall, banked and sleeping and 100 years old. I take one step out onto it because I cannot help myself, barefoot, and the crust holds for about a second, and then it gives. My leg goes into the shin, and the ash takes it the way water takes a dropped stone. And then the ash stops, and something under the ash does not. I get out of it by throwing myself flat and rolling, which is the thing you are taught at a yard and which no part of your body wants to do, and I lie there on the crust holding a foot, that has stopped being an argument and become a fact. The burn is not the worst I have had. It is the honest kind. The kind you get off a floor plate somebody left in the sun, and it will be a week of walking badly. I sit up and hold the black shaft out over the hole my leg made. Down inside it, orange. A fire moves, and this does not. It sits there flat and even all the way across, as a thing sits when it has been sitting a very long time and has no plans to stop on my account. There is a forge under the ash. It is the floor of a god's skull with 100 years of coals in it, banked under their own ash, as a smith banks a fire on the Saturday, so it is still alive on the Monday. Except that nobody has come back on the Monday since before my grandmother was born, and the fire has just gone on quietly doing the one thing it was built to do, in the dark, under a face, with nobody to do it for. I get up the shaft with my leg wrong, and I sit on the lip of the eye socket in the dark until the sky goes gray, and I do not go and wake anybody up because I want to be certain, and because a man who wakes up 60 starving people to show them a warm rock is a man they will not follow twice. At first light I bring Nella and Tem, and Rin comes because Rin is not the sort of person you leave behind on purpose. Getting the sled down is impossible, so Nella goes down the shaft on her hands and forearms with Rin taking her weight on a rope, and she does it with her jaw shut, and she does not permit one word about it from anybody at the top or the bottom. Then the three of them stand on the floor of the skull with the ash scraped back in a strip the length of a table, looking at 100 feet of live coal, and I get the 3 reactions I expect from those 3, in the order I expect them. Tem starts counting. He counts along the strip in paces and gets to 7 and starts again from the other end because he does not believe the first count. Rin puts her hand out flat over it, at about waist height, and then takes it back very fast and says a word that Ott would not repeat, and then she says it again with more feeling. Nella says nothing for a while, then she asks me the only question that matters, which is what it is for. So I show her, because that is a question a man answers with his hands and looks like a fool answering with his mouth. I have been carrying a broken blade around with me since the day I landed. It is a cavalry sword with a crack running up out of the ricasso about 1/3 of the way to the point, dead as a doorknob, worth nothing to anybody down here, and about 11 marks up top as an ingot. I dig a bed in the ash with a shield edge, lay the blade in it, and heap the coals back over. Then we sit and wait, and Tem asks how long, and I tell him that is the wrong question. The question is what color. It comes up through the reds, and I do not touch it. It goes over into orange, and I still do not touch it. At the point where it is the yellow of straw and starting to be argued with by the ash, I take it out with 2 bars and lay it on the flat of a shield with the crack facing up. Then I hit it with a lump of god iron on a haft I have wrapped with rag, and the crack closes, and everybody in that skull jumps, because it is the first hammer blow anyone has heard in Rustfall in living memory. 9 blows and a fold. The crack goes from a line to a shadow to nothing at all, and I hold it up against the orange to be sure, and then I quench it in a shield full of slag water, and the steam goes up the shaft over our heads like the skull is exhaling. It takes me a bad hour to grind the edge back on a slab of stone with water from the same shield, and the whole time nobody leaves, and by the finish there are a dozen people down there who were not invited, sitting on the cheekbone in the dark, watching a man make a sword out of a sword. Tem says it at the top of his voice, standing on the ridge, holding his tally stick like a torch. In 100 years, he says, everything that ever came down that chute has been broken up, sold on, worn out, or buried. He says that this is the first thing on this dump that anybody has ever mended. He makes them say it back. He is that kind of old man. A dozen people in a dead god's head say the word mended out loud at 7 in the morning, and Rin laughs, and Nella does not, and I get on with the grinding. Then I set the terms before anybody can start assuming them, because a thing without a stated price is a thing people fight over later. The forge is common, I tell them. Anybody can bring metal to it. There is no third, no cut, no toll on the road. What it costs is work, and work means somebody carries fuel, somebody cuts ash, somebody stands the night watch on the crust, so the next fool who falls in does it in front of witnesses. Somebody asks what happens if a man brings nothing. He works, I say. Then he is not bringing nothing, is he? 6 people put their hands up before I have got the sentence finished. Doff is one of them, still in my boots, and he has the decency to look at them while he does it, and I let him keep them, because a man who owes you footwear works harder than a man who owes you nothing. OT is the 7th. Odd explains to me that the forge is going to need fuel, and that if the forge needs fuel, then somebody is going to have to bring it, and that the person who brings it will need to know where the fuel is. He gets to the end of it. Then he starts on the black shafts, and tells us that they are the ones that burn, and I say yes, and he says that they burn better than the other ones, and there is a pause of the sort you could park a cart in, and Rin looks at the wall. I say nothing. I am busy, and he is slow, and I have a promise to keep before the sun is properly up, and I file him under things to deal with later, and I want it on the record that this costs me nothing at all today. On the 3rd day, in front of the whole flat place, I put a finished sword into Gruel's hand. I do it the way you hand a man a tool, and not the way you hand a man a trophy, flat across both palms, edge away from him. He turns it over. He looks up the length of it. He tries the balance, and whatever else he is, he knows what he is holding, because his face does a thing his face was not designed for. Where, he says. I say that it was here. It has been here the whole time. It came down about 40 years ago with a crack in it, and it has been lying under sheeting on the north face ever since, and I mended it, and it is his, as promised, on the day promised. He knocks twice on the flat of the blade with his knuckles. Then he says, without any change of tone at all, that he wants the helmet. I ask him what he wants it for. He says it does not matter what for, and that first pick is on everything that lands, and that the helmet landed. It has been landed for longer than anybody here has been alive, he says. So the helmet is his, and everything inside it is his, including whatever it is that sends the man from the yard up out of it at dawn, smelling of hot iron. So he has been watching me. That is fair enough. I would have been watching me too, and I should have assumed it 2 days ago, and I did not, because I had decided in advance what sort of thinking a man that size does. Nobody carried the helmet past you, I say. Your law is on what goes past. That thing went past nobody. It came down out of the sky and made its own hole, and it was here before your grandfather picked up a bar. There is a silence on that slope with about the brigade standing in it, and the only sound in all of it is a sheet of something shifting 1/4 of an inch on the north face and settling again. Gruel looks at the sword in his hand and then at me, and I watch him decide not to settle it this morning, and I understand exactly why. And it is not mercy. It is that he has just been handed proof that I can make things, and a man who can make things is worth more standing up. You have until the tide, he says. 9 days, then the head is mine and you can work in it for a 3rd. He knocks twice on nothing at all, which is a thing he does when he is finished, and he walks off down the slope carrying the first whole object made on this dump in 100 years, and about 30 people watch him carry it. Rin says loudly that it is a lovely sword and that it took 9 blows. Tem says 9 blows and a fold, and corrects her twice, and the correction goes down the slope ahead of Gruel the entire way. The stack goes over in the middle of the afternoon. It is a bad one, on the north face, where the sheeting has been sitting on end since before I came, and it goes the way stacks go, which is with about 1.5 seconds of warning that only means anything if you have spent 8 years listening for it. I get 4 people off the low side by shouting. I do not get Nella because Nella is not on the low side. She is at the top, at the lip of the pit, on the sled, doing exactly what she does all day, which is watching where everybody else stands. The sheeting comes off the face and takes a beam with it, and beam is only what we call it because we have no other word for the thing. It is a rib of plate off a god's cuirass, 20 feet of it, a hand thick, and it comes down across the sled and across her. 8 men get on it inside a minute, and I want that understood. This place is not soft, and it is not slow. 8 men, hands under the edge, on 3, and the beam does not move a hair, and one of them tears something in his back and sits down. She is not screaming. That is worse. She is up on her elbows with the whole weight of a god's rib across her thighs and the strapped leg under it at an angle, and she is telling Rin, in a completely level voice, where to put the next rope. I go for a lever, and there is no lever. There is 100 years of the finest steel in the world lying in every direction, and not one bar in it that will not fold, because everything on the surface is cracked, spent, or thin, which is precisely why it is here. The only iron in Rustfall that is any good is 30 feet down a hole in a dead god's face, under 100 years of ash, at a temperature that has been sitting there since before anybody alive was born. I get down the shaft in about the time it takes to fall down it. There is a bar in there, a real one, a length off a god's pike that I put into the coals at first light to see what heat would do to it, and it is lying in the middle of the bed, and it is straw yellow along its whole length. There is nothing to lift it with. The 2 bars I used in the morning are up at the top of the shaft where I left them, on the slope, next to Nella. I want to say I thought about it. I did not think about it. I put my right arm into the coals to the elbow, and I take the bar, and I come out. The pain arrives about 4 steps up the shaft, all at once, as a bell arrives. I do not remember the climb. I remember arriving on the slope with a straw yellow bar in a hand I could not feel, and every single person on that face turning round to look at the light of it. We set it under the rib with a plate for a fulcrum. 6 on the long end, Rin at the head, Hess counting because Tem's voice has gone. The rib comes up 4 inches, which is enough, and they take her out from under it on a shield, and she is alive, and her strapped leg is as broken as it was yesterday, and no worse, which on this dump counts as a miracle with paperwork. Then the bar goes down, and I go down with it, and I sit in the shale with my arm out in front of me like something I have been asked to hold for a friend. It is black to the elbow. The skin has gone in 3 places, and all of it is the color of the inside of a stove. Rin gets slag water over it, and I make a noise I'm not proud of, and somebody puts a rag between my teeth, and I lie back and look at the sky and wait for it to stop mattering. It does not stop mattering, and what it does instead of stopping is that it begins, under everything else and quite distinctly, to itch. The burn is moving. Under the black, all along the forearm, lines are coming up out of the meat in flat gray, the color of nothing, and they are straight, and they are turning corners, and nothing in a burn turns a corner. By the time Tem has got his breath back and pushed through, there is a mark on my arm from the wrist to the inside of the elbow, and the mark is letters, in exactly the flat gray the stone used in the hall at Kethering, and it is telling me things. It says sorting, under that it says reclaimed mass, and after that it says nothing out of 500 kilos, and I look at that for a while with my arm cooked black to the elbow, and understand that I have been given a bucket, and under it, in the same gray, in the same voice as the stone that priced me at 6 coppers in front of 200 men, it says that the arm was not a requirement. It says that the arm was a demonstration, and that demonstrations are accepted. I lie in the shale and laugh, and it hurts so much that I have to stop, and Rin asks me what, and there is no possible way to answer her. Nella has them carry her over. She will not be put down anywhere except beside me. She looks at the arm a long moment, and then she does something I do not expect, which is that she turns her head and says it to the whole slope, instead of to me. He went into the coals with his arm, she says. There was nothing to lift the bar with, and he did not stand there and think about it. She says the number of men who were already on that beam, and she says how far the beam moved with all 8 of them on it, and she lets everybody do the sum themselves. 60 people on a slope of broken swords do that sum at the same time, and I lie there under it with my ears going, and I understand that something has changed on this dump today, and that I am not going to be allowed to be a stranger on it anymore. The gray letters shift while I am watching them. The mass line stays. The sorting line stays. Under them both a new line comes up, 1 word on its own, and it is not a word for anything I did today. It comes off a form. It is the sort of word a clerk writes on a docket up top when goods are being taken back off somebody who was not entitled to them, and I lie there in the shale in a field of other people's broken swords, with my arm cooked to the elbow, reading it. One word: reclaim, nothing under it and nothing after it. The arm goes from black to red to something you could show a doctor in about a day, and the letters stay, and at first light on the 6th day, I go up the north face to find out what a bucket is actually for. I put my branded hand flat on a stack of sheeting. Nothing happens for the length of a breath. Then a seam comes up through the rust, pale gray, about a finger wide, running down the pile and around a corner and stopping. I follow it. It goes through 4 layers of dead plate and ends on a curved section the size of a door, and when I get the dead stuff off it, the piece underneath is a shoulder cop off some kind of heavy harness, and the rust on it is a 1/4 inch thick, and under the rust it is perfect. That is all it does. It does not lift. It does not cut. It does not melt 1 gram of anything. What it does is tell me, through the skin of my hand, which of the 10,000 tons under my feet is still alive. I try everything else with it that morning because I am not a patient man about tools. I put my hand on a cracked blade and ask it to close. I hold a bar and think at it. I say the word on my arm out loud, twice, feeling like an idiot on both occasions. The letters do not move. Reclaimed mass, nothing out of 500 kilos, and a bucket with no handle on it. Fine. A man who stands on a slope complaining about the tool he was handed is a man who has never worked with anybody. But there are 7 people on that face by mid-morning watching a gray seam come up out of 100 years of rust like a tide line drawn on a wall, and by noon there are 30. And Beck has brought the barrel up the slope because the trade has moved. What changes is not the thing anybody expects. On this dump you find good steel the way you find a coin in a gutter, which is by kicking through all of it. 6 haulers work a face from dark to dark, take down 2 tons, and get maybe 40 pounds worth carrying to the flat place. Now I walk the face first with my hand out, and I mark it. And everything marked is worth taking, and everything unmarked is not. The digging does not get faster. The digging stops being a gamble, and a gamble is the most expensive thing anybody down here owns. Tim is onto it before anybody else. He stands at the flat place with his stick and counts what comes in all day, and at dusk he climbs up on a shield and gives the figure to the circle in the voice of a man reading out a verdict. 9 hauls a day, he says. That is what this circle has done every day for 3 years. It has been 9, and once it was 11, and every single person here remembers the day it was 11. Then he gives them the day's number, which is 27, and he says it twice because he is that kind of old man, and Rin puts both arms in the air, like she has personally won something, and 40 people make a noise that carries a long way in a place with nothing in it to soak up sound. Somewhere in the middle of all that the strangers arrive. They come from the south heaps and the pipe field, crews we have nothing to do with, and they stand off at 40 feet and watch a man walk a slope with his hand out in front of him. Rin asks whether she should move them on. She is holding a drag hook while she asks it, in the manner of somebody hoping very much for a particular answer. I tell her no. Then I do the thing that every foreman I ever worked under would have called giving the trade away, which is that I wave them in and show them. Because this is the truth about my hand, and I say it out loud on that face with the circle listening to me say it. The brand tells me which piece. It does not tell me one thing a good eye could not learn in a season, and I have had 8 years of nights to learn it, and most of it can be handed over in an afternoon. So I hand it over. The color of the fracture face, which comes up silver gray on live steel and biscuit brown on spent. The ring you get by knocking one piece against another and actually listening, which nobody down here has ever done because nobody down here has ever had a reason to. And the weight for the size, which is the one that catches everybody out. I take a lump of dead cuirass and a lump of live cuirass, the same size to look at, and I put one in each of Hess's his hands and tell him to shut his eyes. Hess whistles through the gap in his teeth for about 4 seconds, and then says the left one, and he is right, and 30 people crowd in to try it, and for 1 hour that face is the least productive it has been all week, and the loudest it has been in years. A big gray-faced man from the pipe field watches all of it without saying anything. Then he comes over, puts out a hand, says he is called Vard, and asks whether the cutter has a name, which is the moment. Everybody down here knows what everybody else is called, and what everybody is called is where they fell from, or what got broken, or whatever the rim wrote on the docket. The pipe field foreman came across 2 heaps to name me by the trade. Kai Brandt, I tell him. He says it back once to fix it, and then he asks whether the cutter would come and walk their face on a day when the cutter has 1 going spare, and he offers 1/3 of whatever comes up, which is the going rate for a miracle in these parts. I tell him he can have it for nothing and that he can bring his own eyes. He looks at me for a while like a man checking a coin with his teeth, and then he goes back across the heaps and tells his crew, and I can hear them from where I stand. Up on the rim, in the loading office, Week lays a blade on a felt cloth in front of Captain Aldrich Wren, takes his hands off it, and wipes them on a handkerchief, although he has touched nothing since the felt. Restored, he says. Recovered off the deep faces, cleaned, made good, 40 marks and no questions about provenance, since provenance in that pit is a philosophical matter. Aldrich holds it up to the window and turns it in the light. Then he tells the clerk beside him to enter it as a personal find rather than a purchase, and he calls the clerk the assessor, and the clerk, who has a name, writes it down and says nothing. Week says the guild has been buying a great deal of restored lately. Aldrich says the guild buys what it has always bought, and that the difference is that somebody down there has finally learned to clean it, and he says it with the satisfaction of a man complimenting his own eye. That evening at the fire, somebody asks me what I did to end up on the chute, and I tell them, because it is not a story that improves with keeping. I give them the haul at Kethering, and the stone, and the 6 coppers, and Aldrich taking the summoning blade off my palms the way you take a knife off a child. And Rin, who is eating, stops eating. "What blade?" she says, and puts her bowl down on the plate beside her without looking at where she is putting it. I describe it. Straight, a hand and a half of grip, plain cross, a groove down 2/3, and a dull ring to it when you tap it. Rin gets up and walks about 20 feet into the dark and comes back and drops something across my knees. It is the same blade. It is not a similar blade. It is the identical pattern down to the dull ring, sharpened badly on one side, with dried mud on the last 4 inches, because Rin has been using it as a stake to hold her drag rope on the loose face. Tem takes it off me and turns it over and says what goes round the whole flat place before the fire is out. "Shoot casting," he says. "They come down in bundles of 11. They have come down in bundles of 11 since he was young," he says, "and the circle melts them for the tin in the crossguard, because there is nothing else in one of them worth the walk over to pick it up." So I sit there in front of 60 people with the object I was disarmed for lying across my knees, holding a piece of dried mud that has come off it. Doff laughs first and then apologizes for laughing, which makes it considerably worse. Hess whistles. Rin, who is merciless, wants to know whether they needed both hands to take it off me, or whether one was enough. Then she wants to know whether I would like it back. Then she offers to sharpen it. Then she offers, very seriously, to have it blessed. I let it go round. It takes a quarter of an hour to reach every hand at that fire, and by the finish I have watched a man 400 feet over my head lose something he does not know he had, and I have not laid a finger on him. Then Tem asks the question that stops the laughing, which is what a guild captain thinks he is carrying on his hip, if he thinks that is a summoning blade. Nobody at that fire has an answer. I file it under things to find out, and the fire burns down, and the flat place goes quiet. Nella waits until the others have gone. She comes off the sled onto the shield backing with her legs out straight and looks up, which is a thing she does that nobody else here does, because everybody else stopped looking up years ago. "We could get a rope on the chute," she says, and I am half asleep with my arm in a sling made out of somebody else's shirt, so I ask her what for. She tells me. It comes out in order, and it has numbers in it, which means she has been building it in her head for a good while, and this is the first night she has judged me worth saying it to. "Cut steps," she says. 400 feet of wall, 100 years of plate lying about to bolt onto it, and the circle with nothing to do between tides. She has counted the wall in sections. She makes it 2 years of work. 2 years is nothing, she says, when it is the only 2 years anybody down here has ever had a use for. And I say later, I do not say no. I say that the face is producing, that we have 9 days before gruel comes for the head, that I need heat and mass and a second forge before anything else in this world, and that we will cut her steps when there is something to cut them with. She sits with that for a moment. Then she says, in a completely ordinary voice, that she has been told later by much better liars than me, and she gets back on the sled and goes off to do the count. Gruel comes for his third before that night is out, which is exactly right of him, and which I do not understand at all while it is happening. The flow past his post has tripled. That is arithmetic a man can do standing up in the dark. So he comes up the slope with 4 of his crew, and he does not come to the fire, and he does not go near the helmet. He goes to the sorted heap. The sorted heap is all of what I am. It is 2 days of marked live steel, stacked and covered on the flat, the beginning of the mass for the number on my arm, and it is sitting there because there is nowhere else in Rustfall to put it. 1/3, he says, and knocks twice on the top plate, and behind him his crew are already spreading out along the edge of it, in a way that tells me the order was given before they came up the hill. I tell him the third is on hauls, and that this has not been hauled anywhere, it is sitting where it was sorted. I hear myself using the same trick I used on him about the fire, and I know while I am saying it that a trick used twice is a trick the other man has had a week to think about. He has. He says everything on the flat place was carried there, and that carrying is hauling, and that he has watched it come past him for 2 days out of politeness. And I go at him. That is the honest word for it. No plan, no weapon, a scrap cutter with 1 working arm and a burn from wrist to elbow, and I get in front of a man who has held the bottom of that slope for years, and I put both hands on his bar. He beats me with everybody watching. It takes very little time. He does not use the bar, which I understand afterwards is all of the point being made, and he does not lose his temper once, and he stops when I am down and stays stopped. I get up twice. The second time is worse than the first, because by the second time, every person on that flat place has already seen how it ends. Then his crew take the covers off and load the heap, all of it, and it goes down the slope past the fire and past the barrel and past 60 people who do not move, and Gruel walks behind it and does not look back at me once. Nothing clever happens. I want to be plain about that. There was no trick in my pocket, and I did not let him take it, and I lie on my side on a slope of broken swords and watch 2 days of work go downhill in the dark. Rin gets to me first and starts on my face with slag water. Nella comes and does not say a single word. Tem stands there with his stick and for once in his life does not count anything out loud. And this is where I make the mistake. Lying there with my mouth full of blood and my opinion of that man arranged very neatly in my head where I can admire it. He took the heap because he means to take the head next. A man who says nothing is a man with nothing going on behind his face. The whole of him is grip and appetite and a law he inherited. Simple animal, simple plan, and I will build against the plan. He knocked twice on the plate before he spoke, as he does. He gave me the tide as a deadline, and then came early for something else instead, which is not what an appetite does. There is a person in there doing arithmetic, and I have watched him do it twice now, and both times I have decided there is not. Beck comes and stands over me with the tin cup, which is his way of offering a thing, and I drink it and give it back. Then I get up on one elbow and say it loud enough for the whole flat place to hear me. 9 days, I say. The next tide. On the day the sky opens, I am taking that post out of the ground, and I am taking it in daylight, with everybody watching, and I am carrying it up this slope myself. Somebody down by the barrel laughs. It is not a cruel laugh. It is the laugh of a man who has just heard something impossible and would like, very much, to be standing somewhere he can see it. 8 days. Tem says at dusk, and he says it every dusk after that, standing on the same shield, whether anybody has asked him or not. He has appointed himself to it and nobody voted. He gives the day's hauls first, then the running total of marked mass, then the days left until the sky opens, and he does the three in that order because he has decided that is the order of importance. 80 kilos out of 500, he says, and 8 days, and then he climbs down off the shield with his knees complaining, and everybody goes back to what they were doing, having been told. The number on my arm goes up when the marked steel comes into the flat place, and not 1 gram before, which I find out by carrying a piece halfway and putting it down again to see what happens. And what happens is nothing, and Rin watches me do it and asks whether I am well. Here's the problem with 100 feet of live coal in the floor of a dead god's skull. It is a floor. You cannot pour a floor into anything. What I have is heat lying down, and what I need is heat standing up in one place with air going through it. So we build a hearth, and every single piece of it comes off somebody, and that is all of that week. The pit itself is easy because the ash scrapes and the skull floor under it is flat. The walls are shield backings, stood on edge 4 deep, and those come off the shelters at the flat place, which means 12 people sleep in the wind for 8 nights so that a hole in the ground can have a lip. Doff gives his up before I have finished asking and says he has boots, and I take that on the chin in front of them all because I have it coming. The flue is the difficult one. A hearth wants a draft pulled through it, and 140 feet of skull is a chimney if it is a chimney and a coffin if it is not, and for 2 days I do not know which, and neither does anybody else, and we work in there anyway. The helmet is a chimney. The wind that comes down the chute all night goes across the eye socket and pulls, and if you open the ear canal at the same time, the whole head breathes, and you can feel it on your face going in one hole and out the other. Ott told me the wind comes down the chute all night. He told me on my first night, and then he told me again, and I remember being irritated by the second one. The tuyere is a god's pipe. A hollow rib section off something that used to carry oil, and getting it out of the north face takes 6 men most of a day, and Beck's barrel hoop for a clamp. Beck hands the hoop over on one condition, stated out loud in front of witnesses, which is that his barrel is the first thing repaired on this dump when there is ever an hour going spare. Tem writes it on nothing and repeats it back, which is how a contract works down here. Ott brings me his coil of wire without being asked and stands there while I use it, and explains that the wire is good for binding things, and that he has had it a while, and that it is the sort of wire that holds. I say thanks and get on. He waits about 4 seconds for something else, and then goes off to carry ash. The hearth is standing by the 4th evening. It is knee-high, 4 feet across, ugly as a boil, and when we open the ear canal and let the head breathe, the bed of it goes from orange to white in the time it takes to walk round it. White is not a color I have had access to in my life. White is what you get in a real works, in a city, behind a door somebody pays to keep shut, and I stand in front of it in a dead god's face with a shield for a wall and cannot get my breath. Tem behind me says 180 out of 500 and most of a week, and asks whether the white is dangerous, and I tell him it is only dangerous to people, and he writes that down on nothing as well. The second thing I make in that hearth is not for the mass. Nella's sled runs on 2 lengths of scabbard iron that were bent when she got them and are worse now, and she has been dragging a quarter of her own weight sideways for a year without mentioning it. I take them off her and she lets me, which takes her about a minute to do, and I straighten them hot and put a proper turn on the front so they climb instead of digging, and I case the underside with a slick gray plate off a greave. Then I forge her a grab hook. The one she has been using is a bent bar. This one has a throat and a hook and a swivel on it, and it took me most of a night, and when I put it in her hands, she turns it over twice and does not answer about it at all. She gets on the sled and goes down the flat place and comes back up it, and then she does it again faster, and then she goes out along the loose face where the shale runs and comes back along it at a speed that stops conversation. The circle is watching, and it has been watching since the first hammer stroke, because a sled is a thing everybody here understands the price of. I have not been afraid of that face since I was 21, she says loudly, to nobody in particular, and to all of them. That is a lie, and everybody here knows it is a lie. I have been afraid of it every day for a year, and I am not afraid of it now. Rin whoops. Hess whistles. Tem announces that the sled has done the flat place in under half the time it did yesterday, and that this is worth 2 haulers a day, and starts converting 2 haulers into water, and gets to a number that makes Beck sit down. That night, the circle eats sitting round the hearth mouth inside the skull, on plate benches in the white light, and Ott says that it is warm in here, and for once nobody minds, because it is. Up on the rim in the crane house, the shift lead puts a folded slip in front of Uik and says that the pit is organized now. He says there are lines of them going up the faces in order. He says the food gets shared out at 1 fire instead of 5. He says a man was up on a plate 2 nights ago calling numbers out to the whole pit like a market, and that everybody stood there and listened to him. Uik takes the slip, reads it, puts it down, and wipes his hands on the handkerchief, having touched only the slip. Half, he says. Cut the drop by half and keep the chits the same, and put it about that the guild has trimmed the allowance because the guild is a very long way away, and I am not. The shift lead asks whether there is anything else, and Week says no and waits until the door is properly shut behind him. Then he takes a glass bottle out of his coat. It is whole, unchipped, with the stopper still in the neck of it, and he sets it on a shelf at the back of the hut alongside 11 others, and turns it a little until it is facing the same way as the rest. The drop comes on the 8th day at half. Beck puts the water price up to 3 chits without being told to, because the water comes out of the same crate, and nobody argues with Beck, because Beck did not do it. Nella spends that evening working out who gets what, down on her hands over a plate with Tem and no lamp. 12 came down the chute this month, and none of the 12 can carry yet. She feeds those 12 first and takes the difference off her own portion and does not mention it, and Tem mentions it to me later, and I tell him I already know. That is also the day Ott wrecks the shift, and I would like it noted that the 2 things happen within about half a day of each other, and that a hungry man is not a fair judge of a slow one. We have the first mold ready, sand and crushed shale in a frame, and a bed of marked steel in the hearth coming up through orange, and the whole thing has to happen in the space of about 40 minutes, or it does not happen at all. I put Odd on the ash line, which is one job, which is to keep the ash off the bed, while 3 of us are on the bars. And when the bed comes up to color, I shout for the ash, and Ott begins to tell me about the ash. He tells me that the ash has been building up over on the far side. He takes his time getting to the far side. Then he tells me that the ash builds up because the draft comes across. And he tells them that the draft comes across because the ear canal is open, which is a thing I know because I opened it. 6 of us stand there with bars in our hands and the color going off the bed while a slow man explains our own chimney to us. We lose the heat. We do not lose all of it, only enough that the mold stands cold in its frame all evening with nothing to put in it, and the marked steel goes back on the pile, and everybody goes to bed on half a crate. I do not say anything to him. I stand there with a bar in my hand, and I do not say one word to Ott, and I do not say one word to anybody else about Ott either, and I go and sit on the cheekbone in the dark and hold my own temper like a full cup. Holding a thing is not the same as putting it down, and any man who has carried a full cup a long way already knows what happens at the end of the walk. Gruel shuts the hall route on the 7th evening. He does not come up and announce it. He puts his post across the neck of the gully where everything from the north face has to come through, and he sits 4 of his crew on it. And that is the announcement. The route is the only sensible way down off that face with a load. Everybody knows it. It has been the only way for a century, which is exactly why he can sit on it. I go and look at it for a while from about 80 feet up, and then I go and look at the helmet, and then I go back and look at the gully again, and Rin comes with me the second time and asks me what I am doing, and I say, I am measuring a man's shoulders. The ear canal of that helmet is a tube you can walk a loaded sled through, and it comes out on the low side of the gully, past the post, 40 feet beyond it. It has been there the whole time. Nobody has ever used it as a road because nobody ever had a reason to be in the head. We open both ends properly with bars, lay a floor of flat plate down the length of it, and by the next morning the entire output of the north face is going through a dead god's ear and coming out below Gruel's post at a pace that Tem describes as unseemly. Gruel walks up the gully at noon and stands at the empty neck of it and looks at nothing coming through, and then he walks the long way round the outside of the helmet to the low side and stands there and watches loaded sleds coming out of a hole in a skull. The ear canal narrows at the second bend. I measured it on purpose. A loaded sled goes through, Rin goes through. I go through with my shoulders turned. Grull does not go through, and everybody standing on the low face at noon works that out at the same moment. Rin laughs first, which is her office in this world. Then it goes up the slope in both directions, and then about 60 people are laughing at the bottom of a pit at a man with an iron bar, and he stands in it and takes it, and he does not knock twice on anything. He looks at me across the low face for a long moment while all of that is going on around him, and then he shoulders the bar and goes back up the gully to a post with nothing coming through it. On the 9th morning, the arm reads 500 out of 500, and then it stops reading 500 and reads something else. The word sorting goes out. The word melt comes up in its place, and under it a line I have to read 3 times because it says one item at a time and it says small, and then it says in the same flat gray that a bucket is a bucket. I try it on a cracked spearhead and the thing goes down into a pool of bright metal in the palm of my hand without heat that I can feel in about 4 seconds, and I stand there in a god's skull with a spoonful of liquid steel in my hand, shaking like a boy. We pour that evening. Everybody comes. I want to say I told them not to, and they came anyway, and that is not what happened, because I called them in myself, and I want that counted against me later. The bed is white. The mold is closed and clamped with Beck's hoop. Hess is on the tilt bar with me, and the other 4 are on the frame, and I do the pour myself, because it is mine to do. The mold cracks along the pin line about 2 seconds in. It does not burst. It opens, as a bad seam opens, and about half of that pour goes sideways and low across the floor of the skull in a bright sheet, and it finds the shale and the wet in it, and comes back up at us as spatter. Hess takes it on the inside of the forearm, from the wrist to just below the elbow, and I hear it before I see it, because a man makes a particular noise. We get him in the slag water. Rin gets his sleeve off with a knife and does not let him look at it. The rest of the pour goes on the floor and cools there in a puddle the shape of a country, worth about 1/3 of the mass on my arm, and worth exactly nothing now. Nobody says anything to me. That is the worst of it. 60 people stand in a dead god's head and watch a man they have started to believe in put a cup of white metal into a hole in the ground, and not one of them says a word about it. Hess asks, through his teeth, whether the other half of it went in the mold. I tell him it did, and that it will be a bad one. He nods and says he would like to see it anyway when it comes out. I do not explain what went wrong, and I do not tell them it was the sand, and I do not stand there and take them through the pin line. There is a version of me that would have. The mold cracked because I let it be made by men who had never made one, and I checked it once, and once was the number I chose. Tem is standing at the mouth of the socket. He does not announce anything. He has his stick in his hand and he is looking down at me, and behind him the sky over the rim is going the color it goes. Then the siren starts up on the crane house, 400 feet over our heads, which is a sound I have heard exactly once, on the day I came down here in the load. It is the 9th day. It is the day I stood up on one elbow with my mouth full of blood and named in front of the lot of them, out loud, in daylight. I am standing shin deep in a lake of cooling waste in the bottom of a skull, holding an empty ladle, with a man being carried out past me on a shield and an iron post, still standing in the ground at the neck of the gully with somebody else's name on it, and above us, the sky opens. The siren goes for about 40 seconds and then stops. And after it stops, there is a quiet on that dump of a kind I have not heard since I came down, because every single person in it is standing still and looking up. I have until the load starts moving to put 60 people where they will not be under it. I have been thinking about this for 8 days and I have it down to 3 things, and I say the 3 things once, loudly, from the top of the hearth wall. Nobody runs at it. Nobody runs at anything until I say so. And whatever anybody is holding, they hold on to it, because a dropped sack under a tide is a man bending down. Then I put them where I want them, in 4s, along the 2 lines I have marked in ash on the plate all week, and I have to turn Hess round with both hands because his arm is bandaged, and his instinct has been running him uphill for a dozen years. The chute mouth opens on the west wall. The first thing out of it is a wagon axle, and I count to 4 in my head while it falls, and by the end of the 4 I know where all the rest of it is going, long and left, heavy first, then sheeting. I call it. 4 groups move 12 paces and stand where they are told, and the first bar of it comes down about 90 feet to the right of every one of them, and the second load goes long and left and lands on the ash line as water lands in a drain. It goes on for a quarter of an hour. 2,000 years of holy craftsmanship coming out of a hole in a wall, and 60 people standing in a field of it with their arms over their heads, moving when I say, and not one step before. A great sword the length of a boat comes down 40 feet from the third group and buries itself to the crossguard, and everybody in that group screams, and every single one of them is standing where they were told, and every single one of them is alive. When the sky shuts, Tem walks the lines with his stick and his mouth going. He does it twice, up and back, the way Mara used to do the dead, and then he stands in the middle of the flat place and cannot get it out for a moment, and then he gets it out. None, he says. Nobody died, nobody at all. Then he gives them the other numbers instead, because he has to say something, and the something has to have figures in it, and figures are what he has. How many pieces over 300 weight came down, which is 9? How many people have died in a tide on this face in the years he has been counting, which he starts to give as an average, and then abandons, because his voice will not do it. Rin puts her forehead against the flat of a shield and stands there. Doff sits down where he is. Over on the low face, a woman is shouting a name and getting an answer every time and going on shouting it anyway, and nobody tells her to stop. That is the loudest number I have ever heard called on this dump, and the number is nothing at all. It is a hole in the ground where the dead are supposed to be lying. Grull spends the tide standing at his post. He does not take cover, and he does not move his crew, and 2 of them are white by the end of it, and 1 sheet comes down close enough to take the shoulder out of his coat. He does not move for that either. That is a statement, and I understand it perfectly, and it costs him a coat and very nearly an arm, and it is the reason his 4 are still standing at his post instead of somewhere sensible. I go down there while the dust is still coming off the faces, with the circle behind me at 40 paces, because I have not told them to stay, and they are not fools. I am carrying 5.5 feet of god iron with a heel forged onto the end of it. He knocks twice on the post. Today the head is mine, he says, and I tell him no, because the head was never his, and the promise on it was never made. What was made by me, out loud, flat on my back, in front of every person on this face, on the 6th night. He asks what was promised, and he asks it as a man asks who already knows and wants it said where his crew can hear it. That post, I say, out of the ground on the tide in daylight, carried up the slope by me, that is the size of it, start to finish, and there was never one word about you in it. He stands in front of it with the bar in both hands, and behind him his 4 are spread out, and behind me the brigade has stopped at 40 paces, and the arithmetic of that flat place is not what it was 9 days ago, and every man standing on it can feel that through his feet. Then he says a thing I have not expected at all. He says that if he steps aside for a post, he does not hold anything. And he is right. That is the trouble with it. He is entirely right, and he says it plainly without 1 ounce of bluster in it, and I have spent 9 days deciding that this is a man made out of grip and appetite. So I give him the only true thing I have. I tell him I am not taking the road. The gully stays open, the 3rd stays his on everything that comes through it, and he can put a man at the neck with a tally, and I will pay it first, and with everybody watching. What I am taking off him is the post, and nothing else at all, and he can stand where he is and watch me do it. He asks why if he keeps the road. It is a fair question, and it has earned an honest answer, so I give it to him in front of everybody, which is where it belongs anyway. Because I said a day, I say, and I said out loud what I would do on it. There are 60 people standing behind me who have all been told later by better liars than me, and not one of them will believe a word out of my mouth for the next 2 years if I let a named day go by. He looks at that for a while, then Grull steps back 1 pace off his own post in front of his own crew and turns his head and tells the 4 of them to stand where they are. I get the heel of the bar under the base plate and I go on it. That post has been in the ground since before I was born, and it comes up slow, 4 inches at a time, groaning like a tooth, and I go on it again and again while 100 people watch a man dig up an idea. It comes out. It is heavier than it looks, and it looks extremely heavy, and I get it up on my shoulder with the flat across my neck, and my burned arm tells me several things about itself in the first 10 paces. Then I carry it up the slope, all of it, past the barrel and the fire and the mouth of the gully. 400 paces uphill on a face of loose blades with 150 pounds of iron on one shoulder, and nothing clever happening anywhere in it. And then the whole circle comes apart. They have been quiet for 9 days. They were quiet when he took the crate, and quiet when he kicked the fire out, and quiet when he put me on the ground in front of all of them, and they were quiet because quiet was the last thing any of them still owned. They are not quiet now. Rin is up on a plate with both fists over her head. Tem is shouting a number that nobody can hear and nobody wants. Doff is banging a bar on a shield, and 30 other people have gone and found bars. The noise 6 dozen thrown away human beings make in a pit like that goes up the walls and out over the rim into a city that has never once looked down, and I keep walking with the post on my shoulder because I have not got the breath to say anything and because there is nothing that needs saying. I put it in the ground up at the camp, upright in front of the hearth mouth, and that is where it stays. Grohl is at the bottom of the gully with his 4. He watches the whole walk. When it is done, he shoulders the bar and goes off along the low face, and one of his crew says something to him, and he does not answer, and he does not knock twice on anything at all. That same tide puts down a pair of pauldrons about 80 feet from the helmet, and they are small, which is the odd thing about them. Everything else off the courier harnesses is enormous. These 2 are man-sized, light in the hand, a dull gray, with a hairline of pale metal running through the plate like the vein in a leaf. Rin tries a cold chisel on one out of curiosity, and takes a chip off the chisel. I put my branded hand on them, and the brand says nothing at all, which it has not done for anything since the day it came up on my arm. Ott sits down on one to eat. Then he carries it back to the flat place with him for a seat, because it is the right height, and he goes back for the other one the next morning for the same reason, and gets Doff to help him. I walk past both of them a dozen times that week. They are the wrong shape for a hearth wall. There are 2 of them, and they will not take a mark, and I have 500 kilos of dead swords on my mind. I do not think about them again for a long while, because what I do that night is the thing I came down this chute to do without having had the smallest idea of it. 90 swords go into the mold. They do not go in at once, and that is the whole point of it, and it is why the job runs from dark to dark. My arm melts one item at a time and small, and a sword is neither, so every one of them goes into the hearth to come up to color first and then into my hand piece by piece. The metal comes off them into the crucible and the rest stays behind, and the rest is most of it. A spent blade is a spoonful of live steel wrapped in 12 pounds of grave dirt, and when the spoonful is out, what is left is a gray scab in the bottom of the pan that will never be anything again. 90 of them, all night. Tem sits up on the cheekbone from midnight and counts every single one out loud as it goes in, which he does not need to do, and which nobody asks him to stop doing. By the small hours, the whole circle is in there. They come in and sit down along the ridges in the dark, in rows, all the way up the inside of a face, and nobody talks, and the only sounds inside the skull are an old man saying a number and a piece of dead iron going down into a pan. At 43, Hess makes me stop and show him the failed casting off the bad pour, which he has been asking about since the day it burned him. I bring it up and put it in his good hand. It is a lump, the shape of a bad decision. He turns it over and says it is honest work spoiled, and puts it down carefully on the ridge beside him, and tells me to get on. The pour comes at first gray light, with that whole head full of people. I open the crucible, and it goes into the mold in one line without a stutter, and the mold holds, because this one was cut by me into the flat of a shield, and not thrown up out of shale by men who were learning. The steam goes up the socket over their heads and out of a god's eye into the morning, and there is a sound from up on the ridges that I have not heard on this dump before, which is 60 people all breathing in at once. We break it out an hour later. 2.5 feet of blade off a straight-backed curve, one edge, no furniture on it yet at all, still holding the straw color it came out of the sand with, lying on a plate in a dead gray pit in front of 60 dead gray people. It is the only thing in Rustfall that has a color. Rin says a word. Nella comes off the sled to get level with it and stays down there longer than she needs to, with one finger on the flat of it. Tem stops counting for the first time in 9 days. Then he starts again because he cannot help himself, and because this is his office. 90 blades, he says. 90 blades into one, and then he begins converting. Out loud, standing on the cheekbone with the light coming down the socket onto him. 90 shoot castings at tin value is a crate and a half of grain, he says. One clean blade of live god steel at guild prices up top is a thing he does not know and cannot guess at, and he tries 3 numbers and throws all 3 of them away. Then he says the one figure he is sure of, which is that 11 marks was an ingot, and that this here is not an ingot. They are all looking at me, and I know exactly what they are waiting for, because I have been down here long enough to know how everything on this dump has always worked, which is that a thing of value goes up the wall in a bucket and comes back down again as chits. I do not sell it. I stand it point down in the flat place beside the post, and I say what it is for, by item, out loud, so that nobody has to guess and nobody has to come and ask me twice. The first thing it buys is a crate of grain at 6 chits, and it buys it in the morning, because Week will trade for a made blade, and every person here knows he will. The second is water for 8 days at the new price, which is Beck's whole barrel and both of his hoops back to him. The third thing it buys is a table, and I have to stop there, because Tem puts his hand up like a man at a hearing and asks me to say the last one again. So I say it again. A table. Off a wing plate, 11 feet of it, up on legs at the flat place. High enough to get your knees under, with benches, and nobody eats sitting on the ground on this face again. Rin asks who gets to sit at it, and I say all of them, which is a stupid answer, and gets the laugh it has earned, because it is 60 people and 11 feet of plate. Doff points out that 4 of us will be eating in shifts until somebody makes a second table. Then make a second table, I tell him. He says he will, and that is how the second table on Rustfall gets made, by a man wearing my boots, without me putting a hand on it. We eat sitting up at a height on the 15th day, with the post standing in the ground in front of the hearth, and one straw-colored blade lying along the middle of the boards where anybody can put a hand on it going past. And every single one of them does. Not one person walks the length of that table without touching it, including Ott, who touches it twice and then explains to Rin that it is still warm. I am at the far end with a bowl in my hands when Rin puts her chin on my shoulder from behind and tells me to look up. There is a lamp on the rim. Not the crane house lamps, which have burned in the same 3 places every night since before any of us came down here. This one is out on the west arm above the chute mouth, where there is nothing at all to light, and it is not moving. Tem says it has been there since the pour. He says it came on about the time the steam went up out of the eye, and it has not gone off since, and that he did not mention it because everybody was happy. Then the winch starts. The crane cage comes down the wall on the wire in the dark, all 400 feet of it, slowly, in the manner of a thing being lowered by people who fully intend to get it back. It has never come down, not in Tem's life, not in anybody's, and there are men at that table who put their bowls down and stand up as soon as the sound starts, and Nella says one word to Rin, and Rin goes and gets the katana off the boards. It touches at the foot of the wall with a clang that crosses the whole pit and comes back off the far side, and the door of it folds open, and a man steps out onto Rustfall in clean leather boots with the polish still on them. His name is Farron, and he is Week's Factor, which he explains twice, and he keeps his hands behind his back the whole time he is down here so that he never has to decide what to touch. He has come to buy. He says it like a man doing a kindness, standing up on a plate at the flat place with 60 people around him, and the katana lying on the table behind me where Rin put it when the cage came down. 6 chits a blade, he says. Delivered clean, no rust, at the bottom of the wire. For anything of the quality shown last night, it is 6 chits, and paid on the same day, and he says the word same day twice, because somebody has told him that is the part which will land. 6 chits is a crate of grain. That is all of what it is. A crate of grain is 8 people fed for a day if the 8 are honest, and I have watched what the honest ones do with it, so I know exactly what the number means. So I do the other half of the sum out loud, since he has done his half out loud, and it would be rude not to. I loaded God's steel at a yard gate for 8 years, I tell him. Recovered ingot, cleaned, no maker on it, 11 marks each, and I carried them by the armful. That is raw metal in a lump with nothing done to it, I say. A finished blade of live God steel is 3 of those at the very worst, and it is never the worst, because a guild will not hang an ingot on a captain's hip, and 1 mark buys a crate of grain up top with change out of it. You are offering me half a mark for 30, I say. Say it to their faces if you like. Every one of them can count, and the one at the end there does it professionally. Farron does the thing men do when the arithmetic is against them, which is to explain that the price reflects the risk of the location, and Tem says, very clearly, from about 10 feet behind him, that the risk of the location is at this moment standing in the middle of it wearing polished boots. That gets the laugh, and the laugh does considerably more work than the numbers did. Farron says he will convey our position. I tell him to convey it accurately, because I will be checking. Week does not answer for 2 days, and then he answers. The drop does not come. It is not late, and it is not short. The 9th day comes and goes, and nothing moves on the west arm at all, and the crane sits parked with its arm folded in over the rim. Beck puts the water at 4 chits in the morning and stops selling it altogether by the afternoon, because there is nothing coming in to refill against. He sits by the barrel with the cup chained to it and tells everybody who comes over that he is sorry, and he says it about 90 times. There is something about week that I do not understand until that week, and it is Tem who says it out loud, sitting at the end of the table with his stick across his knees while the light goes. He has never once tried to make us poor, Tem says. Poor is no use to him. Poor people trade with whoever comes along. He has spent his whole life making sure we cannot get anything anywhere else, and there is a word for that, and the word is not poor. Dependent, says Nella, from the other end of the boards. That is the one, says Tem, and he taps the table twice with the stick, and nobody at that table eats anything for a while. Now for what I do with that week, and I have to put it down plainly, because there is no version of it anywhere that flatters me. I decide Gruel is coming. He lost a post in front of 100 people. He went off down the low face, and he has not been seen at the neck of the gully since. His 4 are not collecting the 3rd, and there is no toll being taken anywhere on this dump for the first time in 20 years. A man who says nothing while all that is happening is a man getting ready to say something large. That is the entire whole of my reasoning, and I am extremely satisfied with it, and I am so satisfied with it that I do not go and ask him. So I put 20 people on the approaches for a week. We wall the low mouth of the ear canal down to a choke. We put a plate revetment across the flat place on the gully side, sink barbed shafts along the north lip, and stand watches at night in 3s. It is good work. That is the miserable thing about it. It is properly built, it is in the right places, and if anybody had ever come up that gully at us, they would have got precisely nowhere. Nobody comes at all, on any of the 7 days. On the 6th of them, Nella comes into the socket while I am cutting shaft points, and she waits until I have finished the one I am on, which is how she tells me that what is coming next is not urgent and is very bad. 2 of them have not eaten in 3 days, she says. I ask her who, and she tells me. An old man off the south heaps who came down last month. A woman with a bad chest who has been carrying half loads since the spring. Both of them are in the circle. Both of them are mine. I say the thing that comes out of my mouth first, which is that everybody is short because the drop has stopped, and I hear how it sounds while it is still leaving me. Everybody is short, she says. Those 2 are not short. Those 2 are the ones who cannot go out and scratch a meal off the south heaps in a day, because scratching a meal off the south heaps takes 2 people and a sled. And every sled and every pair of hands on this face has spent a week carrying shaft points up a hill, she says. You took the haulers, she says, and not the loafers, and there are no loafers here. You took the 20 who feed the ones that cannot feed themselves, she says, and you did it because you decided in advance what a man was going to do, and you never asked him, and you never asked me. I put the file down, and I do not argue with her, because there is nothing in it to argue with, and I have been alive long enough to know the difference between a thing that went wrong and a thing I got wrong. I take the 20 off the approaches inside the hour. Nella has the sleds out on the south heaps before dark. The old man eats that night, and the woman with the chest eats the next morning, and neither of them says one word to me about any of it, which is worse than if they had. The barricade stays up. I never take it down. Every time I walk past that revetment, I look at it, and it goes on being exactly as well built as it was on the day I finished it. On the 23rd day, the crane moves, and the whole pit sees it. The arm comes out over the rim with a pallet under it, a full one, roped crate and 2 water butts, and every living thing in that hole stops and turns and looks up. It comes down 20 feet and stops. Then it comes down another 20 and stops again. And then it simply hangs there, 80 feet up, turning very slowly on the wire with a full crate of food on it, above 400 people who have had nothing come down in 9 days. There is a man out on the arm with a speaking trumpet. It is Farron. His voice comes off the far wall about half a second behind itself, so everybody hears every word of it twice, which is not an advantage to him. The allowance is restored, he says, on terms. Everything recovered goes up through the master of the chute at his price. No blade, no fitting, and no plate leaves this pit by any other hand. Agree at the foot of the wall and the load comes down. Then he waits, and nothing happens. 400 people stand in a hole in the ground with their heads back, looking up at their own dinner turning on a wire. Nobody agrees. I did not make a speech, and I did not organize it, and I was not asked. 60 at the flat place and 300 more off the south heaps, and the pipe field stand there with their mouths shut. And Vard's crew sit down on the spoil where they are, which is worse than standing. The winch starts up again, pulling in, and the pallet goes up 10 feet. I am already running for the hearth. The hook takes about a few minutes, and it is the ugliest thing I have ever put my hands on. A throat and a point off a bar of live plate, hot short, quenched wrong, on a length of anchor chain out of the north face that Rin and 4 others bring up the slope at a dead run while it is still cooling. There is a spoil ridge under the wall that puts a man 30 feet up. There is a swing on that pallet of maybe 8 feet out and back, because a wire that long always breathes. And there is one thing on the underside of a crane pallet in every yard in the world, which is a lifting eye. So I have 400 people behind me, 80 feet of wall in front of me, about 7 seconds of usable swing, and more practice at throwing a hook onto a moving load than I have had at almost anything else in my life. It goes in on the second throw. Then the chain comes tight and the whole pit takes it, and not one bit of that is me. 40 people are on the chain inside 4 seconds, and 30 more behind them, and there are people on that line who did not know the plan, because there was no plan. The pallet comes off the level and tips and holds. The winch up top keeps pulling, because a winch does not know anything, and for 3 whole seconds the wall of that pit has a crate of food hanging halfway between 400 hungry people and a man with a trumpet, and both ends are pulling. The ropes on the crate go first. It comes apart in the air, and a crate of grain and 2 water butts come down 80 feet onto the spoil ridge, and one butt bursts and the other does not, and the sacks land as sacks land. 400 people go up that ridge over broken steel like water going up a wall. Up on the arm, Farron is still holding the trumpet in front of his face and has not said one thing into it. Rin gets to me at the bottom with both forearms bleeding and a sack across her shoulders, laughing so hard she can barely keep hold of it, and she says it at the top of her voice to every person on that ridge. He took the food off the sky. It was in the sky, she says, and he took it down out of it. We do the count that evening, and it is the best count in living memory. 12 sacks, 1 whole butt, and about half of the other one recovered out of the shale before it could soak away, which Tem calls a resurrection and prices anyway. Nella has it all shared out before dark, and it goes to the 12 who cannot carry first. The old man off the south heaps takes his from her hands and eats it sitting on a bench at a table, and Tem does not price one single thing for the rest of that night. Vard comes over the heaps with 9 of his crew and stands at the end of the second table, not sitting, in the way of a man who has come to say something and would like to go home. He says the pipe field has been on this dump longer than the sorting circle has and has never once eaten off the same boards as it. He goes on that they will eat off it tonight, if that is all right, and Nella tells him to sit down before the grain gets cold, and 10 pipe field men sit down at a table on Rustfall, and Ott explains to 2 of them what the table is made of, at length, and they let him. In the crane hut on the rim, Farron puts an empty tally sheet in front of Week and stands there while he reads it. Nothing came up, Farron says, and none of it from anywhere. Not the pipe field, not the south heaps, not the deep faces. They have stopped bringing it. The pit is trading inside itself now, blade for water and hook for grain, at prices they set among themselves, with an old man keeping the numbers in his head. Week wipes his hands on the handkerchief, although he has touched nothing but paper, and then he gives them a date, flatly, as a man says a thing he has already counted twice. The armory does a count of its own scrapped consecration goods once a year, he says. The count falls on the 8th tide. The 8th tide is the 78th day. Whatever is or is not down there on that day becomes somebody else's difficulty. Farron asks whether that is a long time. It is 9 days at a stretch, says Week, and there are 6 stretches left in it, and he puts the tally sheet face down and squares it with 2 fingers. Grull comes up to the camp 2 nights after the pallet. He comes at the hour when nobody is about, dragging a full sled behind him on his own with the rope over his shoulder, and it is a good load, marked steel off the north face, 400 pounds of it. He puts it down at the edge of the light. Nobody stops him. Rin is on watch, and she comes and gets me, and I come out, and he is standing there with the rope still in his hand. I say his name. He knocks twice on the sled rail. Then he tells me that it is a haul, and that there is no third on it, and that is the entire whole of what he says to me. I start to say something about the post. He is not waiting for it. He drops the rope and turns and goes off down the slope in the dark, with his shoulders up round his ears, and by the time I have got as far as his name a second time, he is past the barrel and gone. There was never any war coming. He was not planning one on the day he took the heap. He was not planning one while I put 20 people on a wall, and he has not planned one since. The whole of that week happened inside my own head, and 2 people paid for it with 3 days. Tim is standing in the mouth of the socket with his stick in his hand. He has watched every bit of it from up there without saying anything, which for him is an act of enormous physical effort. That man has been on this dump 22 years, Kai, he says at Grull's back, quietly, to me. He has taken a third off every load that ever came down that gully. And in 22 years nobody has once asked him to sit down at anything. Then Tem goes off to bed, and I stand at the flat place beside a post I dug out of the ground in front of 100 people, looking at 400 pounds of good steel that a man has left me for nothing. I cannot give it back, and I cannot pay for it, and there is no version of tomorrow in which I get to answer him, because he did not stay long enough for an answer to be a thing that exists. 2 tons takes 9 days, and it comes in on the morning of the second tide, and the brand does not congratulate anybody. It changes one line and puts a price under it, which is what it does instead of talking. Alloy, it says, 10 into 1, a grade up, and under that, where the gate goes, 2 words, which are a true crucible. The tide comes down that same morning, and I do not call it. Nella calls it. She has stood behind me on the sled through 3 of these with her mouth shut, watching where I look before I open mine. On the 24th day, she puts the whole face onto the ash lines herself, in the right order, and I stand at the hearth wall with my hands empty and nothing to do, which is the best feeling I have had in a month. I already know what the gate means, which is why I have spent a week standing at the hearth at night, looking into a pan that is not going to do. What I melt into now is a shield boss with the rim turned up. It holds metal, it does not hold heat, and it will give half a mixed charge back into its own wall. You cannot alloy in a saucepan. 10 different bloods of steel going into one body have to sit together above color for long enough to forget where they came from, and for that, you need a vessel that is thicker than what is in it, and does not care. 40 marks up top. That is the price, and I have seen it written on a gateboard, because we bought them at the yard and cracked them in a season and bought them again. Tem knows where there is one, of course, because Tem has been standing at the bottom of that wall, watching things arrive since before I could walk, and all of his head is a warehouse with no door on it. A whole one came down about 20 years back, he says, in a load off the consecration works, wrapped in straw and not so much as chipped. And the crane crew came down for it inside the day, which they have never once done for a person, and it went back up on the wire, and it is up there now. Week has it. It is standing in the corner of the crane hut being a thing for umbrellas, or it is in a store, or it is sold. Whichever it is, the only crucible within 400 feet of vertical of me belongs to the man who has stopped feeding this pit. So I send him a message, by Beck, by the water tally, which is the only post office this place has ever had. The answer comes back inside a day, and it is not the answer I expect. Uik does not send terms, he sends the cage. I go up in it, and I want to be honest about what that is like because I have looked at that wall every day since I came off it, and I have had it wrong from the bottom. Going up is not a triumph. Going up in a wire cage worked from above by people who have never spoken to you is the most helpless 20 minutes I have ever spent, and about halfway I catch myself checking the pins on the cage floor, which tells you everything about how much I trust it. The whole pit comes out to watch it. 400 people on the spoil ridges with their heads back, and Rin up on a plate, shouting something I cannot hear over the winch, and Nella at the foot of the wall on the sled with both hands flat on her knees, not shouting anything at all. At about 200 feet, Rustfall stops being a place with people in it and becomes a shape. You can see all of the sorting circle from up there. The hearth smoke comes out of the eye of the helmet in a thin line, and the two tables are two pale marks on the gray, and everything else is the color of a wet road. At 300 feet I can see over the lip and out, and there is a city there, with roofs on it, going away for miles, and it is not looking at me. The crane hut smells of soap. That is the first thing. It has been a month and a half since I have been in a room, and I stand there in a room on a floor that has been swept. Uik is smaller than his voice on the wall suggested. He has clean cuffs and a handkerchief in his left hand at all times, and he does not shake mine, and he does not apologize for not shaking it either, which I find I respect more than the alternative. The crucible is in the corner behind him, on end, with 3 folded tarpaulins stacked on top of it. I make the offer standing up, and I make it plainly, because a man who dresses an offer is telling you it needs dressing. I do not want the chits, I say, and I do not want the drop, and I am not asking him for food. What I am offering is heat. Bring your damaged goods down the wire, whatever the guild returns to you cracked, and my hearth will make it whole and send it back up, and you take the difference between broken and mended, which is a difference that has never existed in your business before. He asks what I want for it, and I tell him, the crucible, once, outright in my hands, and after that he never hears from me again unless he wants to. And Week wipes his hands on the handkerchief without having touched one thing since I came in, and says no, and then he does what I have not expected at all, which is that he sits down on the edge of the desk and tells me exactly why. Because you have misunderstood what I sell, he says. He sells it back to me item by item. He does not sell food, he says, because food is a crate that costs the armory nothing. He does not sell chits, since he prints them. He does not sell water, and he does not really sell restored metal either, whatever the ledger says. What he sells, he says, is that there is one hole in the world, and one wire going down into it, and one hand on the wire. Everything down there needs everything, he says, and it does not need it badly, it needs it completely. And a man who mends the things that are already down there does not want a wire at all, and if there is a pit that does not want a wire, then what am I standing in? I tell him he is going to be standing in it either way, and that the only question on the table is what he is holding when the wire stops mattering. He says he would rather stand here than in a storeroom in the perfumery quarter counting somebody else's bottles, and it comes out of him a shade too fast, and both of us hear that it came out too fast, and neither of us says one word about it. There are 11 glass bottles on the shelf behind him, all of them whole, all of them with their stoppers in, and every one of them turned to face the same way. I go back down in the cage with nothing at all, and the whole pit is still standing there when I come off it, which is the worst quarter of an hour of that month, because 400 people watched a man go up to fetch a thing and come back holding air. Nella is under the wall, where she was when I left. She does not ask me how it went, because she has eyes. What she asks me is what the city looks like from up there, and she asks it flatly, like a woman asking the price of something she is not going to buy today. I tell her the truth, which is that it has roofs on it, and it goes away for miles, and it is not looking down here. She says good, and gets on the sled, and goes to do the count. So I tell them. At the tables that night, all of it, including the bit where I asked and he said no, because a leader who only reports the good trips is a man they check up on later. Then Tim, who has been quiet for an unusual length of time, asks me what week's tally has been since the 23rd day. I do not know. Tim does. Tim has been keeping the count of everything that has gone up that wire from this pit since the pallet came down, and he stands up on the bench with his stick and reads it out to the circle and 10 pipefield men. Nothing, he says, and then he itemizes the nothing. No blades, no fittings, no hinges, and no plate. 9 days at nothing. He says it again with the days in it, because he has learned that a number gets believed the second time. Nobody planned that. Nobody voted on a boycott, and nobody made a speech about withholding, and I want that understood, because I would take the credit if there were any going. It happened because a hook is worth more to a hauler than 6 chits, and there are hooks now. We stopped selling to him about a week before he stopped selling to us, says Nella. He noticed second. Vard says the pipefield has not sent anything up since the pallet either, and he says it with his arms folded, and Tim adds the pipefield in and gets a bigger nothing. Farron comes down the wire 2 days after that, on the cage, alone, at his own request, and he does not go back up on it. Then or ever. He comes to the tables in his polished boots and stands at the end of them and says he has resigned his position and brought his ledgers with him, and that he can read and write and price, and that he does not expect to be fed for free. Rin asks whether he can carry. He says he can learn. Doff says that is what everybody says, and Rin says that is exactly what Doff said, and Doff opens his mouth and finds nothing in it and shuts it again. Nella asks him the only question that matters, which is why. He says that he has spent 4 years writing down what things are worth, and that last week he wrote down a number he could not read out loud to anybody, and that a man in that position has 2 choices, and he has taken the cheaper one. The crucible comes down on the cage on the 27th day, and there is no note with it, and no terms, and nobody rides down with it. It stands in the middle of the cage on its own with the straw still round the base of it, and when we get it out and stand it up at the flat place, 60 people put a hand on it going past, the same way they did with the blade. I send one thing back up on the wire, one alloy blade, the second I make, and a message by Beck's tally in 6 words. The crane keeps running, both directions. He takes the blade. The crane keeps running. He does not send a word about any of it, not one, and he is alive up there with his hand still on the wire, and he is not finished with me, and I know both of those things standing here. Alloy opens the same night, and it is a completely different animal from melting, in the sense that a kitchen is a different animal from a bonfire. 10 blades go into that crucible together, 10 different families of steel out of 10 different centuries, and the brand holds the whole charge above color while they lose their arguments. Then it comes out as one thing that none of them was, and it is a grade up, and you can see the grade with your eye. The first alloy bar comes out of the sand looking wet. That is the only way I can say it. It is gray with a green in it, and the light goes along it instead of sitting on it. And Ott, who is holding the tongs, says that it looks wet, and for once in his life he has said the thing first. We arm the circle in 4 days. That is what alloy is for, and it is what it does. 10 spent blades in, 1 live tool out, and the 10 are lying about in every direction for free. Cutting bars, drag hooks with real throats, sled runners, pry bars that do not fold, a proper set of tongs, 6 hammers, and a set of cold chisels that will go into God plate and come back out the same shape they went in. 40 people. Nella counts them at the table with Farron writing it down for the first time in the history of this pit, and she goes on the number out loud, and then she adds the thing underneath the number. 40 of them have a tool of their own, she says, and she means their own. It is not a share in a tool, and it is not the loan of the circle's bar. Their own, in their own hands, that nobody can take off them at the neck of a gully. Tem says that in 22 years, the most anybody on this face ever owned at one time was a sack and a hook. And there is a 4th thing I make that week out of the same charge. And every person on this face watches me make it, and not one of them says anything to me about it, then or afterwards. There is a machine in the corner of the workshop. It has been there since my 3rd week. It is a frame and a set of forks for a 2-wheeled hauler, the kind the yard ran between the sheds, and I have been building it out of odds when there is nothing else in my hands. It does not run. It cannot run. I have a cracked half of an engine block that came down the chute years ago out of somebody's private garage, and there is no fuel in Rustfall and no bearings and no wire. And I put a charge of good alloy into a pair of fork legs for it on the night we are 11 chisels short, and I do it in front of everybody, and I take about 4 hours over it, and they are the 4 best hours of the month. Rin looks at the forks. Then she looks at the chisel list. Then she looks at me and keeps his mouth shut, and neither does anybody else, and that is how I know exactly how much it costs. Farron brings me the ledger on the last night of that stretch, and he has been working up to it for 3 days, which I can tell because he has asked me twice how I am finding the crucible. He has been going through his own books at the end of the table by lamp, which is a thing he does as other men drink, and he comes over and puts it down open in front of me, and puts his finger on a line. Restored blade, he says, purchased under the wall for 6 chits, entered at the Crane Hut at 2 marks, sold at the Guildhall in Kettering at 60. 60 marks, 10 crates of grain, 80 days of water for the whole circle at the old price, off 1 blade that a man down here handed over for a crate and thought he had done well. And then he moves his finger down 1 line to the buyer column, where a name has been written in the same clerk's hand every time for 11 months. I read it. I put the lamp closer and read it again to be certain, and the name does not change, and it is not going to change, and it has been sitting in that column once a month for 11 months in the same neat clerk's hand. Aldrich Wren, buyer, paid on the day every month for 11 months while I have been down here mending his supply for him. The cage comes down at noon with 8 men in it, which is 4 more than that cage was built to carry, and it comes down slowly for that reason and not for any other. Farron sees them at 200 feet and tells me what I am looking at before they land. 6 armsmen in guild harness, 1 man in a gray coat with a case, and a captain, and he says the last one in a flat voice and then goes and stands behind the second table. They have been asking since the night of the poor, he says. Somebody up there put in for a descent order and got it inside a week, and descent orders take a month, and he lets me work out for myself what that means about who wanted it. The armsmen come off the cage first and form up in a way that is meant to be read, and then the man in the gray coat, and then Captain Aldrich Wren steps down onto Rustfall in boots that have never been on it. 400 people are standing on the ridges watching. Nobody says anything. Nobody throws anything. This is the closest most of them have been to a man from up there since the day they came down, and about half of them came down at the hands of one. He walks up to the flat place with the 6 behind him, and he stops in front of me, and he looks at me for slightly less than a second, and then he looks past my shoulder at the tables. And that is the moment. He knows me. I watch him know me. There is a thing that happens in a man's face that is quicker than thinking, and he does it. And then he puts it away, and by the time his mouth opens, he has decided. Who runs this, he says, and I tell him that I do, and he asks me for my name in the manner of a man asking a porter for his. They call me the Cutter, I say, which is true and which is not what he asked for, and which hands him the answer he would like to have. He takes it. He nods once. Then he says, "The guild has heard there is recovered work of an unusual grade coming out of this pit, and that he has come down to establish quality and terms, and that he has brought an assessor because the guild does not take a man's word about metal." Now I want to be exact about what I do next, because it is the only clever thing I do all day, and it costs me nothing. I could say his name. It is right there. I could put 6 coppers on the table and ask him whether he remembers the price, in front of his own armsman and a guild assessor and 400 people who all know what a shoot is for. I do not say it, because the second I say it, he has to deal with it. He has to explain to the gray coat why the source of the merchandise is a man he personally disposed of, and after that nobody in the gray coat is looking at metal anymore, and he leaves. Whereas a man who believes he has got away with something will stand there all afternoon and let you show him things, and will keep on standing there while his own men look at them. So I leave him the lie. I hand it to him the way I handed Gruel the sword, flat, edge away, and he takes it, and for the rest of that day I have him standing on a floor of my choosing, and every single person on this face who was here on the 4th day is watching him stand on it. Rin works it out first. She goes very still, and then she gets up on the spoil ridge where she can see everything, and sits down on her heels, like somebody who has been given a good seat. Tem does not work it out, and asks Nella twice, loudly, whether that is the one, and Nella tells him to be quiet in a voice I have not heard her use before. The gray coat is called Assessor Wend, and he has come to do a job and he intends to do it, and I decide inside a minute that I like him, which is inconvenient. He asks to see the source. I show him the hearth, and he goes down the socket into a dead god's head on a rope ladder in his good coat without one word of complaint, and stands in front of 100 feet of live coal and writes a long moment. Then he asks whether he may test a piece under his own hand. I ask him what he intends to test it against, and he says, with the first pleasure I have seen in him, that he has brought the balance. They set it up on the second table. It is a beautiful thing, and it is the first object I have seen in 2 months that was made by somebody who was not in a hurry. A cross beam on a knife pivot, brass, with a pan at either end. In the left pan goes a certified reference plate out of a felt case, stamped by the Guild Works, which is what the world up top has agreed the word good means. In the right pan goes whatever you are arguing about. The needle reads the difference. Wend explains that the scale runs from the reference at the center out to a mark at either end, and that the marks are there because nothing has ever gone past them. The cutter, he says, may choose the sample, which is a courtesy, and which the 6 armsmen behind him find funny for about as long as it takes them to stop. I give him the plate off the second alloy charge. It is not the best one. The best one is still in the sand, and I am not breaking a mold open in front of guests, and I have never in my life understood men who show the good one first. He sets it in the pan and squares it with 2 fingers and steps back as a man steps back from a thing he expects to behave. The needle goes over so fast that the whole beam jumps on the pivot. It runs out to the mark at the end of the scale, and then it stays there and goes on trying, with the pan of a certified guild reference plate hanging in the air at the other end, like a man holding a door shut against water. Then something in the beam lets go with a sound like a dropped key, and the 2 halves of it come down into the pans, and the reference plate rings on the table boards. Nobody moves for about 3 seconds, and in a place where 400 people are always shifting something, 3 seconds of nothing is very loud indeed. Wend picks up the broken beam and turns it over and looks at the pivot, and then he does the thing that makes me like him properly, which is that he laughs once in complete despair. I have no column for this, he says. There is a column for below reference and a column for at reference, and there is a column for exceptional, and exceptional is that mark there, and this is not on the instrument. One of the armsmen, a big-jawed man called Deneth, who has said nothing all day, says out loud to the man next to him that the pit steel broke a guild balance, and he says it twice, and the second time he says it to Ven directly, and Wen does not correct him. The other 5 hear it. 400 people on the ridges hear it and pass it back along themselves in both directions, and by the time it gets to the pipe field, it has grown a second beam and a third pan. Tem writes it down on nothing, and Aldrich Wren is standing 3 feet from a broken beam with his hands behind his back, and I watch him work out that he now has to touch it, because Wen has already put his instrument on it, because his own armsman has said it out loud where his crew can hear. And because the one thing a captain cannot do, in front of his own men, at the bottom of a hole, is decline to test a piece of metal. He asks for an edge trial. Wen says that is not a guild procedure. Aldrich says it is a soldier's procedure, and the 6 behind him make the noise soldiers make. So we do it on the boards, his blade laid flat, edge up, held at both ends by his own men, mine brought down across it, once, at 45 degrees, by me. I want to say that I chose the alloy blade because it was to hand. It was not to hand. I went and got it. His goes. It does not chip and it does not fold. It comes apart about 1/3 of the way up from the ricasso, and the top 2/3 goes off the table and lands point down in the shale. It stands there upright and quivering as a thrown knife does, and every man in his 6 looks at it standing in the ground, and one of them takes a step towards it, and then does not. Wend writes something down and underlines it twice. Deneth says a word, and then he says he is sorry for the word, and Wend tells him there is no need at all. Aldrich puts what is left of his blade back into his own scabbard, which does not fit anymore and never will, and he does it slowly and without looking at anybody. And then he turns to me and he is completely composed. You will supply the guild, he says. Terms will be set at the hall. Deliveries at the bottom of the wire on the tide days, and I will send a man down for the count. What are you called again, Cutter? He has said the word twice now, and both times it has been a word for a job and not a word for a person, and the flat place has heard him say it. So I ask him politely, in front of his 6, what it is that I should call him, and he says captain, without any pause in it at all. I say that we have 400 people down here, and that I would rather not have to shout a rank across a crowd, and that half the men in a guild harness are captains anyway, and the other half are working on it. And something goes across his face at that. It is very small, and it is gone in an instant, and it is not anger about me, and I do not understand it at all in that moment, and I file it with the other things I do not understand about the man who threw me down a hole. Terms at the hall, he says, and goes back to the cage, and Vend follows him carrying his broken balance in 2 pieces in the felt case. The winch takes them up. The pit watches all 400 feet of it, and when the cage clears the rim, Rin stands up on the ridge and does not shout anything, and neither does anybody else, and it is the most satisfying silence I have ever been inside. We work like animals for 4 days after that, because the guild count comes on the tide, and I have decided to send up double what they asked for, and because it is easier to work than to sit down and think about a name. And on the 4th night of it, tired, full of myself, with a name sitting in my chest like a swallowed stone, I do a thing that takes no time at all and costs nothing at all, as far as I can see standing in it. We are cutting sand for 2 molds. It is late, and we have been at it since dark, and the molds have to be closed before the charge comes to color, and everybody in that skull has been awake for 19 hours. Ott says that the sand has to be damp but not wet, and he says it into a silence, in the flat, helpful voice of a man handing over something he believes is useful. He is right. He is always right. That is the thing about him. He is right, and he says it while I am pressing the box, and he says it again about a minute later, and then he starts to explain why the sand has to be damp but not wet, and he takes his time getting to the wet. And I am tired, and I am hungry, and there is a man 400 feet above my head calling me the Cutter, and I turn round with my hands in the sand and I do Ott. I do the voice, I do the pause. I say the sand has to be damp, and then I wait longer, and I get the length of it exactly right, and then I say but not wet, and I look round at 7 people and ask whether everybody has got that. They laugh. All of them. Rin laughs. Doff laughs. Hess laughs so hard he has to put the box down, and for about 4 seconds I am the funniest man in Rustfall. Ott laughs too. That is the thing I did not think about. He laughs along with everybody for about as long as the laugh lasts, because he does not know what else to do with his face. Then he goes back to cutting sand with his head down, and he does not say another word for the rest of that night, and he is the last one out of the socket in the morning. He says nothing the next day either. I notice, and I notice that I have noticed, and I tell myself he is tired the same as everybody, and I close the molds and the charge goes in and the pour is good, and we send double up the wire on the tide. We eat at the tables that night, all 60 of us, in shifts because Doff's second table only seats 20. The boards are the wing plate off a god's cuirass, 11 feet of it, and it is the best table I have ever eaten at, and there is a mark down the middle where somebody very large was once hit very hard, and Tem puts the salt in it because it is exactly the right shape. Rin argues with Farron about whether a hook is worth a day of water or a day and a half, and Farron has the ledger and Rin has the hook, and neither of them gives an inch, and Beck adjudicates from the barrel and gets shouted at by both. In the corner of the workshop there is a machine with new fork legs on it, and no engine and no wheels, and Nella looks at it every time she goes past, and has still not once asked me what it is for. Ott is at the end of the second table. Somebody says something about the balance, about the beam letting go, and Ott starts to say something. He gets about 4 words into it. It is going to be a joke. I can hear the shape of a joke coming, and it is a decent one, about a scale that only measures things it has already agreed with. Then he stops in the middle of it and puts his bowl down and does not finish it, and nobody at that table notices except me, and I am looking straight at him when it happens, and I do nothing whatsoever about it. Nella combs and sits at the end of the boards after the second shift has cleared, and Beck has taken the barrel back down to the wall for the night. She does not lead up to it. She says that the wall on the north side has a natural bench in it, about 90 feet up, and that she went and looked at it herself yesterday on the sled along the spoil, and that a man could stand on it. She says she is not asking me to build anything. She is asking me what it would take: materials, hands, days, a number, and I am full and warm, and it is the first evening in a month with nothing on fire, and there is a guild count in 9 days and 100 things in my head with dates on them. Not now, I say, and she says all right. The third tide comes down on the 33rd day, and I spend all of it standing on the hearth wall with nothing to do, which is the second time that has happened and the first time I enjoy it. Nella runs it off the sled. She has the lines in ash before the siren stops. She has the 12 who cannot carry sat down inside the ear canal where nothing can reach them, and she has 40 people on the faces and 4s with a hook apiece. The load comes down long and left, as it has come down long and left 3 times running, because the chute mouth is a fixed hole in a fixed wall, and the only man on this dump who thought about that for 10 minutes was me. And now it is not a secret. They clear it in a quarter of the time. That is the number. Tem gets up on the shield with his stick when the dust settles and gives it to them properly, because he has learned to make them wait for it. Last tide, he says, 4 days to bring the heavy in. 2 tides ago, 6. He says today's, which is 1 day and a half, and then he puts words to what matters more, which is that the marked steel is stacked and covered and counted before dark, instead of lying out for a week for anybody to walk off with. Rin says that at this rate we will be finished before the load starts falling, and we'll have to go and stand somewhere out of the way. And Hess whistles, and 40 people at the flat place bang their new tools on the tables until Nella tells them to stop before they blunt something. The brand goes over that same evening. 2 tons was the alloy gate, and we passed it a week back, and it has been counting up quietly ever since. And on the night of the 3rd tide, it puts up the 4th rung and its price. Frame, it says. Metal on a living body. I read that 4 times over, and I do not go and tell anybody, because there are people at that table who have been carrying their own legs around in their arms for a decade, and I am not saying a word about it until I know the price. The price is under it, and it has 2 things in it, and neither of them is a number I like. 10 tons of reclaimed mass, and a grieve off a dead god. 10 tons is work. 10 tons is 40 days of what we do now, or 20 if the tides are heavy, and it is the sort of problem I know how to hold. The other one I take to Tem at the tables, and Tem stops eating, which he does not do for anything. There is one, he says. Then he tells me where it is, and everybody at that table goes quiet, and Farron puts down his pen, which for him is a scream. The sink is the middle of Rustfall. A low place about 200 yards across where the oldest loads went in before anybody now alive down here was born, and it has been settling ever since. Nobody works it. Nobody walks over it. The surface of it lies 15 feet lower than it did when Tem came down, and there are voids under it the size of houses, and twice a year the whole thing drops a hand's width in the night, and everybody lies awake listening to it. A grieve went in there years ago, says Tem, and it is a big one, off something that stood like a tower, and he remembers because the whole pit rang for 2 days afterwards. Inside the socket, at the second mold, Ott is standing with a lamp in his hand, and nobody else in the skull. He runs his thumb down the long face of the sandbox, twice in the same place, and then holds the lamp closer and puts his eye down to the level of the board. There is a crack in the cope. It is thin and it is dry, and it runs from the top edge down toward the pin line, and it is the kind of thing that closes up under clamp and opens again under weight. Ott stands there with the lamp for a long time. Twice he turns towards the mouth of the socket where the voices are coming from. Twice he stops. Then he puts the lamp down where it was, and takes his coil of wire out of his coat, and starts to bind the outside of the box with it, round and round, 6 turns, tight, as he binds everything, because it is the only thing he knows how to do about it that does not require him to open his mouth. We pour at noon the next day with the whole circle in, sitting up the ridges inside the skull as they sat for the katana, because a big pour has become the nearest thing this place has to a holiday. It is the big one. 10 charges of alloy into a single form, the first plate of the framework, and it is the piece the 4th rung is going to be built out of if I can get the thickness right. I have Hess on the tilt, Doff and 2 others on the frame, Rin at the mold with a bar because she has the fastest hands on this dump, and if anything shifts, she is the one who catches it. Everything about that pour is good. The color is right, the crucible sings, the charge comes over clean, and the metal goes into the box in one line as it went in on the night of the katana. The box opens on the cope at about 4 seconds, and there is no warning noise, because a sandbox that is going to fail does not make one. It does not crack. It comes apart along a line that was already there, and it does it under full weight, and about 1/3 of the charge goes out sideways at knee height, and Rin is at the mold with a bar in her hands. She gets her arm up. That is all of what she does, and she does it with the arm and not with the head and not with the body. Somebody standing in front of a wave of white metal at knee height in a closed space has about 1/4 of a second to decide something, and she puts her forearm across her eye. I get to her before she is down. Hess gets the tilt off the level and shuts the flow with his bad arm, and I do not find out he has done that until the evening. Slag water. We keep 2 shields of it inside the socket now because of what happened to Hess, and I get her arm into one of them and hold it there, and she is screaming, and then she is not screaming, and the not screaming is worse. Doff is trying to get me to move so somebody who knows can look at it. Nobody here knows. There is no one on this dump who knows. There is no bone setter and no surgeon and no medicine except slag water and a rag, and there never has been. So I hold her arm in the water and I count. Out loud, from 1, slowly, because the only thing I have to give her is something to hold on to, and my voice is the only thing in that room which is not on fire. She swears at me somewhere around 30. She asks me to stop at 50. I keep counting, and at 100 I go back to 1 and start again, and I do that 4 times, and by the 4th time, there are 20 people counting with me. Her hand is bad. The forearm will heal and the hand will not, and there are 2 fingers on it that are never going to close all the way again, and Rin can still throw a hook better than anybody alive, and from today, she does it with 3. That night, when the socket is empty and Rin is asleep with her arm out of the water for the first time in half a day, I go down and look at the box. The line is old. That is what my hands tell me in about 3 seconds, and what my head takes considerably longer to accept. The crack is dry, and it is dirty in the deep of it, and it has been sitting in that sand since the day the box was cut. And it has been bound round the outside with 6 turns of wire, pulled tight, tied off neat. I know that wire. I have used it myself, and it was handed to me without being asked for, by a man who stood there explaining that it was the sort of wire that holds. I go out to the flat place where the circle is sitting, and I ask, straight out, whether anybody saw anything on that box before we poured. Nobody says anything, which is normal because nobody looked. 7 people did not look at that mold, and there is no reason any of them should have, because looking at molds is my job. And Odd is at the far end of the second table with his hands round a cup, and he does not look up, and he does not answer either. I look at him for a moment, and in those 4 seconds, I hear myself, 3 nights ago, doing his voice with my hands in the sand while 7 people laughed at him, and I understand all of it at once, in one piece, the way you understand a stack going over. I do not say it out loud. There is nothing to say out loud that does not make it worse for him in front of the others, and he has had that once already this week from me. I do not apologize either. I want that on the record as a choice and not as an oversight, because I have turned it over all evening and I cannot make it come out differently. An apology from me at that table, in front of all of them, is one more thing done to him. What I do instead is that in the morning I read out the day's work the way I do every morning, and I put him on the general shift. It is not the ash line, and it is not being paired with somebody to keep him out of the way, which is what he has been given since the day he arrived on this dump, and probably every day before that. The general shift on the north face, with Vard's crew and ours mixed, on hooks. And I call him by his name when I do it. Ott, on the north face, with Vard. That is all of it, 4 words in front of 40 people said in the same voice as all the other names. He gets up and goes to the north face and works the whole day and comes back and eats and says nothing. He does not answer me, that morning or that week. He takes the shift, and he does the work, and he is good at it. And he does not say one word to me that is not required, and he does not say much to anybody else either. Rin says something about it to me on the 4th day, with her arms strapped across her chest, and what she says is that I should let it alone, and that some things you do not get to fix in the week you break them. In a room in the guild hall at Kevering, with a window that does not look at anything in particular, Captain Aldrich Wren puts a plate down on a table in front of 4 people, and waits. He tells them it came out of Rustfall. He tells them the assessor's balance did not survive the test and that the assessor will confirm it. He says the word source 3 times in about a minute. Then he asks for a right of purchase, exclusive, at guild rates with the chute traffic under his hand, and he puts it that way because it sounds like logistics. Quartermaster Sorrel Dane is at the end of the table with a slate and a chalk. She has been doing a column all through it, and she does her figures backwards, from the last of them to the first, and she does not look up while he talks. She asks him one question, which is how many pieces a month, and she asks it without stopping her chalk. He does not know. He says he will establish it. She writes that down too, and then she turns the slate round so that the 4 of them can see it. And she says that she has costed the purchase at his rates against the same tonnage produced on the rim by hired hands, and that his way is 5 times dearer. Aldrich says that they cannot produce it on the rim, because whatever is down there, and he says it with a little heat in it, which is the first heat anybody in that room has spent. The material is down there, she says. She taps the slate twice. The method is in a man's head. And a man's head walks, and if you buy the goods, you buy the goods once, and if you buy the people, you buy everything they will ever make. Then she puts the chalk down, and says the sentence that ends the meeting, which is that she would like to see the pit. I go into the sink alone on the last day of that stretch, before it is properly light, and I tell Farron where I am going and nobody else. I go alone because there is nobody I am willing to send, and that is the only reason, and it is not a noble one. There is a way that men die in a settling heap, and it is slow, and nobody can reach you while it happens. I have spent 8 years of my life being the man who knew where not to stand, and I am not putting anybody else down that hole on the strength of my own arithmetic, when the arithmetic is the only part of it I trust. I go in from the north lip with a rope on a bar and a lamp, at the place where Tem says the greave went in, and the surface gives under me twice in the first 30 feet, and both times it holds after about a foot. Down there it is quiet in a way nothing else on Rustfall is quiet. The whole weight of a century is over your head, holding itself up on the edges of things, and every so often something a long way off shifts a 1/4 inch, and the sound goes through the dark, like a word. I find the greave at about 60 feet in, and it is bigger than Tem said, because Tem was 14 when he saw it come down. It is lying on its side in the dark, a shin plate off something that stood like a tower, 40 feet of it. and the metal of it under my lamp is not rusted at all, and when I put my branded hand on it, the whole plate lights up gray from end to end, and my arm tells me it is alive, all of it. Every gram. I stand there for a moment with my hand flat on it and the mass counter going up in my head like a man being handed the deeds to something. Then I move the lamp down to find the ground so that I can work out how to get a chain under the lip. And the ground under the lip of it is not ground. There are boots. There is a sleeve with an arm in it, dried down to a stick and a hand. And beyond the hand, there is another one. And beyond that, the lamp goes on, picking things out at the edge of its reach for as far as I can hold it up. They went down the chute with the load. Of course they did. A greave that size does not come down on its own. It comes down as part of a clearance, and a clearance is metal and men on the same day off the same dockets, and it landed on top of them, and then 100 years of rustfall came down on top of that. I am standing at the 4th rung of the ladder with my hand on the price of it, in a cavity under 200 yards of scrap, at the bottom of the only hole in the world that will hold what they throw away. And I am not the first one down here. I am only the first one to arrive alive, and my lamp is showing me about 20 feet of what is lying under that plate, and there is more of it going away past the edge of the light. Getting the greave out of the sink takes 4 days and 12 people, and I will not let more than 4 of them be under the surface at any one time, which doubles the work and is not negotiable, and nobody argues about it once. We go in from the north lip and cut a slot instead of a shaft, so that there is always sky over somebody, and we shore it as we go with plate ribs off the shelter stack, and Doff turns out to have a gift for timbering that nobody knew about, including Doff. The chain we use is the pallet chain. It has been coiled at the flat place since the day it came off that hook, and Tem says it should go under the greave with a knot in it for luck, and Farron says a knot in a chain is a weak point, and Tem says that is exactly why it is lucky, and puts one in anyway. On the 3rd day, the whole slot shifts about 4 inches, while Rin and I are in the bottom of it, and then it stops, and we stand there in the dark, listening to the last of the noise going away over our heads. Then Rin says what gets us both moving again, which is that she has got one good hand left, and she is not planning to spend it holding on to me, and she says it with her strapped arm against her chest and no particular expression at all. The greave comes out at noon on the 4th day, 40 feet of shin plate off something that stood like a tower, up the slot on rollers with 60 people on the ropes, and when it comes over the lip into the light, the mark on my arm goes past 10 tons on its own. I do not say that out loud, because there are more urgent things on that slope, and one of them is that we have brought up more than metal. There are 9 of them. 9 is what we can reach without going under the plate line, and there are more past that. And I make the decision on the spot that we are not going after the rest, because the rest are under 200 yards of settling scrap, and I am not trading the living for the dead. We put the 9 in the shale bank on the east side, which is the only place in Rustfall where anything has ever been put on purpose, and 400 people come. Nobody knows their names. That is the thing that stops the whole afternoon. They came down in a clearance 100 years ago off a docket, and the docket is up top in a drawer if it exists at all, and there is not one person alive down here who can say who they were. So Tem does the only thing available. He gets up on the bank with his stick and he starts saying the names he does know. He says the names of people who have died on this face since he came down. He starts with the ones from this year and works backwards, and he says how they died and what they were carrying, and he gets to the 6th or 7th year and does not stop. It takes him about 2 hours. Mara comes and stands with him at the hour mark and starts feeding him the ones he misses. Beck knows the ones who went in the water years. Nella has every name since she took the circle, and she gives them without stopping once. And I do the thing that turns out to be the only permanent object I ever make on this dump. I take a wall plate down to the bank and I punch the names into it with a letter punch I forged that afternoon, and I get 12 of them done before dark and the rest over the next 4 days. Farron asks whether he should copy it into the ledger, and 40 people say no at the same time, which surprises Farron very much, and he takes it well. It is not paperwork. It is a wall with names on it, standing up at head height where you have to walk past it to get to the water. Frame opens on the 37th day, and the brand does not make a joke about it, which I notice, because it makes a joke about nearly everything. Metal on a living body. Structure. Fitted. That takes load off bone and hands it to steel, and it says under that, in the same flat gray it says everything in, that the fit is all of it, and that the fit is entirely my problem. Nella is first. There is no discussion about this anywhere on the face, and when I tell her she is first, she says that she assumed she was, and asks when we start. We start extremely badly, and we start badly for the exact reason that I am good at this, which takes me the better part of a week to see. The first one I build for her is a beautiful piece of work. Alloy, light, a hinge at the knee off a courier harness, a foot plate, a cuff at the thigh, and I take 3 days over it, and it is the best thing I have ever made with my hands. It does not fit. It is off by about the width of a thumb across the top of the shin, which on a leg that was crushed under a plate 11 years ago is not a small error, and she gets 40 feet on it before it takes the skin off in 2 places. She does not cry, and she does not thank me for trying. She sits down on the bench, pulls the cuff off, drops it on the boards, and says a sentence about my mother that I will not put down here, and she goes on the useful half. "Stop building for a leg," she says. "Build for this leg. You have never once looked at it. You have looked at where it should be." So I look at it, properly with my hands, for about half an hour, in front of Rin, who holds the lamp and says nothing, and it is not a shape anybody would design, and it has not been a shape anybody has designed for 11 years. The second one is uglier and fits better and fails at the hinge on the second day, because I have put the pivot where a knee goes and hers does not go there. She swears at me for a solid minute about that one. It is the best minute in all of that week. She swears in the specific way of a woman who has been polite to 100 people about her own body for over a decade, and has finally got somebody she can be rude to, and Rin has to go outside. The third one is not beautiful. It is a brace and a cuff and a rocker foot and a hinge sitting a hand's width off where a hinge belongs, and there is a shim in it made out of somebody's old spoon, and it fits. 2 nights before she stands up, the brand does something it has not done since the day it came up on my arm. It shows me 2 rungs at once. The 5th, and under it the price, a true plate and heat above the coals, and under that the 6th and its price, which is my own blood, and 3 weeks. 3 weeks. It does not mean 3 weeks of work. It means 3 weeks of time going past, whatever anybody does about it, and that is a different sort of number entirely. So I do the arithmetic at the bench with Farron, out loud, because he thinks better with a pen in his hand. It is the 39th day. If I bleed into a mold tonight, the 3 weeks are up on the 60th day, and the 60th day is a tide, and between now and then, I have all of the 5th rung to get through. If I wait until I have the 5th, I start the clock a month later, and everything after it moves a month back. I open my wrist over the second mold that night, at the bench, in front of a dozen people, because doing it privately would have looked like something worse than it is. It goes into the sand in a line, and the sand takes it, and the mark on my arm gives me a count in days and nothing else. Then we close the box and put it in the corner of the workshop, next to the machine with no engine, and there it sits. For 3 weeks, everybody who comes into that workshop walks past a mold with my blood in it, and about 4 times a day somebody asks what is in the box, and Farron tells them, and by the end of it, he is telling them like a man giving directions. Nella stands up on the 41st day at the flat place, in front of every person in the sorting circle, because she refuses to try it anywhere private. She gets the cuff on herself. She will not have help with the straps. She has both hands on the edge of the table and the rocker foot flat on the plate, and she takes about a minute over it, and nobody in that place makes a sound, and Rin has her good hand over her mouth. Then Nella stands up. She is a head shorter than I expected, and that is the first thing that gets me. I have known this woman for a month and a half, and I have never once seen her at her own height. She goes up, and she is taller than Rin, and she stands there with her chin coming round in a slow circle, looking at all of Rustfall from her own height instead of from a sled, and she does not say one word about any of it. The noise that goes up off that flat place is not cheering. It is the sound people make when a thing they had stopped asking for turns up anyway, and it goes on a long time, and it is the best sound I have heard in my life. Then she takes 12 steps, and turns round, and comes back, and looks at the end of the wing plate table, where a section of god cuirass is leaning that came off the greave slot. 8 men tried to move it on the second day of the dig, and got it about a hand's width off the ground before they put it down. She does not ask anybody. She walks over to it, and gets her hands under the bottom edge, and she lifts it, and the brace takes the load down her leg into the plate, and the plate takes it into the ground, and the whole thing comes up off the shale to knee height, and she holds it there. 8 men, says Tem from somewhere behind me, in a voice I do not recognize at all. 8 men and a bar. She puts it down flat on the shale and steps back off it and stands there looking at her own 2 hands. And then the queue starts, and nobody organizes it. There is no announcement. People simply begin walking over to where I am standing, in 1s and 2s, and by the time it stops, there are 20 of them, and I know every one of them by name, and I have never once thought about most of them in this particular way. A woman with a shoulder that has not gone above her ear since a stack fell on her. A man missing all of his left foot who has been going about on a crutch and a boot full of rag for 9 years. Hess, who wants to know whether anything can be done about a hand that will not open. Tem starts to count them out loud because he cannot help it, and he gets to 14 and stops and starts again, and at 19 his voice goes, and he stands there with his stick and his mouth going, and no sound coming out of it. 20, says Nella, from her own height, and she says it flatly and puts a hand on his shoulder, and Tem sits down on the bench and does not do any counting for the rest of the day. That is the day the sorting circle stops being a sorting circle. 60 people, 20 of them in frames by the end of the following week. And after that, nobody down here calls it the circle anymore. They call it the brigade, and I do not know who started it. Denith comes down on the 40th day with 4 others to do the guild's count, and he brings a scale that does not break because it is a weighing scale, and he is polite to everybody, and he keeps looking at the frames. His men are big. They are guild armsmen, fed on guild rations their whole lives, and one of them says at the second table, like a man saying a thing he thinks is a joke, that it must be a great relief for us to have machines to do the lifting now. Rin bets him a day of water before I have finished the mouthful I am on, and she does it without looking up, and Deneth puts his face in his hand. They set it up on the low face, Guild 4 against Brigade 4, 1 loaded sled apiece, from the neck of the gully to the flat place, which is 400 paces uphill on loose blades, and is the same haul everybody here has done 1,000 times. Nella will not run in it. She says the frames should be tested by the people who need them, and not by the person who has been in one the longest, and she picks 4, and 2 of the 4 are people I would not have picked, and both of them turn out to be right. The Guild 4 are ahead for 100 paces. Then the loose face starts, and their sled digs in, and the man on the front of it goes down on one knee and comes up with blood on his shin. Our 4 do not go faster, and that is the thing nobody up top ever understands about a slope. They go the same speed all the way. A rocker foot does not slip on shale, the brace holds an ankle where the ankle used to be, and a person who is not fighting their own leg has all of their strength left over for the rope. They come in at the flat place with the Guild 4 still down at the shoulder of the hill, and Rin walks the last 30 paces alongside them shouting the count of the paces, which is not sportsmanlike and which nobody stops her doing. Deneth pays the day of water himself out of his own belt, which nobody asked him to do, and then he stands there looking at a woman with one shoulder unstrapping a rocker foot, and he says to his own men, out loud, that he would like a set. We eat at the tables that night with 5 guild armsmen sitting down the second one, and Ott, who has said nothing to me in 12 days, explains the wing plate to 2 of them, and takes his time about it, and they let him. Nella sits at the head of the boards. Standing up all day has cost her something, and she is gray around the mouth, and she has the cuff loosened, and she is not going to mention any of that. She waits until the plates are cleared. Then she puts both hands on the table, and stands up again, in front of the brigade and 5 guildmen, and says the thing she has been carrying since long before I fell down that chute. There is a woman up there called Yvette, she says. She is a clerk in the culling office. 11 years ago she signed the paper that put me on the chute, and she signed it in her own hand, and she is my sister. Nobody at that table moves. One of the guildmen puts a cup down very slowly, the way you put a cup down when you have realized in the middle of the movement that everyone can hear it. Kai made this leg, she says. One day I am going to walk up out of this hole on my own, she says, and I am going to stand in front of her, and she is going to have to look up. Then she sits down and asks Tem for the count, and Tem gives it to her. 10 tons and a half, 9 hauls a day become 41, 20 in frames, 60 in the brigade, and 1 name wall with 34 names on it, and room for a great many more. The 4th tide comes down on the 42nd day, and the brigade clears the heavy off it before noon, and by the time the cage starts down the wall, we have the marked steel stacked, and the 12 who cannot carry are back out on the ash line with hooks. There are 14 men in the cage, and it has to make 2 trips, which nobody up there has thought about, so we all stand about at the wall, footing for 20 minutes, watching a captain wait for a lift. 12 armsmen in guild harness. Aldrich Wren, and Uik, who comes off the cage last and stands on Rustfall for the first day in the 22 years Tem has been counting. He stands on it the way a man stands in a puddle. He has the handkerchief out before the 2nd foot is down, and he never looks at the wall, and he keeps his eyes off the helmet, and he does not once look at a single person in the pit, which 400 people notice, and none of them mention. Tem says from behind me, quietly, that he has waited his whole life to see that man's shoes get dirty, and that it is not as good as he had hoped. Aldrich has brought a folding table. That is the detail I keep. 2 of the armsmen carry it up to the flat place and set it up beside my wing plate table, which is 11 feet of god cuirass, and they put his little folding thing next to it and put a paper on it. Then he makes the offer, and he makes it well, and I want that said because it would be easy to make him stupid, and he is not. The guild takes the forge and the method, he says. All of it, entire, the coals and the crucible and the molds and the hand. In return, the man who built it comes up the wall. He puts his finger on the paper. A guild charter, he says. 10,000 marks of standing, granted, not bought. A house on the work side. A name on a roll, which means a man legally exists, which means he can hold property and give evidence and be robbed with paperwork like everybody else. Everybody on that flat place is listening. Nobody is working. Behind me, somebody's hook goes down on the shale, and nobody picks it up. And for whom? I ask him, and he says for you, and he says it in the tone of a man who has just been asked to explain water. I ask about the 60. He tells me the charter is for the holder of the method, and that the pit will be worked under guild license, and that conditions will improve, and he says the word conditions, the way a man says a word he has been given to say. So 1, I say, 1 charter, and he says yes, and he says it without any shame in it at all, because to him it is a very large offer, and it is the largest offer anybody has ever made to any person standing in this hole. Then I do the only thing I have learned to do that is worth anything, which is that I turn round and I do not answer him. I answer Nella, and I do it with my back to a guild captain and a folding table, which is rude, and which is the point of doing it. She is standing at the end of the boards in the frame, with her arms folded, and she is the one who loses if I say no, because she is the one who has been asking me for a road up since the 4th day, and she is the only person here who has said out loud what she wants from the top of that wall. I tell her that I am going to refuse it. I tell her why, in front of him, because a charter for one is a charter that makes 60 people the property of the man holding it, and because I have watched what happens on this dump every single time one person gets to stand between everybody else and the wire. And then I ask her, in front of him, whether she has anything she wants to say about it, which is a thing I have never once done in front of an outsider, and she takes about 2 seconds to decide to use it. She says that she has waited 11 years for somebody from up there to say the word charter out loud on this shale, and that I have just turned one down in a minute and a half, and that I should not pretend that cost me anything. She says she thinks I am right. She says it plainly, in front of Aldrich, so that there is no doubt about which side of the board she is standing on. And then she says the rest of it, which is that being right is not the same as it not costing anything, and that when I said later on the 6th day and not now at the tables, those were both cheaper than this, and I still have not paid either of them. Nobody has ever talked to me like that in front of an enemy before. It is the single most useful thing that happens to me that day. Aldrich waits for it to finish, and then he folds the paper up and puts it in his coat, and the offer stops being an offer without anybody saying so. The terms have changed, he says. The guild will take a share of every casting off this floor. 1 piece in 3, collected under the wall on the tide days, entered against the license. I ask him what happens if the answer to that is no, and I ask it slowly so that the people at the back of the flat place get it. And he does not answer that either. He looks at Week, and Week puts the handkerchief away and says, in the reasonable voice of a man reading out an inventory, that the water butts come down on the crane, that the crane is worked by his crew, and that his crew work when he tells them. There it is. That is all of the machine, standing on the shale in front of 400 people, and for the first time since I came down here, the two halves of it are close enough together to be photographed. The pit hears every word of it. Beck is standing about 20 feet away with the tin cup in his hand and the chain hanging off it, and he looks at the cup, and then he looks up the wall at the crane, and he puts the cup down on the barrel very carefully. So I do the only thing I can think of, and it is not a plan, and it takes me a breath to decide on, and I am going to be pleased about it for a long while yet. I tell Rin to bring up the rack. The rack is the week's alloy work. 12 finished blades on it, one of them the best thing I have made since the katana, and they were going up the wire on the next tide against the supply terms. And I take them off the rack one at a time, and I give one to each of Aldrich's armsmen in front of Aldrich on his own folding table, and I say the same thing to each man as I hand it over. This came out of the pit, I tell each of them. Nobody up there made it. It is yours and it stays yours, and if anybody asks you where you got it, tell them the truth. The first one looks at Aldrich. Aldrich says nothing because there is nothing he can say that does not make it worse, and a captain who forbids his men to accept a gift in front of 400 of them is a captain explaining that he is afraid of it. The first one takes it, and once one of them has taken it, all of them take it, and it goes down the line, and there is a sound of 12 men handling 12 blades and finding out what they are holding. Deneth is fourth. He turns his over twice and says out loud to his own captain that it is better than the one he was issued, and he is not being clever and he is not being loyal. He is a man saying a true thing about a tool. That is the point where Aldrich Wren stops being a buyer, and every man on that flat place can see the exact moment it happens, including the 12. The oil comes off the cage on the second trip, and I do not think one thing about it, because oil comes down that wire every tide for the lamps, and it goes up to the camp on 2 poles slung between 4 men, as it always does. At the 6th hour, with the light going, Aldrich puts his 12 in a line at the mouth of the socket and tells them to fire the workshop and the head. And Deneth says no. He says it standing in the line in front of the other 11, holding a blade that came out of the pit he is being told to burn. He says he will fight anybody the captain cares to point him at, on any ground, at any hour, and then he says that he is not going to pour oil down a hole with people at the bottom of it, and that if the captain wants that done, he can carry the pole himself. 2 others do not move either, and 9 of them do, and I want the 9 counted as well as the 3, because 9 men who have just been given a good tool by a stranger will still burn his house down when a man in a better coat tells them to. It goes up faster than I would have believed. The shoring in the slot goes first, and the mold shelves, and the sand frames, and the timbering doff put up round the socket mouth, and then the oil goes over the lip of the eye socket and down the inside of a face. Everything in that workshop which is capable of burning is a thing we made in the last a month and a half, and everything we made in the last a month and a half that will not burn is standing in the middle of it doing nothing whatsoever, and I am looking straight at it, and I do not see it. The tables go, both of them. Doff's second table burns from the end where he cut the legs wrong, and he stands and watches it go with a bar in his hands and his mouth open, until Rin takes him by the collar and puts him on the line. What the brigade does next is not mine to claim. I was not there for the first 3 minutes of it, and I have it from 4 different people who agree. 20 people in frames walk into a burning workshop and start carrying the fire out of it, 1 piece at a time, on foot. There is no water anywhere in this pit, so there is nothing to throw. What they do instead is pick up whatever is on fire and take it somewhere it can burn on its own, and a brace and a rocker foot let a woman with 1 shoulder carry a burning mold frame 40 feet and go back for another. Hess goes in for the crucible with his bad hand wrapped in a wet rag. Ott goes in 3 times and comes out the 3rd time with the letter punch, which nobody asked him to fetch, and which nobody else would have thought of. Rin runs the line. She cannot carry with the arm, and she can count, and she can shout, and she stands in the smoke at the mouth of it, and sends people in and out in fours, and does not let one person go back in tired. Nella gets the 12 who cannot carry off the ash line and up the north face away from it, and then comes back down and pulls 2 people out of the slot mouth by their belts. And I go into the socket, which is the one thing on that whole burning flat place that nobody needed doing. It is the wrong decision. There is nothing in there worth a man, and I know that going in, and the reason I go in is not a good reason, and I am not going to dress it up. The oil is running down the inside of the cheekbone in 3 lines and burning as it goes, and all of that skull is full of orange smoke, and the ridges where 60 people sat and watched the katana come out are on fire in about 9 places. The box is in the workshop corner above, not below. I know that. I go down anyway because the corner of the workshop is where the fire started, and I have already looked and it is not there. Farron has it. He is at the bottom of the shaft with the box in both arms and his own coat wrapped over it, standing on the crust with his eyes shut and his mouth shut and no idea at all which way the up is. He has gone down a burning hole carrying a sand mold with my blood in it, in a coat he wore to work in an office a month and a half ago, because the sand mold is item 41 on an inventory he wrote himself. I get him out and I get the box out, and neither of us can say anything for about a quarter of an hour afterwards, and when he can talk again, the first thing he asks me is whether the box is intact. We beat the last of it down at some time in the night with plate and shale and no water at all, and when it is done there is nothing standing on the flat place except the post I dug out of the ground, which does not burn, and the name wall, which does not burn either. Aldrich goes up on the cage before midnight. He takes his folding table with him. He does not take his 12, because there is not room for 14, and there never was, and 9 of them stand down at the wall for 2 hours, waiting for the second lift with their backs to us. Deneth waits with them. He is still holding the blade. Nobody down here takes it off him, and nobody up there asks him about it, and I do not see that man again for a long time. The fire goes on burning in patches until dawn, because there is nothing anywhere in this pit to put a fire out with, and by the end of it the whole flat place smells of lamp oil and hot shale, and nobody's eyes are working properly. Nobody dies. Tem does the count at the second hour by lamp, and there are 19 burns and 1 broken forearm and no dead at all, and he says the number twice, and the second time his voice does the thing it does. I walk the flat place at about the 3rd hour, when everybody who can sleep is asleep, and Nella has the burns organized in the ear canal, and I am doing the thing you do after a fire, which is walking about in it for no reason, kicking at things. I am standing in the middle of where the workshop was. There is ash to my ankles, and it is still hot enough to be a problem in bare feet, and I have boots now, and I stand there in the ash and turn around slowly and look at what is left of a month and a half, and under my right foot there is something that is not giving and has not given for the last 4 paces and is level. I move the ash off it with the side of my boot. It takes a while because there is a lot of ash, and I am not in a hurry, and I have nowhere to be. It is the wing plate. 11 feet of god cuirass that has spent 9 hours in an oil fire hot enough to take the temper out of every tool we own. It is not black. There is no scale on it. There is soot sitting on the top of it as soot sits on a window, and where my boot has been over it, the metal underneath is the same color it was when 60 people were eating off it yesterday, and I stand there in the dark on top of it with my hands hanging. By the time it is properly light, there are 400 people standing round the edge of the burn looking at it, and nobody has said anything for a while, and the ash is still going up in little gray curls where the wind gets under it. Here is the inventory, and Farron reads it out at the 2nd hour standing on a shale bank in a coat with 1 sleeve gone, because Farron has decided that the way to survive this is to count it. Gone. Both tables, the mold shelves, the sand frames, all the timbering, the shoring and the greave slot, 15 sleds, the drying racks, the bellows works, the pattern boards, 3 months of firewood, and every single rope in Rustfall. Not gone, he says, and then he stops, because the second half of the list is the whole rest of the flat place. The plates are lying in the ash. All of them. The wingplate tabletop with its dent full of soot, the shield backings off the hearth wall, the greave section, the post, the name wall, the crucible, and about 1,500 weight of alloy stock that was stacked by the mold shelf under a burning roof for 9 hours. Not one of them is marked in any way at all. Nothing is warped, nothing is scaled, nothing is even discolored. There is soot on top of them, and the soot comes off with a sleeve, and underneath, the metal is exactly what it was the day before yesterday. Tim gets down on his knees in the ash beside the wing plate and puts his hand flat on it and holds it there for a while like a man taking a pulse. They have shown us, he says, to nobody in particular, and then he gets up off his knees and goes and says it to everybody, in the voice, standing on the bank beside Farron with the stick held out over the burn. They came down here with 12 armsmen and a barrel of oil and a wind behind them, he says. They had all night and nobody stopping them, and they gave it 9 hours. And that is what it does. That is all of what it does. Rin says that she is going to say something now that will get her hit, and then says that in that case we should have let them do it a month ago and saved ourselves the trouble of building a hearth. And about 20 people laugh who did not think they were going to laugh today. I stand in the middle of that burn with my boots in the ash, and I do the sum out loud, because I have just seen all of it in one piece, and there is no possible reason to keep it to myself. 100 years, I say. That is how long this pit has been here. And in 100 years the guild has thrown a war's worth of consecrated iron down that chute, and they have never once come down after it, and they have never once tried to melt it, and they have never sold it on, and they have never buried it. Farron says from the bank that in 11 months of ledgers he never saw the word sold against any of it, and that the column always says disposal, and that he never once wondered why a guild would dispose of 40 marks. Then I ask the question I should have asked on my first night down here, which is what a man actually does with a thing he wants gone. He burns it, he melts it down, he breaks it up and sells the pieces off. He puts it in the ground and grows something on top of it. And when he cannot do any of those, he finds a hole and he drops it in, and he trains himself not to think about it, and then he trains everybody else not to think about it either, and after a while, nobody remembers that it was ever a problem. They are not dumping this here because it is worthless. They are dumping it here because it is the only place they have ever found that will hold something they cannot destroy. And they have been doing it for 100 years. And they have been calling it a rubbish heap the entire time out loud to us. There is a silence out over that burn with 400 people standing in it, and it goes on long enough that I can hear the crane wire moving against its guide 400 feet above us. Nella breaks it. She says that they put people down the same chute, and she says it in the flat, administrative voice of somebody reading a rule, which is exactly how it was said to her. And Tem says the other half of it, standing on the bank with his stick, which is that in 100 years they have not managed to get rid of a single one of those either. Now, the useful work, and it takes the rest of that day and most of the week, and it is the best week's work anybody on this dump has ever done, and I do about 1/10 of it. Because I stand there in the ash that morning and I say out loud that we are standing on a material nobody up there can destroy, and Vard says from the back, in the tone of a man correcting a small child, that we already knew that. I ask him what he means, and he says it again more slowly, the way you do for somebody who has come in late, and about 40 people behind him nod along with it. He means that the pipe field has been taking this stuff apart for 4 generations. He means that every single person on this dump has been getting inside God armor since they were 9 years old, because that is the trade, that is what a hauler does all day. And it does not come apart by being hit. Come and look, he says. And then he says the sentence that costs me about a stone of self-regard, which is that if I have been marking live plate for a month and a half with my hand out, like a man dowsing for water, that is very fine. But somebody could have simply told me. So they show me, and it takes a week, and it is the single largest thing anybody gives me in the whole of this. Vard's crew know the harnesses off the old consecration works, where the sallet meets the bavor, where the lame overlaps, and which way, and that the third lame from the bottom on the heavy pattern is always the one that was fitted last, and always the one that is a thumb's width proud. Mara knows the courier harnesses, because she spent 11 years on the light face, and she can tell you which of them have a shoulder joint that fails from the inside and which have to be cut. Hess knows rivets. That is all he knows, and he knows it completely. He can look at a head from 5 feet and tell you whether it was set hot or cold and which way it will go. An old woman off the south heaps called Kelber, who has not spoken to me once in 7 weeks, draws the inside of a greave hinge in the shale with a stick from memory in about a minute, and it is right, and I check it against the greave. Doff, who has never taken anything apart in his life and who came down here for something he will not talk about, sits at the front of all most of a week with his mouth open, and by the 4th day he can name 3 patterns at 40 feet, and is unbearable about it. And Ott sits at the back of every session and says nothing at all, and takes it all in, and I watch him do it, and I do not go and speak to him, because I have not worked out how to, and because it is easier to be busy. And what all of it comes to is one sentence, which I do not say out loud that week, because it is not a sentence you say out loud with the rim listening. The people who wear this armor know how to put it on. The people who have spent 100 years pulling it apart in the dark for scrap know where every single one of its seams is, and there are 400 of them down here, and up there they think of them as the reason the pit smells. On the rim, out at the west arm above the chute mouth, 4 guild men are standing at the rail with their coats buttoned, looking down at the burn. One of them has field glasses. He has been on the rail since first light, and he has been giving the others a report, and the report has been getting shorter. The workshop is gone, he says. The sheds are gone. The stacks are still there. He says that one twice, and then he adds that the stacks are not damaged, and one of the others tells him that is not possible, and he offers him the glasses. Then he puts words to what goes round the rim by noon and round the guild hall by evening, and he says it in the flat, delighted, unforgiving voice of a man who has never liked a superior officer. The captain went down there with 12 men and a barrel of oil, he says, and he has spent 9 hours showing a scrap cutter exactly which of it will not burn. Nobody at that rail argues with him. One of them starts to laugh and stops himself doing it, and looks along the rail in both directions first, which tells you what kind of hall it is. Behind them, a door opens, and the 4 of them come off the rail and stand up straight, because the woman who comes out onto the west arm is wearing armory gray and not guild colors, and there is a reclamation glove tucked through her belt instead of on her hand. Warden Sura Kell walks to the rail and does not look at the burn at all. She looks at the stacks, and then she looks at the helmet, and then she looks at the line of smoke coming out of the eye of it, and she looks at that for some time. There is a plate on the table beside the rail, brought up on the last tide and entered as recovered goods. She picks it up with her bare hand and turns it over and runs her thumb across the face of it twice, and then leaves the thumb where it is. "Whose is this?" she says, and the guild man with the glasses tells her it came out of the pit, and she says that she can see that it came out of the pit, and asks him the same question again in a different order, which is, who does it belong to? Then she answers it herself without waiting for him, in exactly the voice she asked it in, and none of the 4 men at that rail says anything while she does, because she is not talking to them. "Everything at the bottom of that hole is consecrated armory goods," she says. "Struck off the roll, not struck off the ledger. It has never been sold, it has never been gifted, and it has never been written off, because none of it can be written off, and that is why it is down there." The guild man says something about 100 years, and about custom, and about how nobody has ever raised it before, and he gets about half of it out. The warden puts the plate down flat on the table. 100 years of stolen goods, she says, is still stolen goods, and the armory counts its own once a year, and the count falls this year on the 8th tide. Then she picks the glove up off her belt and does not put it on, and says the number, which is 19, and says what 19 of, which is gleaners, and goes back inside. "We build the second furnace in 12 days, and it is better than the first one in every respect, which is the only good thing about having yours burned down. We build it in the socket where the first was, because the coals are still there and the coals do not care, and because 100 feet of live floor did not notice the fire at all. This time it is all plate. No timber anywhere in it, because the timber is what killed us. shield backings on the walls, god pipe for the tuyere, a proper twin hearth so that a charge can be soaking while another is pouring, and a working floor of laid cuirass sections so that nobody is standing on ash again. Doff builds the shoring in the slot out of ribs instead of wood, and takes 4 days over it, and will not let anybody help. The tables go back up on the second day, before the hearth, before the molds, before anything else at all, and nobody discusses it and nobody proposes it. Rin has the wing plate up on new legs on the second morning with the ash still warm around it, and Ott, who has not said one word to me in a fortnight, cuts and fits the benches on his own, and gets them the right height without measuring anything. And on the 11th day, I put a true plate on the anvil, and I have been thinking about it since the morning after the fire. Everything we work is dead metal that used to be alive. Spent blades, cracked plate, the gray stock that comes out of the crucible. All of it will come up to color and go where it is put. A true plate is different, and every person here knows it, and nobody has ever said it, because there has never been a reason to say it. The true plates are the ones that came down whole, consecrated, finished, blessed at the works, never broken and never spent, and there are hundreds of them lying about this pit, and not one of them has ever been cut, drilled, bent, or marked by anything in 100 years. I take the cleanest one off the greave, a hand's breadth across and about as thick as a thumb. I put it in the hottest place I have, which is a bed of 100-year coal in a twin hearth with the whole head breathing through it. And I stand there in front of the best fire in the world and I watch it, with about a dozen people watching over my shoulder, and the plate does not change color. Everything around it does. The stock beside it goes red and then orange and then straw. The pan glows. The tongs I am holding go dull red at the tip and I have to put them down. The plate sits in the middle of all that, at exactly the temperature it was when I picked it up, doing nothing at all, and when I take it out with a bar and put my bare hand on it about 4 inches from where it was buried in a 100-year fire, it is cool. Behind me, Tem says quietly, and not as a joke, that the ones up there could not burn it either, and that we have all had a very good week congratulating ourselves about that. And I stand in the skull, with the best fire in the world at my back, and a plate in my hand that has never once in its existence been warm, and above us, 400 feet up, somebody is counting the days to the 8th tide. The 5th rung does not want mass. That is the first thing about it. And after 8 weeks of hauling for a number, it takes me a day to stop looking for the number. A true plate, it says, and heat above the coals. I stand and read that in the socket with a cold plate in my hand and the best fire anywhere at my back, and what it means is that the best bed of coal in the world is not enough and never has been. A 100-year bed of banked coal is a wonderful thing. It is also a fixed thing. It gives what it gives, and what it gives is a working heat for steel, and every smith who ever lived has known that if you want more than that out of a fire, you do not put more fire in. You put air in. At the yard we had a blower off a motor, and it made a noise like a war. Down here there is no motor, and no leather, and no hide of any kind, because there has never been an animal in Rustfall except us and the things that eat what we leave. What there is, in every direction, in quantities that nobody in the history of this pit has ever found the smallest use for, is pipe. The consecration works must have sent a river of it down that chute over the years. Hollow rib section, oil line, breather tube, lying in stacks in the pipe field that Vard's crew have walked past for 4 generations. You cannot sell a tube and you cannot eat one, and you cannot even prop a face with one, because they roll. So we build the blast, and it takes the whole brigade a week, and it is the funniest week of my life. The principle is a box and a flap and a man. 2 boxes, actually, so one is filling while one is pushing, and the flaps are cut plate on pins, and the seals are ash and grease and a great deal of swearing. The first box we build is a foot deep and takes 2 people to work, and puts out roughly the wind of a man blowing on soup. Rin tests it and reports that she can feel it on her hand if she holds it very close and does not move. The second one is chest deep and takes 4 and nearly breaks somebody's wrist because we have put the return the wrong way round. The 6th one is 12 feet along the side, made out of a courier cuirass with the arms plated over, and it takes 5 people on 2 beams, and it moves enough air to lift the ash off the floor at 40 feet. Then we build 4 of them. Then we join them into one line of God, pipe running down the socket and into the base of the hearth, and then we find out the actual problem, which is not the air. The problem is people. And I do not see it until Rin sits down on the shale in the middle of a run with both arms hanging and tells me with some heat to come and have a go myself. 6 on a beam can work that thing for about 4 minutes at a proper rate. After 4 minutes, they are finished. The hearth needs it for an hour, and an hour is 15 changes of crew, and 60 people is 10 crews, so everybody works, and everybody rests, and nothing ever stops. Which means it has to be counted. Out loud, right through, or the changes drift and the wind comes in ragged and the bed starts arguing with itself. Tem invents the count on the first evening, and by the second day, the pit is doing it. 40 on the beam, 40 off, change, and the counting is done by whoever is resting, and from that week it is the sound of that place, day and night. You can hear it from the south heaps. 400 people can tell what the hearth is doing from a quarter of a mile away by whether the count is going. The first attempt happens on the 51st day, on the tide, with everybody in, because the brigade clears a tide by noon now, and there is nothing else on that afternoon that anybody wants to be doing. We have a true plate in the bed. We have 4 boxes and 60 people and Tem on the count and the whole head breathing, and I stand at the tuyere and watch the color come up in the bed past anything I have ever seen in my life. The stock beside it goes white. Then it goes past white into a color I do not have a name for, and a bar of it that I put in for a marker simply is not there anymore when I look for it. And the true plate sits in the middle of all that and does nothing whatsoever, and lies there being the one cold object in the hottest place in the world. We run it for 2 hours. 10 crews, 15 changes, the count going the entire way, and at the end of 2 hours the coals have dropped, because you cannot take that much out of a fire without taking something out of the fire, and the bed is gray in patches for the first time in a century. The plate comes out of it cool enough to pick up in my bare hand, and I do pick it up in my bare hand in front of everybody, because there is no point pretending otherwise. 400 people are standing on the ridges and the slope outside, and they have been counting for 2 hours, and I have to go out and tell them. I do not make it better than it is. I tell them the plate did not take, that the coals are down and will need a week, and that we put 2 hours of everybody's back into a fire and got nothing at all out of it. Somebody asks whose fault it is, and I say mine, and that is not modesty. It is that I built the blast and I chose the day. And then I say the true thing, which is that I do not know what is missing. I have run every fire I know how to run, and this one was the biggest, and it was not enough, and I do not have a next idea, and I am telling them that standing up rather than sending it round in whispers. Nobody says anything for a moment, then Ott says something from the middle of the crowd, and everybody hears it because everybody has gone quiet, and I am about 10 feet away. The wind, he says, and then he stops, as he always stops, and 400 people stand on a slope of broken swords in the dark and wait for a slow man to get to the end of a sentence. I ask him to say the rest of it, and there is a pause there which belongs entirely to me, because a man who has not spoken to me in a month is standing in a crowd deciding whether to finish a sentence, and every person on that slope is watching him decide it. He finishes it. He takes his time and he says the whole thing, and it is the longest anybody has ever heard Ott talk. He says that the wind comes down the chute all night. He says he has been watching it in the socket for 8 weeks, because he has been on the ash line most of that time, and there is nothing else to look at, and that the draft coming across the eye socket goes through the ear canal at the turn, and that it is faster at the turn than it is anywhere else, and it is fastest in the dark before first light. He says we have the boxes blowing into the base of the hearth against the natural draft, which is why the bed goes gray. He says we are fighting our own chimney, and he says that if the boxes fed the ear canal instead, at the turn, where the head already pulls, then the head would do half the work, and would not have to be argued with. He gets all of it out. He takes his time. Nobody interrupts him, and nobody shifts their feet, because they have all watched the same thing I have watched for a month, and this is the first he has ever finished. He is right. He is completely right, and I know it before he is halfway through, and I stand there and let him finish anyway, because for once in my life I have worked out what the expensive thing is. So I say his name in front of all of them, and I say that Ott has just told us why it failed, and I ask him to come and show me the turn, and he does. And we go up there in front of 400 people, and he points at a place on the wall of a dead god's ear, where the ash has been polished off the plate by air. That is not an apology. I do not offer him one then or later because the apology was 3 weeks late the moment I opened my mouth in the sand. What it is instead is that from that day the blast is Ott's, and everybody knows it, and when a crew wants to know how many boxes to run, they ask him and not me. We rebuild the feed in 4 days, and we wait 6 more for the coals to come back, and we go again in the 2 hours before dawn, on the 57th day, with the wind coming down the chute the way he said. It takes about 20 minutes, which after most of a week of building and a week of waiting is almost insulting. The bed goes past that color with no name and keeps going, and the socket fills with a light that comes up the shaft and out of the eye of the helmet and puts a beam across all of Rustfall, and there are people standing on the south heaps a quarter of a mile away watching a dead god's eye light up. And then, with the count going outside and Ott standing at the turn with his hand up in the draft, the plate changes. There is a film on it. That is the only way to describe what comes off, and none of us has ever seen anything like it. And afterwards, a dozen people describe it a dozen different ways, and all of them are right. It lifts off the surface all at once, whole, like the skin off boiled milk, and it hangs there in the draft for about a second, silver and not quite still, with something written on it that I cannot read and do not get time to look at. Then it goes up the shaft and out of the eye and away over the pit, and 400 people watch it go up into the dark and lose it. And the plate underneath it goes red. That is all. It goes red and then orange and then straw in the ordinary way an honest piece of steel goes, taking its ordinary time about it. I put a hammer on it and it moves. I stand inside a dead god's face, hitting a piece of consecrated god armor with a hammer I made out of scrap, and watching it behave exactly like metal, and outside the count is still going, because nobody has told them to stop. What comes off that plate in the next 3 days is a breastplate, and it is not a beautiful one. It is cut to my own measurements because I am not fitting anybody else with the first one, and it is plain as a shovel. And what it does, we find out inside a fortnight, because the guild have kindly given us somewhere convenient to test it. Since the night of the fire, the guild have been burning a line along the wall footing. 2 trenches of oil either side of the chute base, alight day and night, to keep the pit away from the crane footings, and there is a man on the rim whose entire job is to send a barrel down twice a day to keep it going. It has been burning for a fortnight. It is the only thing in Rustfall that burns properly, and it burns because it is not ours. I walk down there on the 59th day with a breastplate on, in front of about 400 people, and I step over the lip and I stand in the trench. The oil comes up over my boots and up to my thighs, and the flame goes past my shoulders, and I stand in it with my hands at my sides and count to 30. Nothing. The plate does not take the heat. It does not go warm on the inside, it does not char my shirt under it, and when I come out of the fire and stand on the shale with the oil still burning on my boot leather, the metal is the temperature of a cold morning. The pit does not cheer. It makes a low sound, all 400 of them at once, of a kind I have not heard before, and then Rin starts shouting, and after that it is not possible to hear anything. Up on the rim, at the rail, 3 guild men in buttoned coats are watching a man stand in the middle of their own fire with his hands at his sides. One of them says nothing at all. One of them says something about the oil running low, and the third, who is called Wend, and who has been down there once with a balance in a felt case, says it loudly enough for both of them and for the 2 clerks standing behind them. He says that the assessor's office has no column for that either, and he adds that he intends to write it up anyway, and let somebody upstairs invent one. Further along the rail, at the west arm, Quartermaster Sorrel Dane is standing with a slate and a chalk, and she has been there since the socket lit up. She has drawn 2 columns. She does not write anything for a long time, and then she starts at the bottom of the right-hand one and works up, because that is how she checks a thing. Her clerk asks her, carefully, whether she would like the pit closed, and says that the guild would do it if the quartermaster's office asked for it in writing. She says no. She says that what she has just watched is one man with an eye, and that a method which needs an eye produces one of a thing at a time and dies with the man who has the eye. She taps the left column twice. A method that does not need an eye, she says, produces 200 of a thing a week, and it does not matter at all who is holding the tongs, and it never dies, and it does not have to be as good. The clerk asks her what she wants done, then, and she wipes the slate with the side of her hand and says two things, in order, which are that she wants 200 hired hands on the west arm by the end of the week, and that she wants the cage. And on the last day of that stretch, the crane cage comes down the wall in daylight with one woman standing in it, holding a slate with no armsman, no oil, and no folding table, and 200 hired workers standing on the rim behind her that none of us know about yet. She comes off the cage with a slate under one arm and 4 clerks behind her, and she is the first person from up there who looks at the pit before she looks at me. She walks the flat place first. Nobody asked her to, and nobody stops her. She goes past the name wall and stops at it and reads the whole thing, all 34 names, top to bottom, with a hand on the plate, and then she goes and looks at the hearth mouth and the boxes and the tables. Then she comes over and puts the slate down on the wing plate and says her name and her office, and asks whether she may have half an hour. Quartermaster Sorrel Dane has chalk on 3 fingers of her right hand, and a way of writing figures that goes from the bottom of a column to the top, and when she talks, she does not fill any of the gaps, and the gaps are where you find out what you have said. The offer takes about a few minutes, and I want it put down properly, because I can already feel myself making it smaller than it is while she is still talking. She has a furnace, she says, and she is careful to say furnace and not hearth. A furnace, on the rim, at the works, with 200 hired hands and a rolling floor and a wire down into this pit that runs both ways. She wants the method, all of it, the blast, the marking, the stripping, and my hand on the first month of it while her people learn. For it she offers 1/3 of everything the works produces, paid down the wire in food, water, timber, and tools, at prices she will publish and Farron can audit. And she offers 60 charters, and she puts the chalk down on the boards while she says it, which is the only time in the whole 6 minutes that her hands stop. 60 of them, she says, and not one of them mine. Every name on the circle roll entered at the quartermaster's office as employed persons of the armory works. That is a legal existence. That is 10,000 marks a head that nobody standing in this pit will raise in 9 lifetimes. Farron makes a noise beside me that I have not heard a man make before. Tim has stopped moving entirely, with his stick halfway up, like something left out in a frost. She says one more thing before she stops, and she says it without any weight on it, which is how I know she has thought about it for a while. She says that she does not want the pit closed, and she does not want the people moved, because a works needs hands, and the hands are already standing at the bottom of the hole. Then she picks the chalk back up and waits, and does not fill the gap, because she never fills the gap. And in my head, all the way through that gap, there is a list. One visit from up there with 12 armsmen and a barrel of oil. One with 6 armsmen and a folding table and a charter for a single man. One factor in polished boots offering 6 chits a blade and calling it a kindness paid on the same day. Nobody has ever come down that wire and put anything on my table that did not have a hand behind its back, and I have been right about that 4 times out of 4, and being right 4 times is how a man gets the 5th one wrong. And her furnace is already built. That is the thing I fix on, standing there, with the number 60 going round in my head. She did not build it in the last hour. She has had 200 people hired and a floor laid and a wire cleared before she ever came down to ask. So I decide she has come to fight, and I answer her the way you answer somebody who has come to fight, and I do it out loud, and I do it in front of her 4 clerks, and I do it at volume, because 60 of my own people are standing behind me, and I want them to hear every word. I tell her that we have had the offer before with different arithmetic on it. I tell her that a works with our method and their wire is a pit with a longer chain on it and better food. I ask her which of the 60 charters gets cancelled first when the tonnage drops, and I answer it myself before she can. I say that the last man who came down here to buy this went home and set it on fire, and that we put it out with our own hands, and the plates were still clean in the morning, and that there is nothing at the top of that wall that we need. And then I say the one I am going to have to live with. I tell her that she can go back up and tell them that Rustfall is not for sale, and I say it in the manner of a man giving a speech, and about 40 people behind me cheer. Sarah Dane does not argue with one word of it. She lets me finish, and she lets the cheering finish, and she looks at the cheering while it happens the way a person looks at weather. Then she asks one question, which is whether that is a no from the 60 or a no from me. And I say that it is a no, and I say it fast, because the honest answer takes longer than the fast one. She writes something on the slate. She does it from the bottom up, and it takes her about 4 seconds, and she does not show it to anybody. Her 4 clerks do not say a word. That is the thing that stays with me out of that whole afternoon. 4 people from the quartermaster's office stand there and watch a man in a burnt shirt shout at their principal in front of 400 witnesses, and not one of them makes a sound or moves a foot. And behind me, once the cheering has finished with itself, which takes about 12 seconds, neither does anybody else on that whole flat place. Nella does not say anything. Tem does not say anything. Farron puts his pen down on the boards very quietly and looks at it. Rin, who says something about everything, says nothing at all, and goes and picks up a hook that does not need picking up. Sorel thanks me for the half hour, which she has not used all of, and picks up her slate, and goes back to the cage with her 4 behind her, and nobody on the flat place says anything while she walks the length of it. The furnace on the rim lights 3 days later, and you can see it from every single corner of this pit, including from inside the socket if you stand at the right end of the cheekbone. It is out on the west arm past the crane house, and at night the glow of it comes up over the lip of the wall and puts a color on the underside of the smoke, and every person down here stops and looks at it on the first night. We can hear it as well, in the 2 hours before dawn when the pit is quiet. It does not sound like our hearth. Ours has a count on it, 60 voices going 40 on and 40 off. Hers has a bell. Farron goes up on the cage on the second day, because Farron can still walk into any office on that rim and be handed a docket, and he comes back down and tells us what he saw at the tables that night, with about 100 people listening. 200 people, he says, in rows. Nobody walks a face and nobody marks anything. The material comes up the wire in bulk, and it goes down one side of a shed, and every person on the line does one operation and passes it on. There is no eye anywhere in it. There is a chalk mark on a board that says what today's charge is, and a woman at the top of the line who tests 1 piece in 40, and the whole thing runs at the speed of the slowest pair of hands. And it does not stop, he says, and then he says the thing that shuts the table up, which is that ours stops every time I put my head down, and that everybody has known that for 6 weeks and nobody has said it. On the 8th day, Sorel Dane comes to the rail on the west arm with a speaking trumpet, which is a thing I have only heard used once before, and she gives the pit a number. 1,100 pieces, she says, in 8 days. Brace, cuff, hook, bar, and plate. And she reads the count for each, and then she adds the comparison herself. And she has done our figures as well as her own, and she has done them right. 20 times, she says, for every one thing that comes out of the bottom of this hole, 20 things come off the rim. Then she says the terms, and the terms are what lands. Any person in the pit may have a brace for 6 chits. Any person may have a cuff for 4. The works will fit under the wall on tide days, and there is no charge for the fitting. 6 chits is a number a hauler on the south heaps can actually get his hand around. And there are 400 people in this pit, and about 90 of them are carrying something that does not work properly. Ours are free. That is the thing I say out loud, standing at the tables, and Tem says the other half of it, which is that ours are free, and there are 20 of them, and there are 400 people in this pit. Hald comes down on the 5th day of that, and he is the first person off that wire in 9 weeks who arrives with nothing to sell and nothing to threaten. He comes down on the cage on his own, in a works apron with chalk on it, a big man of about 40 with burn scars up both forearms that I recognize from across the flat place, because I have the same ones. He asks for me by the trade, which is how I know somebody up there has been talking properly about us. And then he stands in front of me and says what he wants, without any circling at all. His brother lost a foot under a press at the works 11 years ago. He has watched a woman on this dump lift a cuirass section that 8 men could not shift. He wants a frame, a real one, fitted, and he says that he has money, and that he knows the works are on the other side of this, and he does not care. I ask him what his brother's foot is like. He tells me, in detail, and he is the first man from up there who has ever answered a question of mine with a fact. So we make it. It takes 4 days, and Nella does most of the fitting, because Nella has fitted 12 of these now, and I have fitted 3. And on the 3rd day, Hald sends up for his brother, and his brother comes down the wire and sits on a bench at the wing plate table while a woman in a frame makes him one. And when it is done, and the brother has been up and down the flat place on it 4 times with Hald walking backwards in front of him like a man leading a horse, Hald takes out a purse. I tell him to put it away. He does not put it away. We have an argument about it in front of about 60 people, and he loses it because Nella tells him that the pit does not sell legs, and that Kai does not sell them either, and she says it in a voice that ends the discussion. He goes back up the wire with his brother that evening, and the brother shakes hands with about 9 people on the way to the cage, including Ott, who tells him at some length how the benches were cut. He comes back down the following afternoon with 2 other people and a bag of tools, and he stands at the end of the boards, and he does not make any kind of speech. He says that he has told the line what he saw. He says that 7 of them wanted to come, and he has brought the 2 who have nobody up there who needs feeding. He says he will work for whatever the brigade eats. Nobody asks him for an oath. Nobody asks him whose side he is on, and nobody down here ever asks him that afterwards either. And then he says the thing that goes round the pit by nightfall, standing at a table with a works apron still on, in front of everybody, which is that he has been making armor for 19 years, and he has never in his life seen a piece of work like the one that walked out of here on his brother's leg. That is the first time anybody from up there says it out loud on this shale. It comes out of her camp, and it is about a leg and not about a blade. And Tem writes it down on nothing. I answer her number on the last day of that stretch, and I answer it with a hammer, because a number is answered by a bigger number, and I do not have one. We set it up below the wall where the rim can see down and the pit can see up, which is the only piece of neutral ground in the world I have access to. Sorel comes down for it. She does not have to, and she does. Her plate and mine, off the same nominal pattern, the same thickness, laid over the same gap on the same 2 blocks. Her own work stamp on hers, nothing on mine, because I do not stamp things. Hess swings because Hess has the best hammer arm in the pit, and because it should not be me, and Sorel does not object to that either. Hers goes on the 4th blow. It does not shatter, and I want that said because her work is not rubbish, and anybody who tells you it was, is lying. It dishes, and then it splits along the dish, and the split runs to the edge. Mine takes 12 blows and does not mark, and on the 12th, Hess stops and looks at the head of his own hammer instead, which gets a laugh out of about half the pit. 400 people make a noise, 200 on the rim, looking down over the rail at it, do not make any noise at all. Sorel Dane goes and looks at both pieces for about a minute. She picks up hers and turns it over and finds the split with her thumb and follows it the entire way, and then she puts it down and she does not say one word about it to me or to her clerks or to anybody. What she does instead is that she takes the chalk out of her pocket and writes a figure on the front of her own breastplate. It is a good breastplate. It is her own, fitted, works stamped. And I have been looking at it all afternoon without understanding what I am looking at, and it is not a guard's plate and it is not for show, because it has been taken in at the waist and shortened at the shoulder by somebody who measured her. She writes the figure on the front of it, low down where a strap would cover it, and then she writes the day's date beside the figure and blows the dust off her thumb. Then she says, to her clerks in her ordinary voice that the first true suit off the works line will be fitted to her, and she will wear it herself, and that they are to enter that now, so that nobody has to raise it later. She goes up on the cage. Her plate stays where it is on the block with the split in it, because she does not take it, and I do not understand that either. And on the way back up the slope in the dark, I pass a man from the south heap sitting on a bench outside his shelter with his boot off, strapping a brace to his ankle. It is a good brace. It is light, and the cuff is neat, and the rocker is the right shape, and it has a work stamp on the inside of the strap, and he has paid 6 chits for it, and he tells me he is very pleased with it. The box comes out of the corner on the 60th day in front of about 40 people, because for 3 weeks it has been the only thing in that workshop. Nobody was allowed to move, and everybody has been waiting to find out why. Farron has it on the inventory as item 41, and has read the entry out to about 900 people at this point. Dolph brings it over on a plank with both hands. The way you carry something you have decided is holy. We break the sand off it at the bench with about 40 people leaning in, and I take my time over it, because whatever is in there was paid for with a cut wrist in front of a dozen witnesses, and I would like to see it before anybody else does. What is in there is a collar. That is all. A gorget, plain, no ornament, the size of a thing you would put round a man's neck and forget about, and the metal of it is the color that alloy goes when it comes out looking wet. And the mark on my arm changes while I am holding it, and the word it puts up is bind, and what it says under the word is that what is bound is the maker and not the made. I read that 4 times, and I do not understand it until about half a day later, and I do not understand it properly until it happens. I put the collar on under my shirt. It sits at the base of the throat, and it weighs about as much as a full cup, and after 2 days I stop noticing it, and there is nothing to demonstrate, and nothing to show anybody, and for the first time since the fire, I have nothing to announce. Tem asks what it does. I tell him honestly that I have no idea, and he writes that down on nothing as well, and he is not pleased with me about it. At the neck of the gully, at the hour when the light goes, Quartermaster Sorrel Dane is standing in front of a man with an iron bar and a slate held against her hip. She does not sit down, and there is nowhere to sit. She has walked out from the foot of the wall along the low face with 2 clerks, and she has come to the gully instead of to the flat place, and she has come at the hour when nobody uses the road. She gives him the terms. The works want the haul route out of the north face and the low ground under it, cleared, held open, and worked by his people. Food for 11 men and a place on the rim roll, and she says the second half of that twice. Gruel knocks his knuckles twice on the socket in the ground where the post used to stand, and then he does not say anything, and Sorrel Dane does not fill it. She is good at waiting. Her clerks stand behind her holding nothing at all and looking at the shale, which is what her clerks always do. He asks whether the rim roll means a bed. She tells him it means a bed, a shift, meals with the works hands, and his own name written in a book in an office where anybody who asks can read it. He stands there for a while. Down the slope, 400 yards off, the hearth mouth in the eye of the helmet is throwing light on the smoke, and there are 60 people at 2 tables eating sitting down inside it. Then he says yes, without any conditions on it and without asking for more, and Sorrel Dane writes it on the slate from the bottom of the column upwards and asks him if there is anything else. He says no, and then he stands at the neck of his own gully with the bar across his shoulders and watches 4 people walk back along the low face towards the wall in the dark and does not follow them. I hear about it the next morning from Rin, who has it from a hauler off the south heaps who watched the whole thing from a ridge, and who is not sure whether he should be telling anybody. She expects me to go down there. Everybody at that table expects me to go down there, and Tem says the word sit once, and then eats his breakfast, and I do not go. I have a delivery under the wall on the 61st day, and 100 other things with dates on them, and because a man who has just walked into the other camp is a man who has made his choice. I am extremely good at that particular piece of arithmetic. I have now done it about 4 times on that man, and I have got it wrong on every single occasion, and I sit at a table with a bowl in my hands and do it again. The delivery on the 61st day is the biggest we have ever done, and I am pleased about it that morning, which is worth knowing about me. 40 crates of finished work under the wall under the guild terms, and it takes the whole brigade to bring it down, and 20 of them come in frames because 40 crates is what 20 people in frames can move in a morning. Aldrich Wren is there for the count with 4 armsmen. Sorrel Dane is there with her clerks and a tally of her own, and there is a 5th person standing back from all of them under the wall, in a plain coat, with his hands inside his sleeves. I do not know what he is. Nobody down here does. He is a small man with a wet-looking face, and he has been standing in the same place for an hour without being introduced to anybody. Aldrich starts the argument about grade, which he does at every count, and it goes as it always goes. Then he steps back 3 paces and says a word to the man in the plain coat, and that is all of the warning anybody gets. It arrives as weight, and if you have never had a working put on you, that is all of what there is to say about it. There is no light and no noise. What happens is that the air over the delivery ground gets heavy, all at once, the way it does before a container touches down, except it does not stop, and it goes on getting heavier, and 40 crates settle into the shale about a finger's width. Every person on that ground goes down. Vard goes down on one knee, 2 of the guild armsmen go down. Beck sits down in the middle of it with the cup still on its chain. Sorrel Dane's 4 clerks fold up like paper, and she goes down onto one hand herself and stays there with the slate flat under her palm. It is a kneeling. That is what it is for. It is a working that puts men on the ground in front of other men, and the whole point of it is the picture. It does not reach me. I feel it arrive at about a foot off my shoulders and press down, and then I feel it come off, and the coming off is what 400 people are still describing to each other a week afterwards. It comes off in flakes, gray about the size of a thumbnail, lifting away from me on all sides in the air and going up, hundreds of them, dry as ash off a fire, and I stand in the middle of it with my hands at my sides and my shirt collar full of a piece of metal I have not thought about in 2 days. And on either side of me, in 1s and 2s, and then in a line with the whole delivery ground on its knees around them, the 20 stand up. They do not shrug it off, and I want that put down exactly right because it is not the same thing. The weight is on them. It is on them the whole time, and it is still on them when it finishes. They are shaking with it, and 2 of them are bleeding from the nose. But a brace runs the load down a leg into the ground, the same way it runs a cuirass section into the ground, and it does not care whether the weight is a plate or a working, and 20 people who have not stood upright without help in years take a god's fist across the shoulders and stay on their feet. Nella is at the front of them, and she has been standing the entire time, and she is looking straight up the wall at the rail 400 feet over our heads while she does it. The man in the plain coat looks at that for a while. Then he takes his hands out of his sleeves and says, out loud to Aldrich Wren, in front of every person on that delivery ground, that he is returning the fee. Aldrich says something short and quiet, and the man in the plain coat says it again, louder, with a reason attached to it this time. He says he was engaged to break the ground under a work gang. He says his working has been taken off a man like a coat and dropped on the floor in front of him, and that he has no idea what did that, and no intention whatever of finding out at his own expense. Then he says the sentence that goes up the wall faster than any of us can walk. He says that he does not take commissions against people who can undo a working, and that he does not take them against anybody who is standing next to them either. He gives Aldrich the purse back at arm's length, and he walks off along the foot of the wall to the cage, and he never looks at me on the way past. Sorrel Dane gets up off her hand and dusts the slate on her hip. She has not said a word through any of it. Then she begins writing. Bottom of the column upwards. She writes for about a minute, standing on the delivery ground with 4 clerks still on their knees around her, and what she is doing is not what everybody assumes she is doing. She is not counting the flakes. She is counting the 20. I can see the number, and it is not a large enough number to be anything else. Her copies come down the wire that same week, and the difficult thing about them is that there is nothing whatever wrong with them. That is the thing I keep having to say to people, and the thing that keeps not landing. They are not bad work. Hald's line built the pattern, and Hald's line knows what it is doing. And the ones that come off the rim are neat and light, and they are 6 chits. There are 200 people making them, and there are 11 of us making ours. And that is all of the argument, and there is no clever answer to it anywhere in my hands. By the end of that week, there are 90 braces on people in this pit with a work stamp inside the strap, and 11 with nothing stamped on them at all, and mine are better, and there are 90 of the others. Tim does the arithmetic at the table, and does not enjoy it at all. At 6 chits a brace and 4 a cuff, he says, the works has taken about 15 crates of grain out of this pit in 9 days. And it has given us 90 pairs of working legs for it, he says, and he cannot make those 2 halves come out as either good or bad, no matter which end of the column he starts from, and he starts from both. Rin says that a man on the south heaps offered her 4 chits for hers, and she told him it was not for sale, and she goes on the thing that stays with me, which is that he asked her why she was so proud of a hook when there is a shop. And on the 9th night of that stretch, at the tables, when it is late and the second shift has gone and the lamp is down to a thumb, Nella asks me for a word about the road. She has asked me twice before, and she has been patient about both. She is not asking for a survey now, and she is not asking for hands. She asks me for a word. One word about whether it is ever going to happen. And I am tired, in a way I have not been since the night of the fire. There is a works on the rim making 20 of everything. There is a haul route bought out from under us, and there is a count coming on the 8th tide with 19 of something on the end of it. I have spent that whole day arguing about grade with a man who put his hand between my shoulder blades and pushed. So I tell her it is a fantasy. I do not shout it, and I am not cruel about it. That is what makes it as bad as it is. I say it the way a busy man says a thing to somebody who has interrupted him with about a third of my attention while I am looking at a tally. 400 feet, I say. Cut steps. 2 years of hands we do not have, on a wall we do not own, to get to a rim that is now a factory, and every one of us would be arrested at the top of it. It is a fantasy. It has always been a fantasy. Everybody in this pit knows it, and you are the only one who says it out loud. And she does not argue with me either. That is 2 of them inside a fortnight who have stood in front of me and let me finish and then gone quiet, and I do not put the 2 things side by side that night, because I am looking at a tally. She says all right, she says it in exactly the voice she said it in the last time, and the time before that, which is a voice with nothing wrong with it anywhere. Then she puts a hand flat on the table and gets herself up and goes off across the flat place in the dark. And I hear the frame all the way, because you always hear a frame, and it is a sound I have been listening to every day for 3 weeks, and stopped noticing about a fortnight ago. I go to the workshop before dawn the next morning, because the blast crews start early now, and Ott likes the 2 hours before light. The frame rack is by the door. It was the second thing built after the fire, and it holds 23 sets, hers on the end nearest the door, on the top rail, where a woman can get it standing up without kneeling to anybody. Her place on the rack is empty, and it takes me about 4 seconds standing there in the door with a lamp in my hand to understand what I am looking at. The straps are gone with it, and the spare cuff is gone, and the walking stick she has never once used is gone off the hook underneath, and her sled is standing against the wall on the other side of the room with the runners I made her still on it. Farron finds me at the water bank about an hour after full light, and he has the tally in his hand, and he does not want to give it to me. 11 butts, he says. 4 full, 3 at half, 4 with sediment only, and one of the 4 full is the one Beck keeps back for burns and does not release for anything. I ask him what that is in days, and he has already worked it out, because he worked it out before he came to find me, and has been carrying it about since. 400 people, 2 cups ahead a day at the ration, and the ration is already a cut 1. 9 days, he says, and then nothing at all, and the next work's pallet is on the 8th day, and the tide comes the day after it. I stand at that bank and I do the sum again myself, twice, because I want it to come out differently, and it does not, and the number does not move at all. Then I ask the question I should have asked at the start, which is, who has been getting the water down here? And the answer, given by Farron off a page with dates on it, is that the water drop has been arranged by Nella since before I fell down this chute. Every drop, every ration, every tally with Beck, every argument with the crane crew about the count. 11 years of it. She has held that thing on her own for over a decade, and I have been down here 9 weeks and I did not know. That is what it takes. It is not the empty rack that does it, and it is not the sled standing against the wall with the runners I made her still on it. It takes a page with a column and a number at the bottom, handed to me by a clerk, before I understand what I said at that table. I send 20 people out along the low face and up to the pipe field to ask. Vard sends 30 of his own without being asked. Farron goes to the foot of the wall and stands there all day trying to buy a lift out of a crane crew who will not talk to him. There is one way up out of this hole, and it costs 500 marks to put one living person in it. On the rim, on the works road, a woman in an unfinished frame is walking east with a stick she is not using. She has been walking for 2 days. The frame is the spare, cut and never fitted, and it has a hinge in it that has not been set for anybody's leg, and it goes on holding because the steel is good and the steel is doing all of it. 2 guards on the west gate watch her come up the road. She has come from the chute head, from the maintenance stair on the outside of the wall, which is 400 feet of ladder and platform, and which is not for the pit, and has never once been used by anybody from the pit. The younger one asks the older one whether that is one of theirs, and says it twice because the first time he says it, he is not sure what he is looking at. The older one watches her the whole length of the road. Then he says, not to her and not quietly, that the woman came up the chute wall on her own legs, and that he has stood on that gate for 9 years and has never seen it done, and that he is not going to be the one to stop her. They let her past. She does not thank them. She has about 20 feet of walking left in her, and she is spending it on the stairs. The culling office is on the 2nd floor of a gray building with a window that looks at another window. There is a counter and a rail, and a woman behind the counter with clean nails, and she is halfway through a docket when the door opens, and she looks up and she does not drop anything. Nella stands at the rail and says her own name and the year of the entry, and she says both of them the way you say something you have practiced on a ladder. Yvette puts the pen down. She looks at the frame first, all the way down it and back up again, and then she looks at the door, which is standing open, and then she looks at her sister. "You cannot be in here," she says. And Nella asks whether the paper is still in the office, and Yvette tells her that all papers are still in the office. Then she adds, in the voice of a clerk with a queue behind her, that the roll is closed and the entry is closed, and that there is nothing on the ledger that can be reversed by anybody standing at that rail. Nella has not asked for anything to be reversed. She says so. She says she has come up 400 feet of ladder to stand in a room with her sister and be looked at, and that she is not going to do any more than that, and she is not going to shout. Yvette takes a form out of the tray on her left, without looking at the tray, which is a thing you can only do after a great many years. She fills it out while Nella is standing there. It takes her about 2 minutes. It is an unauthorized presence notice, and it has a namespace and a place of origin space, and she writes Rustfall in the second one in a neat hand. She does not look up while she does it. Not once, not at the start, and not at the end, and she turns it round on the counter for signature as she has turned round a great many of them. Nella looks at it. She does not pick up the pen, and she does not push it back, and she does not say anything about it at all. Then she says the only thing she came up there to say, which is that she is standing, and that a man in the pit made the leg, and that his name is Kai Brandt, and he was priced at 6 coppers in a hall in Kettering by a captain her office does business with. Yvette stamps the notice and puts it in the tray on her right, and picks the pen back up, and goes on with the docket she was halfway through when the door opened. Nella goes down the stairs. The frame holds the leg right through down, and the frame is not the thing that is failing, and she gets to the bottom of the stairs and out into the yard and sits down on a step, and there is nobody in that whole yard who knows her name. Down in the pit, the water goes to 4 cups a day, and then 2 days later it goes to 3, and Beck reads out the new ration each morning standing on the barrel because he will not send anybody else to say it. Nobody complains at me about it. That is the worst week of the entire business, and nobody in 400 people comes and says one word, and Tim calls the barrel count out at dusk every evening the way he calls everything, and the count goes down, and it is the only number in Rustfall that is going the wrong way. On the 6th evening of it, at the hour when the light goes, and everybody is at the tables not talking about water, Gruel comes up the slope with a sled. There are 4 water butts on it, full, works butts with the quartermaster's stamp burned into the head, and he brings them the entire way up the face on his own with the rope over his shoulder, and he puts them down at the edge of the light exactly where he put the free haul. Farron asks him whether the works know. He says the works give the root crew a ration, and the root crew is 11 men, and 11 men do not drink 4 butts. Then he stands there with the rope still over his shoulder, because he has come to the end of the sentence, and there is nothing behind it, and nobody at those tables says anything for about 4 seconds. And Tem gets up off the bench, and he does not make a speech about it, and he does not look at me first, which is what I remember. He says Gruel's name, and he tells him to come and sit down, and he says there is a bowl on the way. Gruel knocks his knuckles twice on the end of the table, which is what he does, instead of answering anybody about anything, and stands there a moment longer. Then he sits down. He gets his legs under a table and takes a bowl in both hands and eats it sitting up at a height, with the brigade on both sides of him, and Rin passes him the salt out of the dent in the plate without saying anything, and he takes it. Nobody at that table says that it is the first time. Nobody says it. 60 people know it, because Tem has told every single one of them at some point in the last 5 weeks, and not one of them says it out loud. He sits there for about an hour. He does not talk. Twice somebody asks him something, and both times he answers in about 4 words, and Ott explains the benches to him at length, and he lets him. When he goes, he does not say goodbye. He knocks twice on the table and stands up and takes the empty sled back down the slope in the dark. The works pallet comes down at the bottom of the wire on the 8th day, at noon, in front of the whole pit, because everybody in it has known the date for a week. 400 people are there. That is the problem, and everybody can see it is the problem from about halfway through the morning, because there has been no drop for 8 days, and 400 people who have been on 3 cups a day are standing in one place watching a crane. It comes down on the wire with 8 butts on it in a slung frame, and the frame is works built, and it is fine, and the strap on the north corner is not. It goes when the frame is about 4 feet off the shale, with the crowd already in under it, and the sound it makes is not a sound anybody in that crowd knows how to be frightened of yet. The whole pallet swings and drops that corner, and the load starts to come off it sideways. 8 butts of water above about 40 people, and everybody at the front is packed in too close to move, and the ones at the back are still pushing forward because they cannot see. Gruel is on the rope crew on the near side because the delivery ground is his route now, and the route crew works the drops, and he is 10 feet from the corner that goes. He gets under it. He gets his shoulder into the corner of the frame and both hands on the rail, and he takes all of it, and he shouts once, which is the only time I ever hear that man raise his voice, and the ones at the front go out from under his elbows in a heartbeat. And then, at about the 4-second mark, the copy folds. It is on his left leg, strap and cuff and rocker, works stamp on the inside of the strap, 6 chits under the wall on a tide day with no charge for the fitting. It does not break. It folds at the cuff the way a tube folds, and the leg goes with it. He goes down under 8 butts and a works frame, and the size of it comes down on him, and the water goes everywhere across the shale, and about 100 people watch 8 days of water soak away into 100 years of broken swords. We get it off in under a minute. There are a dozen people in frames on that ground, and they get it off in under a minute, and it does not help, because the load has already been on him, and a man is not a stack. He does not die quickly, and he does not die well, and there is no version of it I can put down here that improves it, so I am not going to try to make it into anything else. It takes about 2 hours. He is awake for most of it, and he does not say very much, and what he does say is about the route, twice, and about somebody called Merritt who is not anybody down here. Rin sits with him the entire way and holds his hand, and she has 2 fingers that do not close, and she holds it with the other 3. At the end he knocks his knuckles twice against the shale, and I do not know whether that means anything. Afterwards I take the copy off him myself, with about 100 people standing round on the shale in the middle of the afternoon, and nobody saying anything at all. I do it because nobody else should have to, and because I want it in my own hands. I unbuckle the strap and take the whole thing off the leg and turn it over, and I sit back on my heels with it across my knees in front of about 100 people. I do not throw it. I do not say anything about the works, and I do not say anything about the woman who owns them, and it is not restraint. It is that there is a man on the shale in front of me, and anything I say turns him into an argument. What I do instead is read out what is written on it, which turns out to be worse for everybody than anything I could have thought of to say. There is a stamp inside the strap where the fitting mark goes, and it has the works mark on it and a line number and a date, and I read all of it out loud, flatly, all the way to the end, so that 100 people hear the date and the number. Then I carry it up the slope and I put it on the wingplate table at the end on its own, and there it stays. Nobody moves it. It is still there in the morning, and it is still there a week later, and people go round that end of the table rather than reach across it, and Farron never once puts it on the inventory. The post is where he left it. Not the one I dug out, which is standing in the ground in front of the hearth. The other one, the spare he cut for the gully after I took the first, which is lying on its side at the neck of the root with a tally board still nailed to it. I go down and look at it in the dark for a while, with the tally board still nailed to it and last month's marks on the board in his own hand, and then I come back up the slope. The tables are empty. Everybody has gone. The lamp is out, and the hearth is banked, and the barrel count for tomorrow is chalked on the plate by the water bank in Tem's hand, and it says 2. I sit down at the bench, on the near side, in the place where a man sat and ate a bowl of grain with his knees under a table for the first time in his life, the evening before last, and I stay there for a long time. The notice comes down on the cage nailed to a board, which is the guild's idea of an invitation, and Farron reads it out at the tables with about 200 people standing round him in the dark. Approving, it says, at the loading shelf, at noon, on the tide, and there is a place at the bottom for a mark instead of a signature, which tells you what they think they are dealing with. The loading shelf is a cut floor 80 feet up the wall where the crane used to stage its heavy work before the arm was extended, and it has been standing empty since Tem was a young man. It is open on the pit side. That is the whole reason they choose it, and the whole reason I accept. The guild stand on the rim above it and look down, and 400 people stand on the spoil ridges below it and look up, and there is nothing between the two. The terms are a champion in guild harness against the source of the pit work on the question of grade. Farron says the word grade 3 times and then puts the board down and says that this is not about grade. Tem asks the only sensible question in the whole business, which is what happens to the pit if I lose, and everybody at those tables stops eating to hear the answer. Nothing, says Farron. That is what makes it so clever. Nothing at all happens to the pit, and nothing happens to the terms, and the only thing on that shelf is the argument about whether the work is any good, and the only person who can lose anything is me. So I take it, and I take it in front of everybody, and then Rin asks what I am going to wear, and about 20 people laugh, and I do not, because I have been thinking about that for 2 days. On the morning of the 69th day, the tide comes down, and the brigade clears the heavy off it by the 9th hour without me, and at noon the cage takes me up 80 feet and puts me on a stone floor in front of 2 guilds. Aldrich Wren makes his wager before the assembly, and he makes it before I am off the cage, which means he has been composing it since last night. He does it properly, from the rail, at volume, with the assessor's office, and about 60 guild men, and 2 clerks of the quartermaster present, because a wager said quietly is not a wager. If the champion goes down, he says, the pit man will be named and not by his trade. He will be named by his name, said by me from this rail in front of this assembly. He is very pleased with that. I can see him being pleased with it from 80 feet away. It is a magnificent stake because it costs nothing if he wins, and because everybody up there hears it as generosity, and there is exactly one man on that shelf who understands what he has just put on the table, and it is not him. I come out in what I have, which is a patchwork, and there is no other word for it, and I am not going to pretend there is. Stripped plate at the chest and the shoulders, because stripped plate is 9 days of the whole pit on a blast box in shifts before dawn, and I have exactly 4 pieces of it in the world. alloy at the arms, cuirass sections wired at the hips, a greave section off the sink at the shin, and a courier cop on the left knee that does not match one other thing on me. I look like a man wearing a hedge. The guild laugh, all of them, the whole rail, and it goes on for about 20 seconds, and down below on the spoil ridges 400 people do not laugh, and the difference in sound between those two places is very easy to hear from where I am standing. The assessor comes out to look me over because there is a procedure, and Vend is not on duty, and this one I do not know. He finds the seam in about 4 seconds, which is roughly 3.5 seconds longer than I had budgeted for. It is on the left side, under the arm, where the stripped breastplate meets the alloy at the flank. It is a hand's width of wire lacing over a gap, and it is open, and it is the worst piece of work on that whole floor, and it is visible from the rail. He calls 2 of his people over to look at it. Then he calls the champion's second over. Then he goes up the steps to the rail and says something to the men at the front of it, and points, and there is a noise up there that I do not need translated. Nobody down on the ridges can see that side of me from where they are standing, which is also deliberate, and which is the one piece of luck in the whole arrangement. The champion is called Orith, and he is a serious man, and I want that said before anything else about him. He is not a bully, and he is not a fool. He is about my age. He is in a full guild harness of consecrated plate with no fault in it anywhere, and he has been fighting for a living since he was 19, and I have been cutting metal. He comes on straight and fast, and he does not play to the rail once. The first 2 exchanges are entirely his. He puts me on the floor once with the flat and once with the shoulder, and the second one takes the wind out of me completely, and I hear 400 people go quiet below the shelf. I am not going to tell you that I am a swordsman. I am not. What I am is a man who has spent 9 weeks in armor made by himself, and 8 years before that at a yard where you learn very early what a piece of metal will and will not survive. So I fight the way you fight when you are worse. I keep the left side to him. I do it clumsily, and then I do it more clumsily, and I take a hit on the shoulder I do not have to take in order to turn that side into the light. And on the 4th pass, Orith puts every single thing he has into the seam, without hesitating and without checking it first. He is right to. It is what I would have done. It is a hand's width of open lacing on a man who is losing, and he goes into it with a 2-handed thrust off the back foot with his whole weight behind it, and the point goes in where it should. Under that lacing there is 1 piece of true plate, stripped, folded twice and laid in flat, and it is the 4th of the 4 pieces, and the reason I only wore 3 of them. It is the best material in the world, and it has had a century of consecration taken off it in a fire that 60 people pumped by hand in shifts before dawn, and there is not one thing a guild works has ever made that is going through it. His blade goes. It does not bend and it does not turn. It comes apart about a foot from the point and then again halfway, and the pieces of it go across that stone floor and off the open side and down 80 feet into the pit, and 400 people underneath watch a guild sword rain into the shale. He is still holding the grip and about 9 inches of it when I take him down, and he is still trying to use it, which tells you what sort of man he is. I do it with my hands because I am not carrying a blade and never was, and it is not elegant. I get inside, take the arm, put him on the floor, and hold him there, and it is over in the time it takes to say it. And then I let him up. I want that put down because of what comes after it. I get off him, and I stand back, and I put my hand out and take his forearm and pull him onto his feet, and Orith stands there with 9 inches of guild steel in his fist, looking at the wire lacing on my left side. There is no noise from the rail at all. Below, on the ridges, there is a noise like the whole pit falling in. And then, with the noise off the ridges still going, Aldrich Wren comes down the steps onto the shelf. Nobody asks him to. There is no procedure for it. He comes down in his own harness, which is the best thing on that floor by a distance, a full consecrated guild pattern with the works marks on the pauldrons, and he does not say anything to me, and he does not look at at Orith. I know what he is doing. He is a captain who has just wagered a name in front of an assembly, and he has about one way left of not paying it. He is also, and this is the thing nobody up there has thought about for 100 years, a man walking towards a scrap cutter wearing a suit that scrap cutters have been taking apart in the dark since before his grandfather was born. He is good. He is better than Orith, and he is faster than a man that size should be, and he opens my cheek in the first pass and cracks the courier cop on my left knee in the second. I let him spend 4 passes. I need the position, and I need him committed, and I need him to be doing the thing that men in perfect armor do, which is to stop thinking about the armor. Then, on the 5th, with his weight forward and his left arm high, I hit the 3rd lame from the bottom on his left side, once, with the heel of my hand. It goes. The whole flank of the harness opens like a book, the lames coming apart one after another down the line in about 1/4 of a second, and the belt goes with it, and the back plate swings loose off his shoulder and takes him half round with it. He is not hurt. I want that understood because it would be a better story if he were, and it is not what happened. He is standing on a stone shelf in front of 60 guild men and 400 pit haulers with the entire left side of a consecrated harness hanging off him and the padding showing. He tries to hold it on with his arm. That is the picture the rim takes home with it, and it is not the blow, and there is not one thing I could have done to arrange it better. I say one sentence about it, and I say it afterwards, and I say it once. The 3rd lame from the bottom is always the last one fitted, I tell him. On every heavy pattern the works has made for 200 years, I say. It sits a thumb's width proud, and it is riveted cold, and every single person standing on the ridges under this shelf has known it since they were 9 years old, because taking these apart is their trade and always has been. The rim does not make a sound. Then Aldrich Wren stands on a stone floor with his own armor hanging off him and says my name. He does it because he wagered it in front of an assembly, and a captain who welshes on a public stake in front of the assessor's office is finished in that city by supper. He says it flat, both parts of it, loud enough for the rail, and it costs him more than the harness did. Kai Brandt. That is every bit of it, 2 words, and then he turns round and goes up the steps holding his own side together with his forearm, and nobody at that rail comes down to meet him. The warden has been on the rail the whole time. She has not moved once, and she has not said anything. Now she comes down the steps and crosses that floor and stops in front of me, and she takes the glove out of her belt and does not put it on, and she puts her bare hand flat on my breastplate, on the stripped plate over the chest, and leaves it there. She asks me one question, which is what took the blessing off it. And she asks it the way a person asks about the weather in a country they have never been to. I tell her the truth, because there is no version of this in which lying helps me. Air, I say. 100-year bed, 4 boxes, 60 people pumping in shifts in the 2 hours before dawn, when the wind comes down the chute. She takes her hand off the plate and looks at the palm of it for a moment, and then closes it, and stands there on the shelf with her fist shut, and does not say anything for a while. Then she says the thing she says once. She says it in an ordinary voice on a stone shelf in front of 2 guilds and 400 haulers, and she does not lower it for anybody. She has held this office for 11 years, she says, and in 11 years she has wanted exactly one thing out of it, which is to stand near somebody else's mind while it works on a problem that she could not solve herself. She says thank you, once. Then she puts the glove back through her belt, and that is the last pleasant thing she has for me. The brand goes over while I am still standing on that shelf with the blood off my cheek running down inside the collar. 6 rungs behind me, and the 7th comes up, and it does not want mass, and it does not want blood, and it does not want heat. It wants the pauldrons of a herald. They do not come off a war harness at all. They come off a courier. The light, small, man-sized ones off the herald god's own riders, and it says under that, in the flat gray, that there is one pair or there is none. I have never seen one. In 9 weeks on that dump, I have never once seen a piece off a courier harness that was not enormous, and I stand there on that shelf with the number 7 in front of me, and no idea at all where to start. Ott is waiting at the wall footing when the cage comes down, standing in front of about 400 people who are all trying to get to me at once, and he does not move out of the way for any of them. He has both of them. He has carried them down from the flat place on a sled on his own, and he has cleaned the ash off them, and he stands there holding one in each hand while about 400 people come off the ridges around him. He says that he has been sitting on them since the second tide, and it takes him about a minute to get all of it out, and nobody hurries him. They came down in the same tide as the day I took the post, he says. He sat on one to eat. He carried them both back to the flat place because they were exactly the right height, and he has had one at each end of the second bench ever since the fire, and everybody in the brigade has been sitting on them for 5 weeks. He goes on that he has been meaning to mention it, and about a dozen people put their hands over their faces, and Rin sits down on the shale. The warden reads the writ from the rail at the 6th hour, and she reads it herself and does not give it to a clerk. The contents of Rustfall are consecrated goods of the armory, struck off the roll and never written off. All persons in occupation are in unauthorized possession. Reclamation will attend at the annual count, at the 8th tide, on the 78th day. My arm has carried one word since the night I put my hand in the coals, and nobody down here has ever been able to tell me what it was for. It is theirs. It is the word on the docket for taking back what they say belongs to them, and they wrote it on me before they ever came to do it. Then she folds it and says the thing that is not written on it, which is the number, and she says it looking down into the pit and not at the rail. 19 gleaners, she says, 9 days. And then she goes in off the rail and the crane starts and the whole pit stands on the spoil ridges in the dark working out what 9 days is. 9 days, says Tem at dusk, standing on the same shield he has stood on since the 8th day of my life down here. And then he gives them the barrel count, which is 1. The 7th rung opens on the 2nd morning, and it is not one thing that anybody in this pit has been imagining, and about half the brigade is disappointed for the first hour. Nano, it says, which is not a word I know, and under it a description in the flat gray, and the description is a set of instructions for making about 1,100 small plates that lock to each other and lock to a man. It is not a suit anybody puts on. It is a suit that puts itself on, plate by plate, in the order the pieces decide, off whatever it is carried on. And the pauldrons go last. That is the line it says twice. The herald plates are the flight, and they seat last of all, and they will not seat at all until every other plate in the count is home. 1,100 plates, and every one of them has to be laid onto stripped stock, and stripped stock is 4 boxes and 60 people pumping before dawn. We make 490 of them in most of a week. It is the best a week of work this pit has ever done, and I will say so to anybody, and Hald's 200 could have done the whole 1,101. Then, on the 3rd morning, 3 gleaners come down the wall early, and nobody knows they are coming. There is no notice and no cage and no crane. They come over the rim on the north side on the maintenance ladders at first light, and they come down 400 feet of wall in about 7 minutes. A gleaner is 9 feet of armory gray, and it is built to pick things up. That is all it is for. It has 4 arms and no face and no interest in anybody. And where a man would have a head, it has a housing with a lamp in it, and the lamp does not track you, and that is what gets people. They do not attack anybody. That is the thing nobody standing on those ridges can make sense of. They come down onto the north face, and they walk to the helmet, and they start clearing. They take the ear canal first. Of course they do. It is the largest clean assembly of consecrated plate in the pit, and it is standing in the open, and all of that ear is the mouth of our air feed, and they take the plate floor out of it in about an hour and stack it in the open like a man tidying a yard. We fight them for it. I want that said before anything else. 40 people go at 3 gleaners with bars and hooks and drag ropes, and it is not a fight. It is a demonstration, and Rin gets one of them down onto its knee joint with a chain, and it stands up again with her still attached. When the floor comes out of the ear, the draft goes, and you feel it in the socket before one person has said anything about it. The head stops breathing. The bed drops from the color with no name down through white, and then down through yellow inside 20 minutes. And there is not one thing anybody can do, and Ott stands in the middle of the socket with his hand held up in air that is not moving. 60 people on 4 blast boxes for 2 hours cannot get it back. Neither can 1100, because you cannot push air into a chimney that has been taken apart. The hearth goes to red, and then to dull, and then to the color it must have been on the day the god came down. And that is the end of it, and I am not going to make a scene out of it, because nobody down there made one. We have a bed of 100-year coal that will still melt and will still alloy. What we do not have, from that morning on, is strip heat, and every one of the plates I have left to make needs to be laid onto stripped stock. I am short about 180 plates, and there is no stripped stock left anywhere in this pit, and there is exactly one object left in that workshop, with good alloy in it. I do not make a speech about it, and I do not do it at night. I go and get the machine out of the corner in the middle of the afternoon, and I put it on the bench in front of about 40 people. The frame, the fork legs I poured on the night we were 11 chisels short, the bar, the rear stays and the pins, all of it good alloy, all of it built out of a habit off a life I had before a stone put a price on me. It would never have run. There is no fuel in this pit, and there never was, and there are no bearings and no wire, and every person on this face has known that for 8 weeks, and not one of them ever said it to me. It goes into the crucible in about 15 pieces over 2 hours, and I cut every one of the pieces myself, because it is mine, and because I have never in my life asked anybody else to do the cutting that hurts. Nobody says anything. Rin is at the tilt, and does not look up. Farron comes to the door and stands there, and then goes away again. Ott takes the pins out for me because my hands are not steady, and does not explain anything about pins to anybody. I get 140 plates out of it, and it is not 180, and I go back to work. They come in force on the 6th day of the 9, which is 3 days before the date the warden read off the rail, and nobody up there sends any word about that either. All 19, down the north wall in the morning, and by then there is no version of this where anybody is confused about what is happening. They come to clear the pit of consecrated goods, and every single thing in this hole is consecrated goods, including the tables. The brigade fights them in the frames, and I am going to put down honestly what that is, because there is already a braver account of it going round the ridges. For about a quarter of an hour, it works. 20 people in braces and cuffs holding a line at the gully mouth with bars and chain, and a frame lets a woman with one shoulder hold a 9-foot machine off a doorway, and for a quarter of an hour we are winning, and everybody can see we are winning. Then the frames start to bend, and they start bending at the far end of the line where I cannot get to, and by the time I can get to it, they are bending in the middle as well. They are made for weight. That is all of the design, and I designed it. A brace takes a load down a leg into the ground, and it does that beautifully, and it was never once built to take a sideways blow from something with 4 arms that weighs as much as a cart. They bend at the cuff. They bend the way the cheap copy bent on a man's leg down at the wall 8 days ago, and mine bend later and mine bend slower, and they bend. Doff goes at the 4th hour on the left of the line with a bar in both hands and no frame on him because he never needed one. He is wearing my boots. He has been wearing them since the morning I came down that chute, and he took them off me while I was under the rust, and he has never once offered them back, and I have never once asked for them, and it is the oldest joke on that flat place. A gleaner puts an arm through the line, and he is where the arm goes, and it is not anything at all like a fight. Mara goes about 20 minutes later on the north lip, and nobody sees it happen, which is what finishes Tem. She has counted the dead on this dump twice over, up the line and back down it, for 19 years. We pull back to the flat place and we hold the flat place, and by evening the pit has lost the north face, the greave slot, the ear canal, and all of the helmet except the socket, and there are 12 of us who can still stand up in a frame. I go up on the cage that night, and I go up because there is nothing left in this pit that I can do with my hands, and a man who cannot work has to go and ask. Farron arranges it, because Farron can still get a docket signed, and it costs the last of the guild credit, and I do not care, and the crane crew take me up in the dark without one word said in either direction. The works are lit and running at midnight. 200 people on a floor under a roof, and a bell instead of a count, and rows of finished braces on racks going away from me further than I can see in that light. Sorrel Dane comes out onto the floor with the slate in her hand, and does not ask me why I am there, and does not ask me how the pit is, and does not offer me anything to sit on. I ask her for help, out loud, standing on her floor in front of the whole night shift, with 200 people stopping work in a spreading circle around us to listen. I ask for the works. I do not ask for charity, and I do not ask for a loan. I ask for the furnace, the stock, the hands, and the wire, all of it, turned on the north wall for 2 days, and I say that I have nothing to trade and no way to pay her, and that I am asking anyway. She lets me finish. She does not fill the gap afterwards, and the gap goes on for long enough that 200 people learn something about her. And then she says no. She says it once, and she says it plainly, and she does not decorate it. Then she gives me the reason, which is worse than the no, and she gives it to me in front of her 200, because that is where I put it. You did not refuse an offer, she says. You refused it at volume in front of my clerks so that your own people could hear you do it, and you made it a question of whose face it was, and it has been a question of whose face it is ever since. I stand there on her floor with 200 people watching me stand on it and nothing whatsoever in my mouth to say back to her. She says that if she puts her works on that wall tonight, everybody in this city will know inside a week that the quartermaster's office came down off the rim because a scrap cutter shouted at her and then asked nicely. And she is right. That is the whole difficulty with the woman, and it always has been. She is right, and I say so, out loud, on her floor, in front of 200 of her people. You are right, I say. I did that. It was mine, and I did it in public, and you have not done one dishonest thing to me since the day you came down that wire. Then I go back to the cage, and she goes back to her slate, and neither of us says one word more, and the last thing I see off that floor is 200 people not going back to work. At the second hour, Hald unbolts the works gates from the inside. He does it with 4 other line masters, and he does not wake anybody up who does not want to be woken, and by the time it is done, there are 160 of them standing on the floor in their coats. Nobody makes a speech about the works or the quartermaster or the pit. Hald stands up on a bench and says 3 sentences, and all 3 of them are about a leg. He says that his brother has a foot because a woman in a frame in a pit made him one and would not take a purse for it, and because a man called Kai Brandt would not take one either. He says that the man who runs that pit stood on this floor tonight and asked and was told no and said that the no was fair. He says that he is going down the wall and that he is not asking anybody to come, and that anybody who does not come will not hear a word about it from him afterwards. 160 of them go over the rim on the maintenance ladders before dawn, carrying work stock on their backs, and 11 stay behind on the floor to keep the furnace lit, and one of the 11 is a woman who runs the tap and has not said one word to anybody all night. Nella comes down the chute itself at first light on the 78th day, and there are 400 people already awake on the ridges to watch her do it. She does not come down the ladders. She comes down the chute itself, which nobody has ever done alive on purpose. On a line she has rigged herself off the crane footing, in the frame, hand over hand, with a water butt strapped across her back. She comes into the pit out of a hole in the wall 400 feet up, in daylight, in front of everybody. There are 11 butts behind her on a slung frame that she has argued out of somebody up there over 3 days and paid for in a way she never tells me about, and they come down the wire behind her one at a time. Tem gets up on the shield with his stick and he is not able to say anything for a moment, and 400 people stand there and let an old man have his moment. Then he calls the barrel count, and the count is not 1. He says the number, and he has to say it twice because the first time nobody at the back can hear him over the noise the front is already making. 11, he says. 11 butts. And 400 people, who have not had a full cup in 9 days, make a noise in that pit that goes up the walls, and Rin gets to her first, and gets both arms round her, and Nella stands there in a frame that has held her for 9 days and does not let go of the strap. I get about 4 words out to her, and I do not remember what any of the 4 are, and she puts a hand flat on my chest and tells me to save it. Then the light changes on the north wall, and everybody in that pit turns round at the same time, and they are on the rim, all of them. 19, in a line along the lip against the morning, standing still, 400 feet up, and behind them and between them and coming through them onto the maintenance stairs is the armory gray of a great many people who are not machines. And then, 400 feet over the top of all of it, on the 78th morning, the tide siren starts. The siren runs its 40 seconds and stops, and nothing at all comes out of the chute mouth, and 400 people stand on the ash lines in the gray light with their heads back waiting for a load that is not coming. What comes instead is the gleaners, over the lip and into the chute head, 19 of them, and they come down the trough itself, because it is the only wide, clean way into this hole, and it was built by people who wanted things to arrive at the bottom. Warden Surakel walks down with them, and she is the only living thing on that wall, and she is in no hurry whatsoever. She does not come down inside the trough. She comes down the maintenance stair beside it, at her own pace, with the glove through her belt and her bare palm running along the outside of the chute all the way down, the way a woman walks a fence she has owned for a long time. Hald's people get the brigade off the north face and onto the flat by the 11th minute, which is the only reason anybody is alive at the 12th. There are 160 of them down here now. They came over the rim in the night with work stock on their backs, and they have spent 4 hours learning the pit from people who have been in it their whole lives, and Vard has them in 4s, because Vard has been putting people in 4s since he was 19. Nella has the 20. She has them at the bottom of the chute, in the throat, where the trough comes out onto the shale, and everything that arrives has to arrive through a gap about 40 feet across. She does not intend to win there. She says so out loud, standing in front of them, and it is the most honest order I have ever heard anybody give. We are not beating those, she says. We are holding this throat open for 2 hours so that what is coming down, it can come down it, and we are doing it in shifts by the count, and every one of you is coming off that line when your number is called whether you want to or not. Up on the rim at the works, Quartermaster Sorrel Dane arrives at first light and finds her own furnace running without her. The gates are open. 11 of her people are on the floor, the bell is going, and the tap is hot. The charge going into it is not work stock at all, and the launder has been swung a quarter turn out of its bed, and there are 2 masters standing at the swing pin waiting to be told to put it back. She stands in the doorway of her own works with the slate under her arm and looks at all of it for a while, and nobody on that floor stops what they are doing, and nobody explains anything. The woman on the tap says one thing to her, which is that the pit is holding the throat, and then goes back to the tap without waiting to hear what the quartermaster thinks about it. And Sorrel Dane does not send for anybody, and she does not write anything on the slate, and she does not ask who unbolted the gates, and every person on that floor is watching her do none of those things. She puts the slate down on a bench. Then she walks to the rack at the end of the floor and takes down a breastplate with a figure chalked low on the front of it and a date beside the figure, and she puts it on herself, alone, with no clerk holding anything. It is fitted. It has been fitted for weeks. It comes in at the waist and it is short in the shoulder, and it goes on her like a coat she has worn every day of her life, and there is nobody in that building who does not understand exactly what they are looking at. Then she says 3 words to the men standing at the swing pin, and the 3 words are all the way over. The launder goes over the rim at about the 2nd hour, and it is a trough of fired brick and plate about 60 feet long, and it has been carrying melt from her furnace to her molds for 11 weeks, and the men on the swing pin take it round in one movement and drop the lip of it over the edge of the world. And then the works pours. It comes over the rim in a line and goes into the chute head, and after that it does what any liquid does in a trough, which is that it goes down. 400 feet of a river of white metal running down the inside of the chute, in the open, in the morning, and the light off it goes up all of that wall and puts the shadow of the crane arm across the far side of the pit, and every single person in Rustfall stops for the length of a breath and looks up at it. It catches the gleaners in the trough at about 180 feet, and they do not run, because nothing has ever told them to. They are machines. That is the thing nobody down here has properly understood until that moment, because they have spent a week walking about the North Face like patient men. Machines have joints and housings and lamps and bearings, and they carry every one of those on the outside, and a river of melt does not have to break anything at all to finish a machine. 11 of them stop in the chute. Some of them stop upright and some of them go over the side and come down 400 feet onto the shale, and one of them keeps walking for a while afterwards with nothing left in the housing at all. 8 get through the melt and come out of the bottom of the trough onto the shale, and Nella's 20 are standing in the gap where the shale begins. She holds it for 2 hours. She holds it by the count exactly as she said, and the count is called by Tem from up on the hearth wall right through, and the shifts change every 40 and nobody argues once. They do not beat them. Frames bend at the cuff, and people go down, and other people come and take their places, and Kelber loses an arm at the elbow, and is carried up the slope, still telling the person carrying her about the greave hinge. But that throat stays open, and the river keeps running through it, and for 2 hours 180 people stand in a gap 40 feet wide and pay for it. I go up the chute at the second hour on the outside of the trough, on the maintenance rungs, with the melt going past me on the other side of the plate, close enough to feel through it. I go up because Sir Akel is coming down the stair beside it, and because the launder pin is at the top, and there is nobody at the top who is ours. I get about 200 feet with 490 plates on me, and 630 more strapped across my back in a bag Rin made out of a drag rope, and a gleaner comes across the trough at me on the inside edge and takes me off the wall with one arm. So, I fall down the chute for the second time in my life, and this time I am the only thing in the load. And on the way down, the suit finishes. Here is all of what happens, and I do not understand the mechanics of it now any better than I do falling. The bag opens, the plates come out of it, and they do not scatter. They come onto me in the air, one after another, in an order that nothing living chose, 630 of them locking to the 490 already on me, up the legs and across the back and over the shoulders and down both arms. The last 2 things to arrive are the pauldrons that a slow man sat on for 5 weeks and then carried back to the flat place because they were exactly the right height for a bench. They seat, and then, about 200 feet off the bottom of Rustfall, with a river of white metal going down the wall beside me, I stop falling. There is no way to say what that is. It is not lifting, and it is not floating. It is the first thing in my whole life that has ever taken my own weight off me, and I have been carrying my own weight up and down a slope of other people's broken swords for 11 weeks. I go up the face of that wall in the light of a river of molten metal, with 600 people underneath me and every one of them looking up. They see me. All of them. That is what matters, and it is the only piece of the whole business I would keep if I had to give the rest of it back. Somewhere on the rim, a man, Aldrich Wren, has paid a great deal of money to spend a working on me while I am still climbing, and it arrives and it comes off in flakes, gray and dry and about the size of a thumbnail, hundreds of them, and they go down through the light behind me and out over the pit. Nobody up there tries that on me again. Farron prices the working off a docket that same night, and it is more than Aldrich was paid for 11 months of restored blades. The count comes in that day, all of it inside the same hour, and I do not arrange one single part of it. Aldrich Wren is below the wall when it finishes, on the delivery ground, because he came down with the reclamation escort to see property recovered, and there is no cage going up. Rin walks over to him with the chute casting in her hand, the one she has used as a stake to hold her drag rope down on the loose face for 11 weeks, with the dried mud still on the last 4 inches of it. She puts it in his hands. She does not say one word, and neither do I, and neither does anybody else on that ground, and there are about 600 people on it. He stands there holding the thing he took off my palms in a hall in Kethring, and it is what it always was, and about 600 people watch him work out that everybody here has known for 11 weeks. Farron takes the last of the works ledgers off the cage and reads out at the tables what a man on the rim was buying at 2 marks and selling at 60, and Week's name is on every line of it, and Week is up there in a hut with 11 glass bottles listening to 400 people laugh at a number. Nella walks the whole length of the flat place on her own legs with a water butt on her shoulder and puts it down at Beck's barrel, and Beck cannot work the tap for a while. And the copy is where I put it, on the end of the wing plate table, on its own, and when Sorrel Dane comes down the wall at noon she goes to that table first. Nobody tells her about it. She sees it lying there, and she goes over, and she picks it up herself with both hands, and turns it over, and finds the stamp inside the strap with her thumb. She reads it. Then she says the line number out loud, and the date, and then the name of the master who ran that line. I will speak to him myself, she says. Nobody else is to go near him. Then she puts it back down on the table exactly where it was lying, in the same place, at the same angle, and nobody moves it after that either. The forge goes out that night, and there is no drama in it at all, and nobody is there to see it happen except the 4 of us who go down with the last of the plates. We come down into the socket at the 11th hour with the last of the plates, and the bed is gray from wall to wall, and Ott puts his hand flat on it in 3 places and does not say anything. I dig into it with a bar in 2 places, and there is nothing under the ash. 100 years of banked coal, and we took it in 11 weeks, and the last day of it went up a chute in a river of somebody else's metal. Tim asks whether we can start another one. A god has to die on top of it first, I tell him. And I have no idea how the first one was lit, and neither does anybody alive. Nobody makes a speech about that either. It is a dead fire in a dead head, and we have 400 people to feed in the morning. Surakel comes down to the flat place on the 3rd day after, and she comes down on her own, on foot, with no escort and no writ in her hand. By then the chute is already coming off the wall, and that was Nella's, start to finish, and she had it costed before the melt in the trough had gone cold. 400 feet of trough, cut into sections, and every section of it is a plate that will hold a man. There is a wall to rivet them to. And there are 160 works hands down here who have done nothing for 11 weeks except repeat one operation until it is perfect. The stair goes up the wall in 9 days in switchbacks, and Hald's people set the rivets, and the pipe field cuts the sections, and Ott works out where the turns go because Ott has been looking at that wall longer than any of us. The warden walks up to the bottom of the new stair and stops, and takes the glove out of her belt, and does not put it on, and puts her bare hand flat on the first riser. She stands there like that for some while, with about 600 people on the shale behind her watching her do it. You have cut the chute, she says. Then she says the rest of it, and she says it loudly, on her own, with no writ in her hand, and no clerk beside her, and it is the judgment on this business, and it is not mine to make, and I did not make it. For 100 years, she says, the armory has put down this hole every single thing it could not destroy. That is the plate, and that is the people, and I have read the dockets, and both of them went into the same column. The column was wrong about the plate, she says. It was wrong about the people in the same way and for the same reason, and I have spent 11 years being paid to count things and not once been asked to look at what I was counting. I will not be taking anything out of this pit today, she says. She does not say that she will not be back. They go up on the 9th day after the count, in the morning, in one column, and every one of them goes up on their own legs. 600 people. In frames and without, in ones and twos and families and crews, up 400 feet of riveted chute plate in switchbacks along the wall of Rustfall, and nobody asks anybody at the top for permission, and nobody at the top comes down to stop it. Below them, the pit is burning. 50 furnaces along the flat place and the low face and out into the pipe field, lit off the works and off each other, because 160 people who know how to run a furnace came down that wall in the night and have been teaching for a fortnight. From above, at night, it does not look like a dump anymore. It looks like a town that somebody put at the bottom of a hole on purpose. I go up last because somebody has to walk behind the column, and because the last one up is the one who can still get down again quickly. There is a man on the rim at the top of it, on the gate, with a book. He is not armed and he is not in guild colors, and he has plainly been sent because nobody senior wanted the job. He watches 600 people come up out of a hole that has never given anything back, and he gets about halfway through his own list of questions, and then he stops and asks me the only one he actually wants the answer to. He asks what they are supposed to call me now, and he has his pen ready over the book, and he means it as a clerk means it, which is that there is a box on the form. Scrap. It is the word the stone gave me in a hall in Kethering in front of 200 men, and I give it to him flat, and it does not mean today one single thing that it meant on the first day. Surakel is at the rail behind him with her hand on the top of the last riser. She says, to nobody in particular, and not quietly, that Rustfall is not the only one of these. Then she goes in off the rim and does not say another word about it, and behind me the first of the 50 fires comes up the wall and puts a light on the underside of the smoke over a city that has never once looked down.
So that is all of it. And it was never really about a man who could melt anything. It was about a place where somebody decided what things were worth, out loud, in front of everybody, and then wrote it in a column and stopped looking. Rubbish is a word people use for what they have not got round to understanding yet, and it costs nothing to say, and it is almost always said by whoever is holding the ledger. What one man priced at 6 coppers turned out to be the only material in the world that could not be destroyed, and so did the man, and so did every single person they threw down that hole after him.